Yoke's classic stone over bar today on that. So we talked about the log briefly. It will be the first event. We'll break that down more shortly. But Mark, is there an event you're looking forward to the most?
I'm a big fan of Yoke into sandbag carry. Two events that I really enjoy, and also I do like, again, the tactics of the where do you set the bar, because at the end of the day, it's the quicker you can get the bag over the bar, the better. But at the same time, the lower pickup makes the yoke more difficult. What about yourself?
I mean, I always like a good farmer's the duck walk. I think the duck walk's underutilized as an event, so I'm excited to watch how that goes. It's a pretty long lane that we have today right in front of us. But one big thing about this one, we have 5 weight classes coming away: the U73 women, the U80 kilogram men, the U90 men, and the U105 men, and the brand new U125 men's class, trying to punch their tickets to Pro Strongman League finals on this today. Can't wait to watch that going forward. I think we're getting started shortly with the log clean and press, but I think we'll be back here talking to you shortly on that one. We'll see you soon. And welcome back, everybody. Westminster, Maryland. CJ Kraus, Mark Cummins here. Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifier today. Event number 1 is about to start here shortly, so let's talk about it. It is the log clean and press. It's a trump log clean and press. It means each athlete will have 2 logs available to them, 1 lighter, 1 heavier on this one. The heavier log trumps the lighter log on that one. So if, let's say, for example, Mark decides to do the lighter log and gets 10 reps, I need only 1 singular rep on the heavy log to beat him on that. But if I do choose the light log myself, I'll have to beat his reps on that. So a little bit of strategy involved in this one. I'm a big fan of the way the trump log works on this. I'll break down the weights really fast, and we'll talk about some strategies in that one. But the U73 women have a light log of 140 pounds and 165 pounds. The U80 men will see a 220-pound log as their light, a 250-pound log in the heavy. U90 is a 240-pound log, and the heavy is a 270-pound log. U105 is going to have a 260 log and a 280-pound log. That's pretty close, actually, on that. That'll be interesting to see the difference in that. And the U125 men have a 300-pound log and a 330-pound log. So, Mark, what is your strategy on a trump log situation?
Well, I mean, log in general in comps has not always been my favourite event, so I tend to think if I can't get 3 reps on the heavyweight, I would go for lightweight for reps, because the last thing I always want to do in comp is start badly, have a bad event. So for me, you want to be getting 3 reps on the trump log to go for it. And some of these weights are pretty perfect, really, because they're heavy. The trump log is heavy, but the light log is hopefully enough that we'll see some good reps from nearly everybody out there.
That's interesting. You choose a 3 rep would be what you wouldn't choose the heavy log unless you can hit it for 3.
Yeah.
I am of the opposite spectrum. If I think 1's in the tank, I'm going for that heavy, because you can always drop down.
Although, as we've seen, if you do drop down and you've used your energy on the heavy log, sometimes that can be detrimental as well to your performance.
100%. It really depends how the show is looking to you, right? Because in the sport of strongman, in case we have new viewers out there, it's a points game. So, for example, if there are 5 athletes in the class, if you win the event, does not matter how much you win by, you earn 5 points on that. Second place gets 4, third gets 3, 2 and 1. Depending on how many athletes in that one. So it's really a gamesmanship of not only lifting the most weight, but lifting the smartest as well to win by the thinnest of margins to save your energy for the next event on that. And we'll see a lot of that strategy, especially in our U105 and our U90 men as well.
Ones with the more athletes for sure. And of course, going near the end definitely helps because you know what you need. And going first on a deadlift event is never a great thing because then you've really got to go for it, and you may not need that many reps.
That's why I think it's the first event. When the first event is a log clean and press, and the second event is a deadlift for reps, I think it's so important to take that challenge on that first event and try to finish as best as possible on there. But again, I think it's just a difference of how you want to start. Can you shake off if you do make a mistake? Can you come back the next event and do well? It's one of those things an athlete has to ask themselves before they walk out there. Is it worth the risk to go for that one? But we are going to see some great pressers today with some great athletes involved coming into play here. So I'm sure some of them are like, yeah, I got the heavy log for reps. And some of them are like, I'm hoping to get 1 on that. We always see a spectrum of that.
Yeah, completely. And I also think as well, when I say the 3 rep max log, all logs are different. And you may have been training on a log that feels completely different, in a different place, different studio. The lights make a difference. I mean, the log is such a variable compared to other events, in my opinion. It's always the one you're under most pressure for straight out of the bat.
It makes strongman unique. That's one of the biggest things about our sport is we are lifting odd objects. A log is a very odd object. Unless you are a strongman gym or have a strongman at your gym, you probably will not see that at a very conventional gym that we normally see on this one. So
it's not something we see in your local commercial gym in general, the log. It's going to be really fun to watch, and I'm looking forward to seeing what everyone does.
Yeah. So what do you think is going to be the winning reps for these women, do you think? Because we have 2 women in this U73 class battling it out. So every event is head-to-head. So they're playing the game of who's going to push each other on that factor here. So it's really, again, every event's up to anybody. So like, if you had to decide, what do you think is going to be a good...
It's hard to tell because looking at both these ladies, they both look strong. They both look like they're experienced in the field. But until I haven't been watching too much of the warm-ups, but I don't know. What do you think about the weights in the 73 class for?
I think they're good weights for a qualifier. I think they're very solid on this. I mean, we've seen at other shows, other major shows, that usually anywhere from that 4 to 5 on a heavy one can win the event when there's a large field and great presses on this one. So it's one of those things you have to be aiming for that if you're trying to win the event. But again, these women are head-to-head, so I'm sure they are watching their warm-ups very intently as we go through on that.
See what the other person is doing.
Are they doing like a little bit of agreement, like, hey, we'll both do light today, have some fun with it? Or are they just trying to push each other? Which I'm sure these women are definitely trying to push each other with that. I was talking with Kaylin today. She recently just went through kind of a body change. She lost about 30 pounds.
To get down to the 73 class.
Well, just in general, just for life on that one. Yeah. So she was just, so she's going through, like, she's relearning how her body works at this weight. So she was saying that, like, some of her pressing, she's not sure how it's going to go because she just isn't sure how her body's going to respond to that one. So it looks like we're about to start here shortly, so we're going to see how we go through.
Yeah, looks like, are they going to go?
Yeah, it looks like she's the one starting up on this one.
Yeah, Kaylin to start, and obviously that gives Alicia the advantage of knowing what she'll need afterwards, of course. But we'll have to see what Kaylin can bring to the table for this one.
Seasoned athlete, usually an 82 athlete, so this is something that's going to be different for her. Again, she is learning new. Anybody that's competing in multiple weight classes, I've competed in both the U80 Men and the U90 Men. I dabbled a little bit in the U105, but I primarily was a U80 for most of my career until the past couple of years. It's a different feel when you're at a lighter weight to a heavier weight. And I was talking to her a little bit about this beforehand. It's a new relative, especially on pressing. because
Oh, for sure. I think log is the one that suffers the most as you lose weight. Well, I've found in my experience.
I think any pressing is one. You have less base, your foot placement changes, your ability, but you get it back. Is what I think. Again, she's just relearning how her body needs to function at this lighter weight. So it's gonna be interesting to see. I think she's really excited because once her plan is to qualify, of course, and once she qualifies, the 73 show is not until July, so she has plenty of time to develop.
Yeah,
that new
change
feel.
Technique, possibly. I mean, I always think with log as well, it's very interesting to see different techniques because obviously it's a very unstable implement. So, although I'd always split jerk and axle, sometimes the log is a much harder implement. So we'll see a lot of different techniques.
Yeah. All right, looks like she's coming up to that first log. Looks like she's starting off with that lighter log.
Taking her time.
Yep. Again, I think
it's a lovely clean, very efficient.
Good dip, leaning back.
Come on, finish off.
Oh, that left arm just is not wanting to go.
She's got that in there. She just needs to.
Yeah, I think it was just a little bit of
chest.
Pushing through and equal distribution of weight, right? That's the thing. Her right arm was ready to lock out, but her left one just did not want to follow.
You have to find. You take a few seconds. You get yourself in the zone again. Nice wrap position.
Oh, I think that first one took a lot out of her just because of the
for sure
delay of that hold. As we know, with any kind of grinding press, your triceps only have so much power left in them.
Yeah. And the road to the 10-inch log is quite a tricky beast.
Yes, thank you for bringing that up. So the women are using a 10-inch log today. The men are using a 12-inch log. So a slight difference in diameter, which makes typically what I've found.
10 there, unlucky.
It takes a little bit of more effort to clean a 10-inch log, but it's easier to press. It feels more similar to a barbell because again, the diameter of that one. But. Well, unfortunately, that would be a 0 point for her. She'd not get a single rep. But Alicia is up right now, so she just needs 1 rep.
And it'll be interesting to see if she's got more, if she wants to go for more, because sometimes people want to test themselves on the stage. Sometimes people just save their energy, so it'll be interesting to see her. Again, going for the lighter log.
Yep. Well, I mean, that's a good strategy there, in all honesty. She has
get your points on that.
Yeah, so she's set up, good to go here. And good press, good lockout there. The right arm was a little bit behind. Now the thing is, she's going to call it there, or is she going to keep going? Personally,
interesting to see, yeah.
Personally, I'd call it. I'm that kind of athlete.
It all depends how much comp practice she's had, in my opinion. If she fancies pacing herself, because obviously going to the other shows, and then obviously she's got a really good ref in Bobby Thompson there, who's going to be firm but fair.
Yeah, Bobby Thompson's always firm but fair. We have our MC, Nancy Johnson, 2 world-class athletes. So great to see them out there helping out the sport as well.
And of course, when they drop the log, they've got some great lockjaw collars on the end, which are not going to go anywhere at all.
Yep. So speaking of that, these athletes are definitely in height of using zone smelling salts beforehand. Zone smelling salts sponsoring.
That's a lovely rep. That
log
really,
event.
Really nice. She got the bar pathing right.
Good fight on that
one.
one.
See a second rep.
It looks like she's about to run out of time on that timer right there. So if you're looking at the screen here, we got some new things on the screen. It's going to be the top left hand by your side. It's going to have a timer counting up for you guys, so you can follow along to how much time these athletes have. And these athletes also have a clock in front of them, so they can see how much time they have. So you'll see that strategy involved, because no one wants to work harder. No one ever wants a rep after the bell. So.
No, the most frustrating thing is to get a rep and then it not count for the competition. Yeah. Often you'll have your coach by the side saying how long you've got left, or a friend or family, just to get that
Well, but at this level now, we don't have that. We have our timers in front of us at this professional level. Pro Strongman League is definitely a step up in how they are presenting the sport and how the athletes are being able to see and utilize their timers of this one. So I think it's a great step forward on this, that we're going to have athletes always have their own clock in front of them, and you at home get to see the same clock that the athletes see.
It's a really, really good addition, that. You don't see it a lot of comps, even at the highest level, do you?
And again, that's one thing Pro Strongman
League is leading the way.
That's the biggest thing, and we'll see a lot of this. Is kind of like the first preview showing what we're going to be doing this season. It's only going to get bigger and better as we go through. So now they're setting up for the U80 kilo men coming up now. So the logs are now going to be 220 pounds and 250 pounds for the light and heavy log. So about 100 kilo and what is that?
113.
113.
Like
about 113 kilo on the other side on that for our international viewers.
It's that for an under 80 athlete, you got to think about that is compared to their body weight. It's such an impressive achievement for anyone to be able to even lift a light one of these. But at the same time, we're testing these athletes because the prize is so big. Going to the Pro Strongman League finals.
When you get to the Pro Strongman League finals, you need to be able to realistically 220 is not going to cut it at that level.
No, bare minimum.
This will show them where they stand, no matter what happens on this, and what they need to improve on. That's what this whole setup is. Because again, the U80 Men show is not till July.
Is it July? They've got a lot of time between, of course.
Yeah, so the U80 Men and the U73 Women are at the same show. That would be July. I believe that is Baltimore on there. So we have a little bit of time before that. So they have time to develop and know where they need to hit.
Log is one of those I find as well. You get some real log specialists in strongman. You get some people, it's always their weakest event. You'll get some of the best athletes going 0 log and then win everything else. But it's the one event where people seem to either be very, very good or they're just nowhere to be seen.
Well, what I've noticed is press sets the stage for a show because it's usually the first event.
For sure, yeah.
More often than not, press will be the first event in most strongman shows. Not sure why that is, but we've had that kind of become a staple as we go through on that. So that's only a big thing. So we have 4 athletes in this U80 kilo men. We have Brian Den, Ken Brown, Josh Fauner, and Jason Titanbaum is going to be our 4 athletes in the U80 kilo men. So it'd be interesting to see how it all shakes out with them.
Yep, it's going to be very interesting. Talking to Brian yesterday, he's kind of coming back from a few injuries. He wants to test himself at the highest level. So again, we'll see what he's got for the whole day really. But he's trying to play it down a little bit. But I have seen in his the past some seriously good Viper logs, which I know you're a huge fan of.
If we see a Viper today, it's going to do my heart good. You'll see me get real excited.
Might even get an extra point if it was allowed by CJ.
Unfortunately, I don't have that power, but I would try. He'll get a lot of cool points from me. I'll give you that.
Yeah.
Jason is someone to talk about as well. He has been to multiple high-level shows before in the past, but never a Pro Strongman League finals. So this is his chance to punch a ticket there. So we've seen him at multiple high-level events throughout the years. Former USS
national day at OSG.
Yes.
He
has one
athlete.
And he has a former national. So the first athlete up now. So speaking of Jason, he's up right now.
Straight for the heavy log.
He always wears a kilt when
Absolutely
he competes.
Loving the style. Absolutely loving it.
So Jason with a 250-pound press.
That's just a super press. You can see he keeps his head back, comes through, looks at the judge just to stare him down to make sure he gets that rep.
Yep. So that's 1 down. So he's going for the second here now. Good.
Another beautiful rep there.
One thing I love that he is doing, he is holding his head back until the last second. So
but he's also perfectly coming through to make sure he gives Bobby eye contact to make sure he gets that rep.
Because as we know, we've been judged by Bobby as well. He will not give you that rep until you look him in the eye.
Well, if you don't, he takes so much longer to give you the rep because obviously he needs to make sure you're under control. But if you stare at him, he's going to give you the rep.
Yeah. Well,
he's only getting better. He's only getting better.
Well, this is honestly, you'll see myself wear sunglasses like I'm wearing right now when I'm doing press events. Partially, it's to block the lights from above me. Another part is they do not know if I'm looking at the judge or not, so I get the reps quicker.
You get the reps quicker. That was sensational performance, and you exactly.
That was a
what
great
he was
job.
Do. Yeah,
great job with that.
You can see what an experienced athlete he is with the way he approached.
He knew his pacing, and that's who we talked about. I would say he's the front runner of the U80 kilo men. If I have to give anybody today, I think he's the one to beat here today. So
yeah, that was a pretty sensational log. He made that log, which is a heavy log, look really quite light.
Yeah, 100%. He was consistent. It wasn't anything flashy, it wasn't anything crazy, but it was just very, very consistent across the board on that. All right, our next athlete is up right now.
Is it Josh?
Yep, it looks like Josh is up. So that would be Josh Fauner. Josh Fauner is up right now. He's going with the lighter log. So again, an athlete that knows his limits right here.
He knows what he's good at and what he's has to work. He's got a very nice log and a solid deadlift.
Yeah, good push jerk style technique there. A little bit off with the arms. They were not equally pushed at the same time.
Lovely efficient clean again.
Yeah, no energy
Some people
wasted.
dip far too much, and I do like the way he dips.
So what he did there, he jumped back a little bit. That was his biggest thing. His feet flew behind him.
He lost it forward slightly, which you're never going to recover.
Yeah. Unless you have insane strong front delts. So one of the lights, so gets him on the board.
Yeah, exactly. His points on the board straight away for him, which is always a nice feeling. Yeah. Zeroing a press event is never a nice feeling.
It's hard to come back from.
Yeah.
Like, it's very hard. You have to be exceptional at other events because even if you get 1 rep, you still get points on the board.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, even the heavy shows, sometimes 1 rep can be the difference between 8 points and 0, you know.
Sometimes, yeah. But with only 4 athletes in this division, every point's going to matter, especially.
Absolutely. You don't want to have a 0 on there.
Yeah. So next athlete up is Ken Brown. Ken Brown is up now.
Straight for the heavy log.
Straight for the heavy logs. So I believe, I can't remember the score that Jason got, but it was 4 or 5 reps on that. So
he's very explosive, a lovely split jerk.
Yes.
I was admiring his back toss the other day. He's got very good explosive power.
Yes, very good. He's actually from the Virginia area. He is one of the Stronger Together crew athletes, and they're very good athletes when it comes to explosiveness.
Unbroken strength games winner last year.
Yeah.
And, great moustache as well.
Yeah.
Really. Really like a strongman moustache.
If they
like
got
that.
mustache points, he's definitely got those.
Yeah, if you get kilt points, you get mustache points.
Yeah. Oh, using a little energy on that clean. Kind of is your technique where you use the belt to help him out.
He used the belt, and I do think, the belt is an underutilized thing. Beautiful, absolutely beautiful.
Very efficient jerk, but I think he needs one more rep to kind of tie Jason here.
I think he thinks he's
capped out.
I think that's sensible. I think that's sensible. It looked like a bit of a
He did
struggle
work
the last
hard
one.
on the last one, yeah.
Yeah, the clean just got a bit more laboured, didn't it? But sensational performance, really. I love a good split jerk, especially when it's. I mean, my split jerk looks nothing like that. It's,
you've a push with the flare. That's what I call Mark's split jerk.
That's a proper.
That is a true split jerk. So now the fourth athlete,
Brian up now.
Brian Den, who has the advantage right now to knowing what he needs to beat. So he knows he needs at least 3 reps on the heavy log to get second place, or he needs 2 reps on the lighter log to get third place.
Yeah.
So it's a 1-point game here. If he's the athlete, like, do I have 3 reps at least on that heavy log, or is that going to drain my competition? He should go for the lighter log.
No, he's confident, obviously, in his heavy log ability.
Yep, which is fine.
Yeah.
It's that strategy we have to play as athletes. So he needs to hit at least 3 reps.
Gets quite hunched in the clean, which is the style some people like to use.
Yeah. So he's got a high on the chest, little leg dip.
The problem is he's kind of got it a little bit too far forward, I think, in the clean.
Yep.
There.
So athletes may drop down to the lighter log if they miss the heavier log. So
he now knows he wants 2 reps here.
Yeah. Now he knows he needs at least 2. So there's the 1 to guarantee the point.
Yeah.
Good start.
It's really good to come back when you've missed a log you're disappointed in to make sure you can get his head back in the game like that.
Almost a strict press
Perfect.
there.
I mean, sensible to leave it there, really, but he might go for another. He's coming back from injury, he's testing himself, so he wants to see what he can do. Yeah.
Yep.
Beautiful. You see his legs. Bobby just took a little bit longer to give that, but just because his feet were moving.
Yeah, one thing.
And you've really at the top level, you've got to have your feet still. They don't necessarily need to be 100% together, but they have to be still.
Yeah. I think this is going to be a good experience for Brian. I think if he watches this back, he should have used his time a little bit better. Because again, we have those clocks available to us, and knowing how much time he had, he was running out of time on that last clean. He could have saved some energy, but I get it. It's hard when you're in the moment. You want to try to get every rep as fast as possible. But
also 1 extra clean on the log probably shouldn't affect his deadlift. It's
by no means.
Yeah.
Well, we're talking by the end of the show, right?
Yeah, of course.
He could have stopped at 2 reps, got the same points. It's the game inside the game,
Yeah,
but some people are just trying to compete for themselves there, and that's one big thing there. So the U80 Men is come and gone. The winner of that event is going to be Jason Tannenbaum.
Yeah, so really solid reps.
Great reps. Great strong leg drive. He was comfortable the whole time under that log.
Yeah, I was impressed with all the athletes out there today. I mean, it's they're difficult logs as well, these big 12-inch logs. The weight sits differently, doesn't it, to the 10, as you said before?
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So we're moving on to the under 90 kilo men. So this is the class that you and I know.
Yes, yeah,
near
we're
and
watching
dear.
these guys closely. Yeah.
These are guys that will compete directly against us in September in Roanoke, Virginia. On that, so these are
Beautiful venue.
Pre-scouting a little bit here.
Yeah.
240 pounds on the light log, 270 pounds on the heavy log, which that was in our medley, was a 270-pound log that we had to do. And remind me, who won that event this year?
I can't remember.
Yeah. I was the winner of that event.
I do like a medley, but this will really tell us the guys to watch on the pressing here for sure.
For sure. This is what this is all about, is previewing these athletes for the next level. Everyone's trying to break into that professional division that we're doing right now, and Pro Strongman League is leading the way on that. So it's great to see this next phase coming through. But again, this will show what they need to work on, or this will show what they're solidified in, because again, this is something we will see, and we'll see pressing every show we're going to have to do. 240, 270 pounds is no joke on either one of them. This is roughly 50 to 80 pounds over their body weight on that. So when you think of it relative to that.
And we know we got some serious pressers in this class, because we know a few of the guys, and it's going to be
the standard keeps rising. And each of these classes, that's the thing on this one. We're at a qualifier and Jason just here hit, I believe, 5 reps on that log, and that was a weight when I was an 80. I got 1 rep and took 3rd place at nationals.
Shows how the standard improves, doesn't it?
Yes, yeah. And it's like the guy that won only got 3 or 4. And now it's like at a qualifier to get to that next level, we're seeing an athlete doing this. So 90 kilos are up now. We have the man with an interesting name compared to
Josh Lancaster here.
Second Josh Lancaster in this U90 class.
Yeah, he's going to have to really make a name for himself here.
Yes. Very different technique than our Josh Lancaster that we know.
Yeah. I mean, nobody lifts quite like him. But He's got to give himself some time here, give himself a go. It's obviously
I think he just
heavy log for him.
I don't think he utilized his breath on that one very well. I think that's one thing I always saw.
Do you know what, sometimes as well, especially with log, it's hard to get the breath, especially when it's sitting on your chest. It really is tough. He's in a decent position there. He could do with his elbows a bit further apart.
Yeah. So unfortunately, it looks like he's not going to get this rep, but he's getting the cleans down, he's getting used to it. It looks like his wrists are bothering him a little bit, I'm not sure.
Yeah, it might be something, an underlying injury for him.
It's one of those things, you got to lock your back in, you got to understand that breath, make sure it feels right on the chest, and then try to use as much leg drive as your body allows you, and then get it above your head.
And of course, I mean, I always think a no rep is also a rite of passage. I mean, no repping an event, I still think it's really good to give it a go. It's really brave. It's really, nobody should be scared of no repping an event.
My introduction to Strongman was the first show, the first event I no-repped a circus dumbbell. In my novice show.
It's your first novice show.
First novice show.
Pressing,
first event, yeah. It's one of those things that just show me what I need to work on.
And here we go. Up with Jack.
Look at Jack Felag is what
Jack,
up now.
He knows a friend of ours, and Josh Langos, and he's trained. That's a lovely rep, that.
Yep, that was
really, obviously.
240
he's got
pounds
long
log.
levers, which isn't exactly built for log, but this is the way he's perfect bar pathing there.
Yeah,
Absolutely
so it's one of those things he has to go perfect. He's not the biggest fan of the log, he said, coming in.
No, not his favourite event, but
it looks like
getting a rep on the board straight away will really please him.
So get some
come on, he's got to finish that one. Beautiful. Yeah.
An athlete wearing no elbow sleeves on this. I'm not sure how I feel about it. I'm a big fan of elbow sleeves on the log. Especially.
Yeah, everyone's different. Some people like thicker, some people like thinner, some like none at all. You often see the jerkers not using them, but normally the push pressers you would think they do use them. But yeah, he's going pretty raw with this. He's just got the belt, hasn't he? And wrist wraps.
Belt, wrist straps. No knee sleeves either. I just noticed that. Yeah, you're correct.
I'm impressed with that. He took that exactly the pace he wanted to take it, and he got is it 3 nice reps there?
Yes, it looks like 3 nice reps there.
Yeah, really could see he's done a few comps. He knew, he knows what he wants to do.
And 0 complaints on that one, so good start there.
Yeah, good start there.
So, yep. So we have a few more athletes to come as well. No one has gone for that heavy log yet on this, so
I think we'll see it. But
I'm sure.
Yeah.
So is that
the legend who is Dane?
Dane is up now.
He's a 40-year-old, but he loves to compete with the youngsters still. He's just ever young and ever getting stronger. To be honest,
he's a really nice guy.
Yeah, just been at OSG.
Former 105, now dropping down to 90s.
Yeah, he's tall for a 90. He has biggish cuts, but he makes them look easy.
He does. He does a really good job at that. Let's see if it affects his press right now. 270 pounds. I know he's been working a lot on his log. He's been training with Nicholas Camby. I've seen him recently hit he's dancing with it. He couldn't get those triceps through. And now he's got to chase down the log on that. Oh, my God. But, yeah, one thing we need to work on. So, one thing on that. All right, he's going back down the lighter log now. He's got 30 seconds to go on this.
He's got this down. He's so unlucky with that log there. I was really impressed with the press. He just couldn't stabilise it.
Yeah, he had it 99.9% of the way there. I hate
so devastating when that happens, but
and how much energy he's utilized.
Yeah, he's just used too much energy on it. He took his time there, but he's
That's a rough start for Dane. I know he's been working a lot on his press, and sometimes just doesn't happen day of show.
And the thing is, Dane's confident in his own ability. He's a very, very experienced athlete. But that's one of the things I was talking about with the heavy log. If you don't get the heavy log, sometimes the light one feels a lot heavier. That's just the way it is.
He's behind the gun right now, so he's got a little bit of work to do.
Yeah, he'll come back, but he'll be disappointed with that. I know he will. But at the same time, he jumped into this show last minute as well. So
yeah, he had no prep in this show. No. He just came off a show where he was I believe he competed at 105. So it's tough.
Yeah, for sure.
And also, those cuts affect your press the most.
For sure.
As someone that's done major cuts before, your press is what it hits the most.
We've got Michael Eppard coming up. He's feeding out the logs first, which I always think is a sensible idea. He's got some decent wins under his belt. Dog handler and hunter, so he's
not a dog hunter.
No, not a dog hunter. No, hunter and a dog handler.
Yep. So this would be the first athlete to hit the heavier log. Wow!
That's wild power.
Wow! You
can't.
Oh. So remember, athletes will get extra points if they get more reps on the lighter log as well.
Yeah, so he's going back now. How many reps did he just have to do that log again there? I was slightly confused about the double.
Yeah, I believe that he only got 1 rep on that one. I believe it's clean and press each rep. So it's one of those times, it's one of those moments of like you didn't know the rules that were going on here.
Oh, I see. Yeah. it's more of a thing in the US, isn't it, to press from the chest? We don't really have it in the UK, but yeah, obviously say rules beforehand to know exactly what you're doing. Yeah, wild power on the log.
Yeah,
It's stabilising.
It's almost like erratic power, though. I
Yeah.
think one thing he needs to work on is knowing how to send his power. There's a lot of leaked energy, but that's a lot of potential this athlete has ahead of them.
Oh yeah, I mean the push jerk is tough to get right, but he's got wild leg power there, and it just flew up. But
honestly,
it caught him off guard, I think. You know?
Yeah, well, yeah. When you're an explosive athlete, you can get sent somewhere because the log will send you.
Oh. Yeah, and the log, when it goes overhead, you've just got to go where it needs to go. Josh Douglas here, we know Josh well. He's a very experienced weight class athlete, 80, 90 and 105 this man has done in the past.
Yes, man of my own heart, competing against everyone and anyone and everyone.
Really good guy to compete against.
Yep. So he recently already did the U90 finals this past year. And
he was at OSG 80s as well.
So he's just come off the cut.
That was a great.
But he is a full-time 90 now, from what I've heard from him. He is done with the 80s, so he's
just hit the Trump log. So I feel like that's his
welcome. That's his welcome party.
Welcome party.
Yeah, he's got to hit another one. Oh, that was better.
Yeah, he's
getting a feel for the log finally.
So he used to jerk there.
So now he's playing the game here. He's trying to beat Michael's previous log reps on the lighter log. I honestly might want to go for a third one on the heavier one, but again, he knows his limits. There we go.
I think he's nailed
his pacing. Yeah,
he's just such an experienced athlete, and the
well, again, going last, it's very helpful. Watching what Michael just did,
but it does put the pressure on as well, of course.
Yeah. So he's watching him. He's a little bit putting his head through early.
Happy with that, isn't he? Happy with that.
His head's going through a little early though. He could have used that a little more efficiency. So if I was to give him any cues or notes, is wait a little bit longer to push that head through. Because once your head goes through, that's your lockout.
All triceps.
It's a straight tricep extension. So if he has a little more patience and a little more upper back strength, he'll be able to hold it through.
Oh, for sure.
Like some of the best pressers, we talked with Bobby Thompson last night. Speaking of a great presser, he calls it the bend press that some athletes do that I do very well too. But like, it's one of those things. Your upper back is strong enough to hold it. You can keep grinding that weight up, and the second you throw your head through, it gets that last little bit. Well, wow. So it looks like Josh.
I do love the element of these two logs. It adds a little bit of an element to the tactics. It's a lot of fun to watch.
Looks like Josh Dargis is the winner of that event. So followed by Michael Eppard in second place right here. So we'll get the scores up fully here shortly. But yeah,
and he drew actually by the look of it. Brian and Ken, they both drew.
So we'll see those scores here updated here shortly. Let's move on to the 105 men. The largest class that we have, 10 athletes vying for that finals 2-day show that they get to do in Virginia Beach here shortly. It's a quick turnaround for them. They are competing here
so their finals are not long away.
Was it in May? End of May. So right before the Chaos Classics. That's how I know. So
that's right. There's 10 in this class, so it's the most stacked class we've got today.
We actually have an athlete that was going to do the 90s, Jesse Castens, who just competed last week at Odd Hogan's Classic out in California. Won his show as a 90, but doing back-to-back week cuts, and he's a larger athlete. He's a little bit taller than us. I believe he's about 6'6".
Yeah.
So those cuts are pretty massive to do.
It's tall for a 90 athlete, to get to make weight.
But an athlete I know very well as well, he competed against me at Colorado Strongest Man in the under 220 pound, under 100 kilo class, and he was pushing me neck for neck. I ended up getting the win that day.
He pushed you at every event?
Every event. I think I edged him on every event. Especially like moving events, it was like 0.2 differences, but we were head to head every time. It was very fun to go against an athlete of that caliber. And I spoke with him. I was like, you could be a force in the 90s. Speaking of Jesse, he is up right now.
So Jess is up. The headband look for him.
Oh, very strong presser on this, so this should look really good on this. But again, heavier than what he's used to doing more recently. So it looks like the weights for the 105s is a 280 pound, 260 pound. Again, short difference between the two of them. So it's
obviously you can.
It's clean and press away. So getting those reps in. So getting that set position. Just making the 280 pound look easy.
Oh, it's just.
And again,
monstering
they have the smallest difference between their two logs. Only a 20 pound difference between both logs. I don't see a reason, unless you know you can't hit 280, is to go for that lighter log.
You'd only go for the light one if you know you've only got one or two on the lighter, I feel.
Yeah.
Or to add to your reps at the end if you think you've got another one or two in there.
So he's got about 25 seconds left here. So he's got plenty of time.
He still looks, he doesn't look gassed out.
No, by no means. But he isn't using, he finally started using a little more leg drive. And that's the biggest thing on that.
Again, the reffing's firm but fair there. Obviously, just got to stay nice. And he's going to call it there. It's a really good set, set. obviously, yeah, a lot of these guys using zone smelling salts to really get in the zone before they get out.
Oh, 100%. They got the new
Flavors.
special flavors.
At some point, I'm going to have the treat of trying one, apparently.
I can't wait to do that one here shortly. So we'll do those in between the events. Have Mark try a little American Zone smelling salts to wake him up today.
Well, that's it. You know, the jet lag's getting to me. Who have we got up now on your screen?
So it looks like... Is that Dietrich Cooper?
Yeah,
Dietrich Cooper is up now.
He's got some long levers, this man.
Yep. Another athlete going no elbow sleeves on this.
Really powerful, though, from the chest. Very impressed with his rack position.
Long arms, too.
Yeah, saying the levers are long, and he's still making it look easy.
A lot of differences there.
Because obviously, when he's in the rack, his elbows look quite low, but that's just because of his lever length.
Well, he's got a long. The press dictates your distance based on your humerus bone, and he's got a long humerus bone. So
see, he's got some real powerful legs there as well.
Yeah,
he's had enough on that log. Is he going to have a go on the lighter log for us?
Well, he's got 25 seconds still, so he's got time to hit that lighter log to switch back and forth.
20 left.
He's got to get moving,
in the
though.
Chest. Oh, he's trying to viper it. That would have been extra points.
The problem with the Viper is, like,
sensational.
As someone that utilizes the Viper, if you misgroove a little bit, it becomes 10 times harder. It is definitely a risk factor when you go for the Viper. Your lining needs to be perfect. You need to time it to the T, or it's literally the longest tricep extension you'll ever do. Because I've definitely missed the Viper in training.
Good set by Dietrich. I was
100%.
very impressed, especially they flew and are really, really strong.
Yeah, 100%. That was very good on that. Yeah, nothing more to say. There's solid reps by Dietrich. So just what we need to see.
Is this Quabena, is it?
Yep, Quabena is up now.
Yeah.
Quabena Drakes. If anyone's the best name in the show, it's him.
Yeah.
Quabena Drakes.
He's going straight for the heavy log.
Yep.
Take his time.
Yep. Again, these are good points. The log difference is not much. Ooh, a very fast clean for that style clean too. Again, another erratic athlete.
Just one of his elbows not locking out there. It's kind of a quick dip, wasn't it?
Well, his log path is not straight, right? His clean's a little unique. His path is a little bit off. I'm not sure how new he is, but it definitely looks like
he's got a lot of power there. Like you say, he's just got to stabilise it.
Yeah.
You often find the less steps you can take with the clean, the better.
Big bent press there, as we're talking about there. Good lean back, head through.
That took a lot of heart, that rep. Really
he's on the board.
Yeah.
He's on the board. And he's going back to the 280, so he's got a little more confidence in him. So athletes can bounce back and forth.
I was impressed when he came back with that one, to be honest, because your head can go when that goes wrong. Oh, just not quite got the heavy one in him today.
So I'm seeing some questions in the chat on this one. So the U105s are doing 260 pounds, 280 pounds. The U90s did 240 pounds on the lighter log, 270s on the heavier log. Maxime Boudreau, Sam Bellevue is in the chat right now. Two big fans of the show and great strongmen, strong women in their own right. Yeah. Oh, some of the best in the world. So thank you guys for watching.
Thanks for tuning in.
So, Max redacted his post. But, yeah. All right, so up now, it looks like this is Gabe. Yes.
This is Gabe. Gabe well. Normally has a hat on, to be fair. He's,
I couldn't tell he was.
He's a great competitor, like really positive to have around the scene. Done all the big events.
Yeah.
Got one rep there.
Missed that one just a little bit on that. So.
Just off on his second rep there, but a really strong first rep there by Gabe.
Really strong first rep. That's when it feels good, you kind of go for it. But watching where that head goes when that pushes through.
I really struggle to rep from the chest. The only one that can do it, I'm always impressed.
I find it easier personally, but
that's because you got wild pressing power.
I do. So it's good benefit.
Gabe's, he's got to be happy with one. He was so close to the second there.
He was. Well, that's a lot of energy time taken out. Unfortunately,
now you can see his legs are kind of gone.
You don't get points for the almost reps.
No, that's it.
But it definitely can cost you a rep later on. But I think he should have gone for that. I don't think it's a mistake.
No, of course not. He had to go for it when it was in the chest. Yeah.
It's already up there. Just keep going.
Well, he's got the rep on the heavy log, which is going to get him some points on the board.
Should be some good points. But so far, we have not seen an athlete miss the heavy log. No, every athlete's hit one.
No, Cabana,
did he come back and get it? Oh, he missed the one. Sorry, I apologize about that.
But we still got a lot of athletes to go as well, so we just don't know what's going to come up.
Yeah, but we're only, again, this is our largest class. We're 4 athletes through. We're coming up on the 5th athlete now. I'm assuming this
order, it'll be Timothy, won't it?
Yep, I believe this is Timothy. So again, straight to the heavy log, and not big difference between the 2 logs. So I think, it is Timothy.
Tim Wesner.
Wow, what a press on that one. That was insane.
Drove it up and hit through. Beautiful. Oh, he's
Nice easy dip, not too much leg drive, but nice little pop.
You see as well, he's got
comfortable.
it comfortable in the rack.
Yeah.
Some people hold it overhead when they do it for reps, but he's holding it in the rack. He doesn't want to hold it overhead.
I try to hold as little as possible. I'm just down and up, down and up, down
when the
and
weight's crushing on you, you don't want to keep it there for a longer than
Well, realistically, if you need a break, you want to hold it above your head. That's when your oxygen flow, your lungs can actually like open up and expand. When it's on your chest, that's one of the worst spots to have it to try to breathe.
So see, Tim's taking a little break here.
Yeah.
He's got a nice clean.
He's got 15 seconds. If he can get 1 to 2 more reps. A good rule of thumb for anybody watching at home that does any kind of these rep events coming up is you want to stop 1 rep before the grinding rep.
He's happy with that. I mean, I think
he should be.
Yes, yeah, he should be happy. It's
but
really
if anyone wants to take anything away from this, when you're doing your reps and you start feeling that pace slow down, take your breather 1 rep before you feel like you have to fight for that rep, and you might get 2 more at the end versus the 1 you grinded for.
Now we're coming with the big man, John Doyle. He's taken my 1 title off me. Last year he competed 17 times.
17 times.
The man is absolutely in love with the sport. Supported by his wife Anna and his daughter Valerie. He's he absolutely loves his sport, and he's 17 in a year. I mean, more than 1 a month is absolutely insane.
Yeah, so definitely a big fan of sport. And wow, what a great clean on that there. Oh, needs to get that right spot. It's a little bit off on the bar path or the log path on that.
He's got to take his time here. Yeah. I mean, the clean was lovely. He just didn't quite get the bar pathing right on the press.
Yeah, that's the unfortunate part of it. And the log is unforgiving with that.
Yeah,
but it's such a big, dense object.
Like 10 times the weight, doesn't it?
Yep, there it is. See,
a lot of hearts come back for that one. Well done there.
Just
another man with long levers.
But just very good to know, and this is a seasoned athlete, clearly.
Yeah.
He's done more shows this year than a lot of people have done in their career.
Didn't panic, did he?
By no means. He didn't feel right, got to go back to it. So getting 1 in the heavy, still good there.
He was telling me his cut was pretty good. He feels good for it, so...
Yeah.
Obviously wants to make the big show. The 105s, like you say, the 2-day comp is pretty epic.
Oh, it's definitely one of the biggest shows
on
of the
year.
beach
as well. I mean, who can
on
say
the
no
beach,
to that?
yep.
Yeah.
Weather permitting on that, so we had a little trouble last year, but hopefully that doesn't have to happen again.
And the nice thing about PSL is they've always got a backup. That's a professional show for you.
3-4 backups ready to go. You'd be surprised behind the scenes how many backups they have ready to go on everything they're doing. So
you'll be happy to get that rep in the end, I think. There,
100%. Yeah. I'm guessing this is Philip Smith.
Philip Smith now. Another one with the headbands. You've got to love the headbands on these guys. Nice solid beard. Yeah.
All right, he is up, stepping right over. These athletes keep faking me out. They walk up and then step over on that.
Rather than go around it, step over it. Always a risk.
I'd be too afraid to trip.
I've seen it before.
I've done it before. So
he's leaning back, really leaning back.
When he went for his dip, the log left his body though.
Yeah.
So the biggest thing you want to have when you go into your dip and drive, you want the log to stay on you the whole time.
He's obviously because he's gone straight back to the light log now because he knows that was close to his max. I like the way he leans back. It's a very kind of bench pressy style log.
Yes, I think it's very good.
Yeah, I mean you watch some guys, the hypermobility they can get, but it was just there were 2 really solid reps there. He's kind of happy with that.
Just where he should be.
Yeah.
He got the 1 on the big, and he knew he needed some points, so he got the 1 on the light. Again, the strategy of this is so unique. This is the thing about Pro Strongman League. They are taking classic strongman events and making them unique but not gimmicky. We see that a lot with coming up in the shows that we have. I believe our show has a farmers to log. At our 90 show in the finals. So that'll be a fun little addition to everything we have going on, which is one of my events I'm excited for.
All right, let's watch the...
Looks like this is Jake Allen.
Jake Arthur.
Jake Arthur, sorry. I was thinking Jake Allen. Shout out Jake Allen. Jake Arthur, former 80s athlete.
Oh, yeah, really good fight there.
Built his body all the way up to 105.
See, he's holding it at the top here. Some people like to do that, although he didn't then bring it back to the chest.
And now...
He's happy. He's happy.
Yeah. He's got the 1. Press has always been one of the things he has struggled with, even when he was an 80s athlete, a 90s athlete, now a 105 athlete.
And the weights only get heavier, of course, as we go up. So,
but so does he. I think he's happy with that. It's one of his best presses I've seen from him.
He seemed pretty happy when he walked off. He said, "That's enough. Let's do it. That's enough."
Nick Morris up next, our second to last athlete in this class. So he's got the bar set for him. I know he knows that if he can get 2 on the heavy, if he has that ability, that is huge points right now.
Yeah, well, like you say, you get to this stage, you kind of know what you're after.
That's the big perk of all here at the end.
He's an experienced competitor. Is Nick Morris. Tore a bicep at Nationals. He's. We'll see where he is.
Unfortunately, that's a hard one to come back from when it comes to the log.
I just wrote that down from Instagram, so I apologise if that's not correct. But yeah.
So he knows the heavy one's not there today.
No, he gave it a clean, but he didn't take too much out of himself, which is sensible. If you know you haven't got it, you don't want to struggle with it on your chest. You never blame a guy for having to go at the heavy log. It takes stones that.
Oh. He's calling it there, maybe? Or no, he's taking the breather.
It might be affecting. Yeah, his clean might be being affected.
Again, that's the thing with the bicep. It can really affect the clean, especially if you're not as efficient as you should be. The bicep takes more load than it should. It's all a timing game. That was a good one. He just needs to take his time, get settled. Oh.
It's a better attempt there.
Yeah. Again, these logs aren't very different. 20-pound difference for that kind of percentage is not. So they're not. There's no easy log in this medley.
No, I mean the 105s have either got heavy or heavier.
Yeah.
It's good effort there.
Good effort there. Good fight.
Very unlucky.
Yeah. But again, got plenty of events to come back and make points from. 1 or 2 event wins gets them right back in.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you want top 3 here to make the holy grail of the show. So yeah.
Yeah, it's one big.
Daryl left.
Daryl Aldridge is up now. Our final of the 105s.
Looks calm, composed.
As he should be. He's in a good spot.
Having those zone smelling salts.
Yeah, waking himself up. Another seasoned athlete. Yep, taking his time. Remember, that's the thing. You just have a little bit extra time if you can take it.
Some people like the cap forwards. I find with the cap forwards, the log it could hit as it goes up, but some people like that to get that clearance.
What do you mean cap forward? Sorry.
The cap with the peak this way.
Oh,
as you go up.
The hat. Sorry.
Yes. Sorry, you hat forwards.
Yes. I will
Baseball
never.
cap.
I will never wear my hats forward when I do log. I always wear them backwards when I wear a hat.
No, a lot of people do.
I will knock my hat off 100% of the time. Wow, big press there. I think he should.
Power,
He should have started around the 280.
He might just be, he wasn't 100% sure. I can respect that. If I was in that position,
Yeah, I
could do the same. He just wants points on the board. He wants a good couple of solid reps to really get him moving for the show.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Yep, nice and consistent.
The only thing he's struggling slightly is stabilising at the top.
Yeah, and getting it back to his chest comfortably. Yeah. Yeah, there's 3.
Really nice. But again, as we know, Bobby's going to wait for him to be stable.
100%.
Yeah.
As he should.
Yeah, definitely. We're qualifying for serious shows here. The refereeing has to be at the standard that Bobby's giving us.
And Bobby's qualified all the way at the highest level to here and shout out to Bobby for taking the time.
Athlete himself.
Yes.
It's a lovely clean. I love the way he uses the belt there. Beautiful rep. Obviously, one of the sponsors for this show is Pioneer, who make the best custom belts, bar none.
Oh yeah, my donut belt is a Pioneer belt.
It's a Pioneer belt, and it's lasted you, and it just looks like it's brand new still.
Yeah.
And that's with Strongman, which takes a lot of abuse.
It definitely does. I definitely use that. It's held up to an over 800-pound deadlift, so I know it can hold up to whatever you guys need for those Pioneer belts.
And the adjustable buckle they do now as well is a bit of a game changer for different events.
100%. 100%. They do such great work on that. And it's completely customizable.
Yeah.
As well. So.
And it's very cool as a strongman to have your own, especially when a lot of us have nicknames. And,
a little bit of flair on there as we got going on. Well, that does our 105K men there. So great showing by all the athletes. Honestly, very close across the board as we do everything. We'll get the official scores here shortly, and we'll go over it here in a little bit. But moving on to the big boys.
Yeah, the new 125 class. In the UK, we've had quite a lot of success with under 120s, so it's pretty much going to be in line with that.
Pretty similar, I would say, across those.
We've had 15 people at Brits at real good level, and it does seem to get those guys who want to be open weights, but maybe don't quite have the biggest of frames. That sometimes they lose out a little bit.
Yeah.
So is this Kyle's up now?
I believe it, yeah. It's Kyle Ruiz.
A 125 man in general is a serious sized dude, so you can see the size of these guys.
The lighter log right now is 300 pounds. Again, he still has to press over his body weight today. He couldn't hold it.
Get it out.
He's got to hold that
perfectly. Just the head maybe came through a little early there.
I think he just needs to stabilize it. And this is one of the things that maybe in his training he didn't wait for down commands, because he had control of that log, but he was just so ready for the next rep that I think.
Or maybe the head just came through. He thought it was finished.
Yeah, and now he's kind of stuck right now.
Struggling a little now, but as you say, 300 pounds is a serious.
300 pounds is always 300 pounds, no matter what lift it is, whether that be a deadlift, a bench press, a log, an axle.
It is not
a squat. 300 pounds.
It's a weight that you've got to be a serious athlete to do anything with.
It's 300 pounds, you know. So the fact
his clean is lovely. He's just kind of like at the press, maybe just
He has cleaned it 3 times now, so yeah.
We're disappointed because the first rep was so close, so close.
You could not get closer. No. It was done.
Yeah.
He just had to hold
Just
it. Again,
couldn't quite lock it.
sometimes these shows are about gaining experiences, and especially you're getting judged at the highest level. Maybe at your local show, your judge gave it to you. You will not get that in Pro Strongman League, whether it be a qualifier like the East Coast today or the West Coast next week, or of course the final level is the highest.
Even if people are doing the onlines, they're not going to give you the reps if you don't lock them out correctly.
Yeah.
Because this is the standard we expect. Just Jimmy, is it?
I believe it would be Jimmy Harris coming up. Oh, again, having that trouble with that last lockout.
Oh, he just needs to have his feet together.
There
nice,
we go,
nice.
yeah.
Bobby's just making him hold it a bit longer there.
Well,
but you know
as he
what?
should.
He didn't panic. He's got the rep and he's happy.
And he's taking it and walking away.
Yeah, he's happy with that. And to be honest, like I say, he fought for that rep. He really fought for that.
So if you're the last athlete coming up, are you going for the heavy log for a 1, or are you doing the lighter log for a 2?
To be honest, I would want the lighter one for 2.
Yeah.
But the difference for these guys is
30 pounds. That's a difference. That's a real difference.
It is yeah.
So yeah, so last but not least is Anthony. So Anthony needs 2 reps on that lighter log, and wow, he is strict pressing that.
I mean, he could have had the heavy log if he needed it.
But he's gonna get the 2.
He's just showboating.
And
he knows
he's
exactly what he's needed.
Calling it a day. An athlete after my own heart, knowing what he needed to do.
He's a seriously built man, isn't he? Look at the size of him.
I mean,
that
he
strict
is.
press was something else.
Yes,
Absolutely something.
We
else.
loved a good stricty here. So
yeah, a strict press and a viper press are kind of CJ points there.
2 things I know well and dear on that.
Coming over to us.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, that
was amazing.
a really exciting event. I enjoyed having the 2 log options.
Yeah.
We saw a lot of variety in what people are going for and different techniques as well, which I really enjoyed to see.
I didn't see a viper. Unfortunately, I did not see a viper, but it's
One guy
okay.
had a go. But,
he attempted it, so that's why I needed to see it. Man after my own heart on that one. But I think the biggest takeaway from that event is that U125 Men, Anthony, we'll get it for Seal. If I pronounce the last name wrong, we'll get it correct here shortly. Strict pressing.
Seal, yeah.
The 300-pound log for 2. I think that's my biggest takeaway from that show. Any big takeaway for you?
Oh, that was really sensational. I did enjoy some of the split jerks. I enjoyed seeing the kilt as well, of course. I like seeing a bit of flair, especially in the lightweight classes. Something that obviously we can see in your attire that you like to bring to the table. Yeah.
Well, we'll be back shortly with the deadlift for reps here at Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifier in Westminster, Maryland. And we are back here. Let's recap event number 1, Mark. Wow. Mark Cummins, CJ Krause here, Pro Strongman League East Coast qualifiers. So we had a wild log clean and press for reps on there coming your way. So let's talk about this one. Alicia Moreno won event 1 for the U73 women with 2 reps on the 140-pound log. Unfortunately, Kaylin was unable to get any reps on that.
Unlucky with that one. But it's interesting, Alicia still went for 2 reps just to see that she had it in there on the comp day.
Yeah, 100%, but you know what, she had it there, so going on. Moving on to the U80 men, it looks like the winner was Jason Titanbaum with 5 reps on the 250-pound. No other athlete was able to hit the heavy log.
It was a sensational performance by Jason, probably, one of the highlights of the log, really was.
Josh Fauner got, Ken Brown coming in second place, tied with Brian Den with 3 reps on the 220-pound log, and Josh Fauner coming in last place, unfortunately, getting 1 rep, but getting points on the board.
Points on the board straight off.
Points on the board matter for that one. Looks like, let's go to the U105 men next, just kind of go with that one here shortly. Jesse Castins is the winner of that one, getting 10 points on there with 5 reps at 280 log. Again, an athlete not expected to be in the 105s, winning the first event. Dietrich
he actually so he got 10 reps on that.
No, he got 5 reps on that with 10 points. Dietrich Cooper is coming in second place with 4 reps on the heavier log, 1 rep of the lighter log, getting good with that one. Barely beating out Timothy Weston, who got 4 reps on the heavier log, just to kind of trickle through everyone else that was doing well. And then Philip Smith coming in 4th place, followed by Gabe Balacio in 5th place, 6th place, John Doyle, 7th place, Daryl Aldridge, 8th, Jake Arthur, 9th, tied with 8th, is, can you say that for me? Quimbena Drakes, unfortunately.
Yeah.
We'll get that one down here shortly. And Nick Moore's unfortunately unable to get a rep as well, but he's got plenty of events coming his way. The U125K men on here. Anthony, as we talked about, 2 reps, strict pressing that. Jimmy Harris getting the 1 rep, and Kyle Ruiz unfortunately unable to get a rep. But again, 4 more events to go.
I feel like Anthony could have got the heavy log.
I think he could have 100%. So, but log has come and gone. We are moving on now to the deadlift for reps on this one. Deadlift for reps on this one as we're coming in. So, what are you excited for deadlift here?
I'm excited to see, I like seeing what the suits people are using. I like to see what kind of equipment, if they use figure of 8s, if they use standard straps, exactly how they pull as well. So, I'm excited to see how they pull. It's going to be a fun event. Yeah,
unfortunately, we just got notified that Jake Felag is not doing the U90 deadlift event on this one because of an injury coming in, so we will not see him perform this one, but he had a sensational start of the day. He can still make up points on the next one coming forward on this. But we'll be back shortly here at the Pro Strongman League East Coast qualifiers for that first deadlift for reps. Did we good? And here we are coming in event number 2 at the Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifier, Westminster, Virginia, at the gym. CJ Krause, Mark Cummins here. Like I said, we just recapped the entire first event of the log clean and press reps. Now the athletes go in reverse order based on their standing. So if you won the log clean and press, guess what? You get to go last on this deadlift for reps. And as we learned, the athlete that went last during the log had a big advantage going to how many reps they had to do. We saw that with Anthony and other athletes as well. We're going to see that again on this event. So it really behooves you to do well on that first event. But Mark, you excited for this deadlift?
Yeah, very excited. Deadlift's one of my favourite events to do and to watch. It's the ultimate show of strength. Also some tactics and technique. And we're straight in now.
We're straight in now. We have weights on the screen now.
Yep, Tyler sorted us out the weights this time.
Tyler produced sorted us out. So U73 women are first. And it looks like we're starting off with Kaylin, I presume.
Yeah, Kaylin's on first.
375 pounds on the bar.
It's a good fight there. She just needs to hitch
right
that
above
up
that
now.
knee. She's got to lock that out.
With the hitching, it's almost a technique in itself. To
yes,
get that
it is.
hitch
Once you
right.
have it, the hips have to come through, and you got to fight for it. It's hard to hold that there. Again, an athlete that has gone through a body transformation, still trying to learn what her body can do at this weight. So
absolutely. And sometimes the hitch is one of those things. If you haven't practiced it, it's really hard to get right on the day.
Yeah, and she had. I think honestly, if she had like some kind of like baby powder or anything like that,
would have flown up the legs a bit.
Would have definitely helped out a ton.
For sure. Some people use like quite.
I'm a big fan of leggings.
Slidey leggings, yeah.
I wear leggings, tights, things like that. But she's giving it another go, 375 pounds, it's just not there
hard
today.
when you're that close to your max weight, it's, yeah.
It's just not there
it's
today.
It's really tough, but she gave that a great effort there. Can't criticise any of that at all, really. Really good work.
Well, Alicia's in the driver's seat once again.
Yeah, she knows what she needs. She knows
exactly what she needs.
Yeah, exactly that. Obviously, we've also got one of our sponsors for this, Notorious Deadlift shoe, which you're excited to try.
I am so excited. I'm so glad you brought Notorious Deadlift shoes. Notorious Deadlift shoes are making shoes for powerlifters in the past. They're making stronger shoes for Strongman. They're the official shoe of Pro Strongman League, and I get to try them out tomorrow during my deadlift session.
For Strongman.
Yeah, I'm so excited for Notorious.
Alicia here with the figure of 8s, which is obviously mine of choice, and the long socks, which again, big fan.
Got to protect those shins.
We've long jazzy socks are the way forward for me.
Very strong right there, yeah.
And again, we'll be interested to see, she's going to push herself. No, she's decided sensibly that that's enough.
Currently, no, yeah, she's calling it a day. She got the one she needed, and that's it. So great start to Alicia on this one. Great setup on this one. So she'll be prepped ready for that U73 women's show.
375 pounds, big weight for these athletes to be lifting.
No joke. Moving on to the 80 kilo men. They have a 500-pound deadlift on this one coming our way on there. So again, these athletes weighed in at 176.4 pounds or less just yesterday, and they have to come in today. Again, we saw a great show of strength from Jason, the previous event. He'll be going last on this upcoming event. So it's going to be one big thing that we have coming our way with all this. But U80 men are coming up now.
Yeah, so 500 pounds or around 227 kilos is going to be on the bar for this one.
Yep.
Which is, another serious weight. But these guys want to qualify again, as we keep saying, for the big show. This is what we want to be doing.
It's going to be heavier at the big show. We know that for a fact. Brian Den should be the first one to be coming up here to the bar once it is loaded. They are getting those scorecards out so everyone at home can stop asking the questions in the chat. Again, thank you for asking, so we knew to get those out. But now we can see what weight is on that bar. And again, suits are allowed in this one. So deadlift suits are allowed. So I know you're a big fan of deadlift suits.
I just add to it. I'm not a big fan of actually wearing them, but they do add a lot to my total. So it takes 3 people to get me out of them.
I'm not a huge fan of them for reps, but this is near your max. I like wearing them. So
Everyone's getting himself strapped in with the standard figure 6 straps here.
Yep. Oh.
Just got to finish that
strong hitch there. Strong hitch there by Brian.
Obviously, they can't be started strapped in, which I actually find throws me off with a deadlift. That did look like a tough rep for Brian, but he's got the rep on the board, which is obviously what he's come for.
That's one big thing about the athletes today is that you do not start strapped in. You have to come to the bar. You strap in on your own time.
And that makes such a difference with the deadlift suit, because getting into position is one of the hardest things with a tight suit on.
Yeah, it's definitely a big challenge on that, just to get down to the bar. Half times you waste a lot of your time. That's why the decision what suit I'm wearing depends on the rules as well.
The rules and the reps and what we'll be doing. And those who don't know, a deadlift suit is just something that almost wants you to stand up, but it's also really hard to get right. It's really hard to get into position and quite painful as well.
At times.
You wonder why we do this.
Yeah, but it's for the moments like that where you hit that rep in front of a crowd. That's the biggest thing. It's for the moments, and it's to grow and keep going forward and to challenge ourselves. That's why we do this. So,
Yeah, you'll see some of the guys getting straps into the suits with adjustable straps and some without. And yeah, you'll see some guys who prefer going with the raw deadlift. Some people just never get on with the suit. They try it, they just don't like it. Just waiting for our next athlete to come out now.
100%. Again, with the deadlift suits, sometimes it takes you an extra couple seconds to get it on. You know, that's one.
Yeah, sometimes in a show you'll only get so long to do it, but the qualifiers they can be a little bit more lenient. Here we go. He looks like he's strapped in and ready in his suit. So,
this is Josh is up now,
or Ken. It's one or the other, isn't it? Right.
All right, he is strapped in, ready to go. Athlete is pulling through, trying to load it up there.
This is Brian.
Yep. It's Brian.
Oh, this is Brian. Apologies. It's good reps by Brian there. Sorry, we had the score sheet slightly wrong there, but this is Brian up there now.
Apologize about that.
Last one was.
Yeah, it's
Josh.
fine. No worries.
Yeah.
Apologize about that for those watching at home on this one. So now we can actually have this going on. But Brian is up now.
He's fighting hard, or just lost it forward slightly there, Brian.
Yeah.
Good couple of solid reps there, though.
Can't complain.
No.
Jason, very good deadlifter. So I assume he's going to have his way with this bar right now. But before that, we have one athlete before him. So we have Ken Brown up now. So Ken Brown...
Yeah, getting himself... You see that wide stance? That's because of the deadlift suit. It's easier to strap yourself in when you've got the wider stance.
Yes.
Obviously, in Strongman, you are not allowed to sumo. It's pretty much the only rule in every event.
You can do anything you want to get the bar up, but have your feet outside your hands, you cannot.
See, there he's used almost a deliberate hitch with that one.
Yeah, good timing on that. And again, we see
Again,
those...
it's almost like the Belgian deadlift, they call it, or the Josh Lancaster hitch.
Yeah. He's not so much sitting on his knee sleeves, but he has the room to if he needs to.
It's really nice reps, though. He's really using those leverage as well.
He is just consistent right now, just very consistent.
He's taking his time. Some people like to do that. Some people like to bash your reps out. It just depends on the individual.
I personally think I need to bust him out.
No, I'm with you, but it worked quite well there for Ken. He got the reps he wanted to get,
Yeah.
and he's done.
Well, he was steady. He didn't stop. He was just steady. Caught his breath every time, reset. Caught his breath every time, reset.
And his Strongman is using all the equipment he's allowed. Like I say, I'm not a big fan myself of using knee sleeves, but some people really like it. So each their own when horses for courses with that one.
All right, the current leader right now in the U80 Kilo Men is up.
Yeah, we'll see what Jason's got in the lockup.
He hit 5 reps on the log, on the heavier log. Only athlete hit reps on the heavier log. Wow.
Cool.
That is moving. He's going to hit what he needs and call it a day.
Just looks like an empty bar for him, doesn't it? You can see the bar flexing. The deadlift bar is designed to flex, but with that much weight on, you do see a decent amount of flex.
Oh, 100%. Again, we talked about 300 pounds. 300 pounds, 500 pounds is 500 pounds.
He's just done what he needs, exactly what he said. Just did what he needed and got out of
And
there.
calls it a day.
Yeah, apologies. First guy out was Josh this time. We just had this wrong way around.
Yep.
But that's the U80 class done. Some good deadlifting there. And again, wild power from Jason there. Wild power.
All right, we are moving on to the U90 Kilo Men. 198.4 pounds or less weighed in yesterday. Today they're doing a 585-pound deadlift in this one. So,
Yeah, 585 is another seriously heavy bar for these boys.
yeah. It's not an easy bar. You know, count those 45-pound plates, or back where you are, to 20-kilo plates.
I mean, 265 kilos is no joke.
Yeah.
It's,
It does look satisfying though when you have the just big plates on the bar though.
yeah, just very aesthetically pleasing,
Yeah.
isn't it?
So Dane is coming up. I know he's let down from that first
Yeah,
event.
he's not going to be happy with it.
He has to shake it off. He
Yeah.
really has to get his head in the game here. He needs these points.
No, Dane, he'll fight for it. He'll fight
Well,
for it.
Dane, again, notoriously not a good at static events. Not good at...
He's a better mover.
Oh,
He's definitely a
he
better
knows
mover.
these first 2 events were damage control. Unfortunately, the first event damaged him.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean he's got 3 events he's excited for. He needs to get through this. He needs to shake it out and get these reps done. So
he looks dashing in the suit though. He's ready to go.
he is focused. So he's got a job to do right now if he wants to punch his ticket to the big show.
Well, that's it. He's going to take his time strapping in here to make sure he nails the reps. So see, he'll shuffle his feet inside his hands.
Yep. He's got to get tight. He's got to get set.
That's a nice rep, that.
Yep.
Really nice. You can see the bar pathing is straight up the shins there. Perfect.
Yeah. Good timing of his knees, had that little bit of hitch to him, so he's not wasting energy. These are some of the best reps I've seen to date, actually. Again, notoriously not a great deadlifter.
He's giving Bobby the eyes,
but
he gets up there.
You can tell he's been working on this.
Oh. These reps are picture perfect as well.
Yeah.
I love the fact they're coming right up the shins, almost scraping it to the point.
Good timing on that. Wow, that is, for that technique, I know a lot of powerlifters will like bash on it, but for that technique to time it right when you broke the knee to hit that final rep, that was poetry for a hitch.
You know, people can bash on the hitch all they want, but he'd have got less reps without it. So why would you not utilise what you're allowed to do?
It's allowed there, right?
Yeah, and he's. So. You know, he knew exactly what he was going to hit there. The last one looked a bit of a struggle, but he obviously stopped at the right point.
So when we mentioned the Josh Lancaster deadlift, we're not talking about this Josh Lancaster.
There's another one in England, but this man is here to make a name for himself, so we'll see what he's got here.
So let's see how he does. Unfortunately, again, another athlete that did not get a rep on the log is looking to make up for it on deadlift, but typically we see deadlifters, and unfortunately it looks like...
Looks like a heavy rep for him,
Heavy rep for him, yes.
Yeah. But that's it. You've got to come to these shows sometimes when you're still finding your way, just to see what the weights are like, to hang out with the athletes. Some of these guys, you just learn so much.
You can learn from some of the athletes, and you learn through failure.
You learn through pressure and competition as well.
Yeah, it's always easier to hit weights in your home gym. You know, that's one big thing about this one. So looks like unfortunately he is unable to get a rep there. So we will have to move on to the next one. And we know Jake is not doing this event. Jake is skipping this event due to an injury.
Due to an injury, we won't...
So I assume we're going to skip right over him here shortly. So coming up shortly, we'll have Michael Eppard will be the next athlete up once we get this all sorted out. It is hard because athletes are working very hard on this.
Yeah, so Jack's not doing this one.
Yeah. Sorry, Jack, I feel like.
So we'll give the next man a bit more time now, because obviously there's a minute between. He had a minute to deadlift, didn't do it. So the next guy isn't quite ready, which is perfectly understandable in the times that we have.
Michael Eppard is up now. Like I said, I called him an erratic lifter on the previous.
We'll see how this wild power goes. I mean, let's say giant quads on this man.
Very, very good athlete, but again, he was a little bit more erratic as he was doing this previous event. It cost him some reps, which I think cost him the event win, is one big part of that.
Certainly, but he'll learn from that. We'll see if he's how controlled the deadlifts are.
And again, this is his first year doing Pro Strongman League.
He's got a very wide stance, but it obviously works well for him. He's happy with that. Look, he's happy with that.
Took the one he needed.
You could do yourself an RPE 11 and not get the second rep, or you can save yourself for the next event.
Yeah, I think he would do well narrowing his feet out, though. I think he's doesn't have that build to have that wide base.
Yeah, you'd hope he tried them all and he's decided that's the best. But yeah, I mean, if he's still new to the game, he's still got a lot to learn.
Yeah,
loving the socks here on
Josh Dargis is up now, the winner of the previous event again. The calm, cool, collected winner of last event.
So he's actually strapping in with his feet inside, which is harder work, taking him a little bit longer.
A little bit wider base, but again, this is someone that knows his setup, knows his suit well. So he's getting
good little misstep on that second rep, but he recovered it well.
Again, his knees are very, very pointed outward. His toes are pointed out. It's a unique setup, but
you almost feel like he just wants all that leg drive.
And the bar's going up though, so that's what matters.
It's a good technique because he's getting the reps. Well done.
Yeah.
Well done, Josh. That was a good,
yeah,
really sensible set there.
And this is one of the times where the deadlift suit doesn't feel great. When you're in that downward position, it's just sucking the air out of you.
Yes. That's probably why he took the break there. I mean, I'm not very good at taking a break with the suit, but if he gets another rep, well, there you go.
And this is what I talked about previously. You pick the break before the grind.
Very professional.
And now he's able to keep it consistent. Again, this is an athlete that's been to the big show. He's been on the highest stage with both of us.
Yes.
And has performed, and today's performing, he earned his way back.
And you can just see there. Perfect set, really was.
Yeah, exactly what you want to do. So, and look how happy he is. You can see the smile on his face.
Yeah, he's obviously nailed exactly what he was going for in that event. People, especially when you've done this a while, you have a plan going into an event. A lot of people are very fastidious in what they want to do. Yeah,
so it's one of the biggest things we're going on. So that concludes the U90 men's deadlift. Again, I believe the winner, what we just saw, was Josh. Josh Dargis. Again, back-to-back event wins. A good start to the show. It looks like every class so far, the previous event winner has won the show. So they're starting to pull ahead.
We're starting to see maybe the levels coming out. But of course, static lifting is very different to movement. So I'm excited to see the movement events.
We will see some different. It'll shake up here shortly, but again, we don't normally see good pullers and pressers. We've seen that combination today by all our leading athletes. But remember, top 3 will go to the finals. Top 3 will make it to the Pro Strongman League Championships. Moving on to the U105 men's class here. They have 635 pounds, 4 reps on this one. So to come out first,
starting with Nick, is it?
Looks like Nick Morris will be up first.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, was unable to get a rep.
Looks like he is going raw for this one.
I believe so. I don't.
Sometimes they've got a suit underneath you can't see, but to me that looks like he's got.
He doesn't look like he's struggling into the bar.
He looks like he's got the movement.
Where Josh last round had his suit hidden, but it was definitely on.
Yes. You can tell a more wooden technique with the suit for sure. That's a strong deadlift, really strong.
Press did not go his way, but pulling is going pretty well. That's all I'm saying right now for Nick.
You can tell he much prefers the deadlift, can't you?
Yep. And again, but 635 is heavy.
It certainly is heavy weight. He's got a couple of reps, but taking a breather, which again, sensible, especially if he hasn't gone to failure there.
That's the thing. You got to make sure you keep that consistency up. Find that rhythm, even if it's 2, 2, 2.
Graham Hicks is one of the best exponents of that, taking his time, taking a few more reps. Yeah. It just shows the level, doesn't it? That when you're competing, you've got to still have that thinking ability.
And that's the hardest part. It's
you just want to lift the weight,
and that just takes practice. Being in front of the camera, being on the battlefield, not. It's
a good effort there by Nick.
Reps. Got 2 good reps. Yeah. 2 good reps. And again, that's.
Especially doing what looked like raw. I mean, it's you're allowed to use a suit, so it's no extra flex, but it is definitely a lot harder.
Yeah, getting momentum on this one. And it looks like we have Jake Arthur coming up now. We're in the Chaos Deadlift suit. Remember, if you qualify in the online qualifiers, the Pro Strongman League, and you are a U90 kilo athlete male or a U64 woman, you can also qualify for the Chaos Classic.
Yeah, the other pro show over in England. We'll have to see here what he's got. I mean, like you say, deadlift suit on now.
So getting set up now. Jake Arthur again. Very, very
fighting
back heavy pull, I will say on that one.
But he knows how to hitch, so he's got
that big smile on his face. He is happy with that one. He's good with it. He's almost rowing it though. And the one thing I don't like is he's not keeping his arms completely straight when he starts to engage the bar.
He's happy with that. I mean, he's going again. But a lot of strongman is more about personal wins. You could, you're taking on other people, sure, but if you hit what you want to hit, you can't be unhappy with things. Yeah, look at him.
That might be a PR for Jake. I'm not going to lie. That might be what he's looking for. Again, not the best static lifter. He knows it. He's looking to do his damage in the next few events.
Yes.
So, again, this is where athletes like himself and who Dane talked about, too, is damage control.
Yep, the limitation of it. Exactly.
You can be far behind on the 2 static events and just smoke the moving events, and you can come back to the show. That's one of the biggest things in Strongman. It's never over until the last event is done.
We should have Quabina Drake's coming up now.
Quabina Drake's, I apologize about butchering your name earlier. My dyslexia added up, and you got a lot of vowels.
I'm sure he can correct us.
Yeah.
If we're getting it wrong still, we apologise.
Yep. Quabina from New York. New York.
Yeah. So, a bit of a trek down for him.
Not too bad. We're in Maryland.
That's a lovely deadlift.
He is in his element now. We looked a little bit uneasy on the log. He is a very strong deadlifter. Narrow stance for his height.
He's strong with good levers for deadlift. He's getting the reps. And again, he looks like he's going raw, doesn't it?
Yeah, I feel like he can engage his lats a little bit better. He's kind of letting his hips drift away from him, behind him. So I think this is one of those times where, like, if he can hone that technique, there could be a 5 reps inside of him consistently, where he's like leaking a little bit of energy.
It's a good way around though. He's got the power. It's just maybe about
100%. Yeah, we're talking like the strength is there, but the energy leak that adds up so fast with this heavy weight.
That's it. He's taking his time and he's.
Yep, get the head through.
Those shorts aren't doing any favors, are they?
By no means. And this is why the long shorts don't help you out there.
Yeah.
Short shorts and leggings is the way to go.
Aesthetics, people.
I'm telling you right now, I like warmer pants and leggings underneath them, but the warmer pants need to be short.
Some good reps there.
Really a lot of skin. Reps. Daryl's up now.
The suit's in.
Daryl Aldridge. I believe he has a suit underneath there.
Yes, yeah. You can see just how tight it is on his quads.
Yeah.
And again, it's about the setup. It just takes a bit longer to set up with a suit.
But
most people don't go for a minute. Let's be honest.
I don't know many athletes that can deadlift consistently for full 60 seconds.
That's it. See what Daryl's got here. He's working hard.
His hips just ran away.
His tightness just went away from him a little bit.
Yeah, he lost it. He had it in the beginning, and he just let his hips move back. His legs locked out too quick. It's a timing game on this as well, especially using a deadlift suit.
We've lost the feed over here. Oh, it's back.
Oh, we can hear the crowd fighting for this rep, so we know the reps were going on that one.
How rare is it to see someone fail a deadlift and actually come back and get it? That requires
well, again, I think that's a suit how it goes through.
That's a real heart in that one. I think he should leave it there. His hips are starting to rise on him. But he should be happy with that. Coming back after missing it is a really, really big achievement.
All right, next athlete is up now. It looks like we have John Doyle. John
Doyle again, he's up now.
He was able to complete one rep of the 280-pound log. Now he's coming into the 635-pound deadlift. A lot of rookies this year in Pro Strongman League. We've seen a lot of first years at PSL at the bottom.
An experienced athlete, this man.
Yeah, but first year doing this show.
This one.
One of I think he might try for 18 this year. He said so. He's got to. If he wants the finals to be one of his 18 shows, he's aiming for this year. He needs to get some good reps in here because he's not in a bad spot, but he's not in a good spot. He's in that middle ground.
Oh, that's a good fight. Come on, John.
Don't look down at the bar. That is a problem I have sometimes. And my girlfriend, Crystal Sanjik, the winner of OSG U64s, always yells at me for looking down at the bar. Almost like I'm talking to it. I'm like, come on, keep going. But it doesn't help you at all.
John's going to try and find a third one here. That second one looked like it took a lot out of him.
So he needs to keep his head up. That's one thing he needs to do.
That's a sensible move there.
He only had 8 seconds left. Again, that's the point of these timers that we are seeing in front of these athletes. It's so helpful.
So much better for the athletes, absolutely. Take a breath. Oh, he's got the hat back on now, Gabe. Good to see.
This is the Gabe we know. Now I recognize him. I didn't know who he was before.
The wild shorts and the hat is there.
Yep.
And no suit again for Gabe by the look of it.
Gabe Balaschio. I believe I say that. If I said it wrong, I don't care. I'm saying it that way.
That's some lovely deadlift. I mean, he just absolutely fired that up.
Nice and consistent on that one. Pulling through. Head goes through. Hips are locked out. Very strong on that. Good. Nice consistency on that.
Third rep. Has he got a fourth in him?
He's got the breath for it.
Oh yeah, he's 3 good reps there by Gabe.
He's still got 20 seconds though. He can use the time if he wants to use it. I think if he takes that extra, he's talking with Bobby about his time. He's calling it there.
He is gassed. You can see he's gassed.
It's hard not to be.
So hard with a deadlift. I mean, you go for another rep, you get it off the floor. It just takes it out of you so much.
Oh, for sure.
Especially with 635 pounds on the bar.
But again, we had a 600-pound axle for reps, and the winner of that was Josh Pinkerton with 10 reps. So you need to hit 9 to get second place, like I got on that. So you need to be ready for those axle bars, ready for long reps to get that next level. So Philip Smith is up now. So it looks like we have Philip Smith
and a solid deadlift.
Yep, just running it through a little bit early, keeping tension in the bar as he drops it down. I love that idea.
A little bit careful to make sure he's got the fully on the floor, which he has. But he's just got to make sure perfect.
It's as close to touch and go without being touch and go. And it's a fun game to play that I like to play.
Yeah, I mean I've seen you play it before, but
Well, the idea of that is you never want to re-tension up. You want to keep that flex,
and also it keeps your position better, doesn't it?
Yeah. Well, if you can learn how to do that,
he's happy with that.
Oh yeah,
stride off into the sunset.
As he should be. Yeah. I mean, those are consistent reps.
Yeah.
Again, it looks like he has mastered that. Bringing it down with control, stopping all momentum, but holding tension, and that way energy leaks. What I talk about, energy leaks are all these things I keep bringing up.
Yeah, you say, he's using the most efficient way to move the weight from A to B, which is what it's all about, really.
That's all we're all trying to do here. I believe up next should be Timothy Wessner. Tim Wessner should be up next. Yep.
Yeah, we got Tim on now.
So we're down there. Our top 3 athletes are coming now. Tim Wessner, then Dietrich Cooper will be after him, and then Jesse Castins will be our last 3 athletes in the 105s to go. Our largest class. So Timothy is just outside. At the bottom of the podium right now. He's trying to climb his way up with his deadlift. So here we go. He's off center.
But you know what? He's recovered that really well.
He needs to slide over. He
could definitely do.
He's letting it be. His hips are going to be feeling this. And we have multiple moving events and a load coming up. So he's got good tension,
he's
but
so strong that he's
getting
doing
through
it. But his right hand just looks too close in, doesn't it?
Oh, 100%. Yeah, he's literally just off center.
You see this more with the deadlift ladder where people are rushing to get into position.
Yeah.
He's moved his hands a little bit now. I think he's realized.
But I think the damage is done, unfortunately. I think he would have had more reps if he would have been able to hold his position. But it's hard, right? It's hard in the moment.
And also, when you've got that tension, as you said before, you don't want to lose it.
And again, this is his first year at PSL. This is his first year trying to qualify for the big show up in September in Roanoke, Virginia. So he's
strong enough to get through that, which was really good to see by Tim there.
But I think it's just one of those things, like, if he needs to watch this back and be like, you had time to move.
Yeah.
You're not deadlifting for a minute. None of us will deadlift for a full minute. I've rarely seen an athlete be able to consistently keep going unless it's a very light event. And we will never see very light shows here at Pro Strongman League.
We've got Dietrich on now.
So
another man who looks like to me he's not using a suit.
Yeah, I don't believe he is. I think he's going raw on this one.
So he's got to take his time off the floor. Obviously not his best event.
So he's playing damage control. He's got a good lead, but he needs to get one. He needs to dial in, because like you can fall from second to pretty far with a 0 here.
It just shows you sometimes a great press doesn't always lead into a great deadlift.
Unfortunately not. And that's the name of the game, is balance.
Yeah,
being good at everything.
He knows what he needs to work on.
Yeah.
You almost wonder how many attempts you want to do at a 635 bar before you call it. But at the same time, you want to give it everything at a show like this.
I think it's one of those events you're like, hey, go back to the lab, know what you got to work on, and this is it. Your pressing was amazing.
And the nice thing about deadlift is, virtually any gym in the country, you can do a deadlift.
Yeah, you can start training that.
Yeah.
It's a lot of taxing this one. Jesse Caston's up now. Again, an athlete that was originally going to do the U90s, bumped up to the U105s here today.
Looks bouncy, looks ready.
Ready to go. Very good deadlifter. Again, I competed directly against him. He is using Versa grips, it looks like.
Yes, Versa grips, which are quite popular for the ladder again.
Yep.
Oh.
Yep. Strong, powerful.
You can see how this man gave you trouble.
He did give me a lot of trouble, I understand, yeah. He's like, oh yeah, he's nodding his head. He's in his zone.
He didn't give him the third rep there because it was bounced.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bobby said no to one of the reps. But he didn't let it throw him off at all.
He noted it. Again, this is someone that we talk about as calm, cool, collected at every. He competed 1 week ago.
Yeah.
1 week ago, and he won that competition, and now he's back.
Shows his recovery.
Got the reps in. Great athlete. Colorado athlete.
Really good attitude as well. He knows that one of the reps wasn't quite there.
He's like, oh man. Yeah. But
you see Bobby explain it to him there.
Again, an athlete that hasn't been to the next level yet, right? He's learning today what it takes to get there.
He's got the talent, hasn't he? Really got the talent.
When I went against him, that's the first thing I told him. Like, you have every intangible to be a top athlete. He just either needed to get a little heavier, go a little lighter, and in showing today, he can compete both in the U90s and the U105s at a high level. So.
Yeah, he can either grow in or he can cut down. It's entirely his call.
Yep.
So now we've got the U125s.
U125s are up now. The new class, the big boy weights are coming on that bar now. 700 pounds. Let's say it one more time. 700 pounds for reps.
Over 320 kilos on the bar.
Yes.
Big weight.
This is big weight. Not saying not taking away other athletes, but when you get that next digit up there, it adds another extra element on that,
I think it's another thing in your head as well when you get to one of the big milestones. 700 pounds is a serious weight.
Oh, yeah. Everything the athlete doing is a serious weight, but this is like a new pinnacle, right? You see the bar flexing when the bar starts flexing.
So he's very focused, he looks there.
All right, Kyle Ruiz looking to bounce back after an unfortunate first event where he had the rep pretty much locked out, but brought it down too fast, and he was too tired to get the reps. So he got no reps on the first event, but now he is back with a vengeance on this deadlift. He is locked in, and this is what he wants right now, people. He knows what his event is.
Deadlift.
You can tell by the way he's moving.
He bullies that off the floor.
He is comfortable. He is showing why he belongs here and why he's going to be fighting for that invite to the finals of the first ever Pro Strongman League U125 kilo men's class. The man from Albany, New York, just repping out these deadlifts. He can't stop. We've seen Anthony strict press too long on this, so he has no idea what's
that
ahead
makes
of him.
It more exciting for us because we see an incredible amount of reps.
I love when he's battling out. Catching his breath. He's checking the timer. You can see that on him. Very smart athlete. He has 10 seconds left, so he's got time to go. He's got time for one more rep. Is he going to get it? Here he goes, pulling through.
Big drive,
Gotta get those hips. There we go. Just in the nick of time.
Yeah, he's happy with that. It's great to get them almost on the buzzer like that.
I love a good buzzer beater. Love a good buzzer beater. But again, he was smart enough to take his time on that.
Didn't panic, did he?
One of the things, checking the clock, confirming, knowing where he's at, knowing he had time to get it on this, and set that bar high for these next two gentlemen. Like, he came out of the first event, like, maybe I didn't get a rep, maybe I rushed it, and that first event is nerve-wracking, but he composed himself and put on a clinic
Maybe
for that
went
deadlift.
YOLO for that, nothing to lose, and he's just.
Oh, I
yeah,
think
he's
I think that wasn't even. I think he's got room to grow.
Yeah.
Jimmy Harris is up now.
See what Jimmy's got. It's a big target being set for him.
Yeah. So do you go for the big target, or do you just try to go what
It really
you can?
depends on your deadlift, how good you are.
Yeah.
If you think you've got those reps in it, why not? But if it's a few reps above your best, you go for what you can go for.
Yeah. All right,
It's nice.
solid,
Yeah,
but
solid.
it's
Very
not.
solid.
I'm not sure if I was him, I'd battle Kyle. That's something I'm not sure I would do if I was him. I think it's solid. I think it's consistent.
But at the same time, he doesn't know what answer's got, so
That's true. Yeah.
he wants to set him a decent target.
And make him work, right? Because we had the previous athlete, Anthony, not have to work that hard for him, as we saw. 2 strict presses. So maybe you want to fatigue him a little bit, but don't fatigue yourself in trying to push another athlete. It's a fun game. As we've seen, I've done that game before, where I know my event was deadlift, and I pushed another athlete to, try to go to their
He didn't quite
max.
get that to the knees there, so he's going to call
Yeah.
it, which is a sensible decision.
As he should. Because we have the farmers to duck walk coming next.
Yeah, I mean, a bit back heavy again, so you don't really want to be using all of your energy on this.
Yeah. 1 athlete to go.
1 athlete left.
He set the bar high last event with 2 strict presses on that 300-pound log. Barely an inconvenience to even come on that log.
Yeah.
And now he's coming to a 700-pound deadlift. Kyle Ruiz set a really high bar. So now
Looks like he's going raw again.
the question is he going to try to just edge Jimmy, or is he going to try to battle Kyle?
It's a figure of 8's locked in beautifully with the thumb over the front, which is quite a common technique.
Yeah, he's strong,
He is strong.
but he's not as fast as Kyle.
That is the thing. Is he just going to go for the reps that he's seen just gone from Jimmy?
I don't think he is. I think he wants that gold. I think he's got it in him.
him.
He's gonna have to get his head up again.
He's certainly got the determination. He's got the number in his head now.
That chin tucked is hindering his ability to get all the way through. You see his head's down the whole time. That's a lot more effort.
People do that though. A lot of people do
But
that.
it's so much more effort to get those hips through at the end. It's a lot more back pressure. It's so much on that upper back. It's so much on that pull versus if you're able to just drive a little bit once you get a certain point. But again,
Oh, he's on his knees.
just did not get it
didn't
high
quite-
enoh.
Couldn't quite get the hitch on
And
that.
I
bad
think
boy.
you should call it. There
Yeah.
you go. Good call.
He's calling
Good
it.
fight.
Experienced athlete as he is.
Yep. So he cannot fault him for going for that, but it looks like that I believe Kyle Ruiz was able to win that
Yeah.
event previously on that.
Yeah.
So great start on
You
that
know,
one.
they all use the bands to warm up, and Cirrus Steel Fitness, one of our sponsors, do the
Yep.
bands and the supportive gear as well.
Serious Still Fitness helping out with those bands set up on
Yeah.
this one, and Notorious sponsoring that event of the official
deadlift
shoe of Pro Strongman League. And again, I cannot wait to try those new deadlift shoes tomorrow going forward. We'll be back shortly to recap that deadlift event. And welcome back, Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifier. I have a new guest with me, Devin from Vald. I want to talk about a revolutionary add-on to what we have for our move events here for Pro Strongman League for this season. I'm going to hand off to her to talk about this awesome add-on that we're doing.
Thank you so much for having me here. I'm excited. I'm from Baltimore, so I'm happy to be locally supporting this event. So I work for Vald. We are a technology company, and particular to this event, I brought the laser timing gates. Not sure if you guys have seen them before, but they're an awesome add-on where we can just get a time component to a lot of these events. They've got this nice LED screen that the athlete's name will wrap around, and then as they go through and pass through the gates, you'll see the split times on the gates as well.
So we have all been to a Strongman show where it's all hand timers on this one, and the human error aspect of it. Pro Strongman League is actually taking away that human error thanks to Vald working forward in this one. So at all our shows coming up, we will be having official laser timers, and the athlete will see their name and see their score as they're leaving. So there's no room for error, no question on that one. So yeah, that's anything you want to add to it, anything you want to talk about that helps out with that?
Yeah, exactly. Historically, that's how timed events have gone, is you have somebody there physically starting and stopping with a stopwatch. This just allows it to be a lot more reliable. So now you can have the personnel step away and use the gates as the athletes come through them and finish it, and it's very consistent where they're starting, where they're stopping, and there's no kind of guessing, were they distracted to get my times or not.
Yep, 100%. So thank you, Devin, for your time on that.
Thank you so much for having me. I'm excited to be here.
It's been great. This is going to be a great edition. We'll see the introduction of the Vald laser timers here at Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifiers, and you'll see them all season for Pro Strongman League here throughout the country.
Awesome.
Thank you. And welcome back to Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifiers here. Westminster, Maryland, CJ Kraus, Mark Cummins. We're going to recap the deadlift for reps here. So we had, in the U73 women, Alicia Moreno taking the event win there with 1 rep on that one versus Kayla Pro. It's setting up right now. So it looks like Alicia's starting to run away, but again, 3 more events to go on this one. U80 Kilo Men. Again, the story is Jason winning another event, barely an inconvenience.
Yeah, just ran through those, didn't he? Absolutely.
Yes, 100%. Showing why he's been to the big stage before and wants to earn his way back. Ken Brown came in second with 4 reps. Brian Den with 2 reps. And Josh Fauner with 1 rep.
Yep.
U90 Kilo Men is up next on this one. Joshua Dargis. Oh, let me scroll down. Sorry about that. Yep, Joshua Dargis, another event win, hitting 7 reps on that deadlift. So very great show from him. Dane Bonin, who's, again, told me not a great deadlifter, hitting 5 reps on that one, takes second place. I know he's happy with it.
Yeah.
Zeroing the first event, coming back, takes second on that event. That's a big swing in points. He put him right back in the running on this one. And Michael Eppert holding his place with 3rd place on that one, taking second on the first event, 3rd on that event, and no other athlete was able to get a rep on the deadlift.
Jack didn't take part, did he? So no.
He did not.
Yeah.
All right, moving on to the U105 men's here. So coming in first place is Jesse Caston once again with 5 reps on that one. So big, again, running away with it. Another athlete doing well. 4 reps for...
3 athletes got there, didn't they?
Yep. For Corbina is coming in. Tim Wessner and Philip Smith there with 4 reps. So again, that 1 extra rep by Jesse was very helpful on that one, earning him an extra 2 points, which again couldn't matter here at the end with multiple events coming our way next on that one. Then we have Josh Doyle with 2 reps. Quite a few athletes.
Gabe, obviously.
Gabe with 3 reps, Josh Doyle with 2 reps, and then multiple athletes with 1 rep on that one. Unfortunately, Dietrich Cooper was not able to get a rep there. And the U125 men, Kyle Ruiz with 7 reps on that one, coming out with like a ball of fire to come back after that 0. Anthony
Very
just
close,
behind him with 6 reps. So that 1 rep definitely mattered. Jimmy Harris
Solid 3.
Solid 3 on that one. So again, anybody's game in the U125s as well. We have moving events next. The next event is a farmer's carry into a duck walk, presented helpful with Vald equipment for our laser timers.
Game changer, that.
We'll be back shortly with a short demo from Vald. And welcome back, everybody. Pro Strongman League East Coast qualifiers. CJ Kraus, Mark Cummins over here. They are demoing this brand new equipment from Vald that we are utilizing here, these laser timers. So what we're seeing right now is this demo that we're working through. Devin is running us through to know when the athletes are crossing the lines here. So she is making sure the athletes know precisely what they're looking for on that. So those brightly colored ones show exactly when the timers are going. So they're going to light up green when the athlete's crossing the spot. So they'll know right when they cross the line, the other light will light up green. When they get back, a blink once again, and when they finish, they'll both shut off and they will have a time for themselves. This is taking away any human error, except for the athlete's human error on that one. Mark, what is your opinion on this new addition at Pro Strongman League?
I don't think I can hype this up enough. It's an absolute game changer. We've been doing such high-level shows where it's the touch of a button on an iPhone or an Android or whatever. The point is it's down to a little human error when you think you've crossed the line. And when it comes down to a tenth of a second, that is really... it's not enough. So this is an absolute game changer because this will give us exact times and it will just be such a professional way of doing it. If it comes down to a tenth of a second, you know you've got no issues with the timing.
There's no questions asked. There's so much human error that's involved in those timers, and again,
they thought of so many ways to try and deal with this, but this is the way.
This is the next phase on this one. We've seen this at other sports. We've seen this at NFL combines. We know this technology exists, but that Pro Strongman League has now brought it in to be utilized here at this qualifier, and we'll see it at all of our major shows for our multiple moving events. We're going to see it going, and we're going right into the first event, U73 women. Kaylin is up, the first athlete
to test this equipment,
to utilize this equipment in a show.
Yeah, to utilize it.
I know they have tested extensively behind the scenes. I've known about this for a very, very long time, and I'm finally seeing this in person. I'm so excited to watch this happen as we come through.
Jaw lock collars on to make sure the plates stay exactly where they're supposed to.
As they should be. The jaw lock collars, one of our sponsors here at Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifier. We've all had it happen when we drop a farmers and those collars go flying with all the weights. We will not see that today with the jaw locks.
No, they will stay locked and loaded on the bar. It's exciting to see. She's getting ready to go now.
So the event ahead of us, let's talk about that. We have not talked about that. It is a farmer's carry into a duck walk. See, the athletes farmer's carry, walk it down 40 feet there, or 50 feet into the other side there, and they must run back and duck walk the implement back. The U73 women have 200 pounds per hand farmer's carry. That's 400 pounds total for those that can't do math. 240-pound duck walk once again. So this is a test of grip. Mark, what do you think of this event?
I think it's a great one. A test of grip, especially the farmers, is a real test of grip. The duck walk is almost a test of attrition, how you can really get through it.
I call it the most graceful move in all of Strongman is the duck walk.
Nobody looks cool doing a duck walk.
And you see that real-time timer there then. That, again, was going to stop once the athletes have crossed the line.
You see how solid her body position is, and the grip is absolutely spot on.
And there you see that timer blip. You see that go through. You see it waiting for her to return. So as you see those blinks, you know that her body's crossed. Once again, we see that green blinking light. So she has crossed the line on the way back, so now she is going to complete the other side. So the duck walk, again, almost like a walking sumo deadlift kind of thing.
It's tough, and obviously she's not wearing knee sleeves, so the plates are going to be bashing up against her legs.
Again, it's one of those times, knee sleeves are very helpful, any kind of long socks. Yeah, so she is fighting that right now to battle it down on this. It has a 60-second time cap on this event, so she's just trying to get as much distance as possible. So she's almost power staring it forward.
What she's doing now is perfectly legal, but it's not a fast way of doing it.
It's taxing for sure.
Yeah.
So, unfortunately, she will not complete this event. She did very good on the farmers, though. A very strong beginning on that. But now she is setting the bar. So now if Alicia can complete the event, she will get the wins or just beat the distance. So this is a timed event. So fastest time for both implements wins, or most distance traveled with those.
That's right. We'll have a definitive answer on who gets where.
Mm-hmm. So, but
my guess is Alicia will just try and finish both of these implements to take away all.
But as an athlete, I think that was very clear to know when you cross the line as well.
Yeah, I think
it's a very bright light.
Yeah.
Even if it's in your peripheral, you see that blink come on or off, you know you're good.
Anything we do in Strongman to eliminate any kind of grey area is great for me. Great.
And again, this is the only human error is on the athlete. I think that's the biggest game changer here we're going to have at Pro Strongman League going forward this season of just that change.
So a big shout out to the helpers here. Without the helpers, these events wouldn't go on, and obviously now the guys are having to take the weights back, which I know is an event in itself, to be honest.
Well, it has to start at the same spot. These timers are necessary for that one. So we're going to see a reset every single time. So the event might take a little bit longer than other ones, but it's worth it for the pure accuracy that we're going to have over here.
Well, exactly that. And it gives us time to, again, the sponsors that really help PSL go forward. We've got the Zone Smelling Salts, which we mentioned before, the Serious Steel Fitness, who do a lot of supportive gear and bands. We've got Pioneer Belts, best in the business, Notorious Lift Shoes, which we are excited to see, the proper deadlift shoes, and Lockjaw Collars, and these guys really help the athletes to get paid and make them reasonable to enter.
100%. So those are all some of our great sponsors.
Support us.
Yeah, so if you have any of those needs you have, I can't talk about my Pioneer Belt enough. Very helpful for that one. And then Serious Steel, the strongest bands in the business. Great for warming up, great for setting up and everything. And Zone Smelling Salts, a great way to wake up across the board on that one. So, but
yeah, the more views we get and the more sales, then obviously the more the athletes are gonna see the benefits. So yeah, please support those who support us.
100% there. And then again, once again, Vald helping out with this great new technology that we're going to see every show of Pro Strongman League. So we're setting the stage right now. Just a little cleanup on the field to make sure all the athletes are safe and sanitary with everything going out here.
You don't want any slips, especially with a duck walk. You don't want any slip or trip hazards at all.
Yeah. What's your technique on duck walk? What is your plan of attack?
Again, not having the longest arms, it ends up bashing my quads pretty badly. So I just make sure I've got them covered with the knee sleeves, and then honestly just try and walk as quickly as you can. You never feel like you're going quickly with a duck walk, but if you can stay consistent, it does end.
I just call it the silly strongman stuff, and I think we need some silly strongman, but it's not easy.
No.
By any means necessary.
Like grip's tough, the implement's swinging pendulum below you. Yeah, it's a tough event.
It's almost like you have to move quick enough to get, but not fast because it'll start swinging more. So it's quick, short steps is the best way to go about that one. Same thing with the farmer's handles here. Alicia's ready to go on this one.
And they can't start on, which is interesting. So they start and then they jump into
Correct.
the farmers.
Which I love that as well. I love not having your grip set before you start. Very fast on those farmers.
See the light flashing again. She knows she's done. She's absolutely sprinting back like a 100-meter sprinter. And that's perfect technique. Little steps. She just needs to make sure she stays steady enough that she doesn't drop it forward.
Yep, exactly where she should be. Again, those baby steps we're talking about. And then
really
and you see that line be crossed, both of them shut off. We have the official time, 25.231.
Very, very fast and very, very professional there. I'd say I enjoyed that, and she was quick, but she didn't go so quick she lost it forward. And when she also dropped it at the end you can put it on your feet, so she did well to move her feet out of the way. You really don't want to crush your ankles with these things.
So the timer behind you is not the official timer, just so you know at home. That is the timer just for the athletes. It'll be slightly off because that is set with human error on this one.
So it shows you the difference, doesn't it?
Now it's 0.6 second difference between the timer behind her and the laser timer. That is over half a second difference between that. That could, again, in this event, it didn't really affect anybody, right? She won it definitively. But in a major event where 0.1, 0.2 matters, we saw what human error can be. We are eliminating that here at Pro Strongman League going into this season. That human error does not exist anymore. Unless you're the athlete, then it's your fault. Coming forward with the U80 Kilo Men for this farmer's carry into duck walk. 240 pounds per hand, 260-pound duck walk implement on this one. So, again, I think these are doable weights. We should see some fast times with these men.
They are doable, but you've got to have some grip. 240 still 110 kilos. It's heavy. It's just, And these farmer's handles as well, they're reasonably low pickup, but
Yeah, I think the handles here are standard ones, nothing too crazy. I think, farmer's handles vary show to show. It's one of those things. Some are thinner,
you
some
can practice
thicker.
on one set all day, and then it's completely different on the day.
It makes a very big difference in this one. So that's one of the things we need to make sure. So when you're training your farmer's handles, I like training on the most slick handles at my gym, personally.
It's a method of training harder, competing easier, isn't it?
Usually, yes.
Yeah.
So, but I know grip is one of my strong suits. So it's not an event I typically train often. What do you typically do for grip, Mark?
Well, I used to do a lot of farmers, but the wrecking ball hold has actually improved my grip recently, to be honest, because that's become a big thing in a lot of strongman events. Grip has traditionally been a weakness for me, and I do find it hard to improve. I'm not the only one. Some people's grip is just a struggle, but like anything else, you've just got to get better and practice it more. You don't need to practice it because, again, you don't have an issue. And ironically, the quicker you are with it, the less you need the grip because you're going to be finished faster.
Yeah, that's one thing about everyone talks about how their body works and how movement. One thing about movement events, interesting study has happened and shown that the actual stride length, person to person, doesn't vary very much. by your quickness of feet. Doesn't matter how fast you move your legs, it's how much time you spend on the ground. So, using Usain Bolt as a reference in this one, he
it's
gets
almost like hot potato on the feet.
correct. Yes, he will get 4 steps in the time an average person takes 3 steps, but his leg speed is almost no different than anybody else.
The other thing you find with farmers is if you can keep the upper body completely still, then the grip doesn't rock out, does it? I mean, if your whole body is moving, then the grip is going to go quicker. So for me, sometimes you go too fast, it rocks like a pendulum, and then that's when you drop it. But for someone like yourself, that is less of an issue because your grip is locked in.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, the hard part's also the grit sometimes. If you start feeling it slide, what do? You have to keep looking forward. You can't let that affect you. You have to hold on as deep as you can. But again, I think grip is one of those events that genetics play a big factor in
They
this.
do play a factor, but at the same time, as we were chatting earlier, you can't use that as an excuse, so you just have to get better. But
yeah,
you've got world-class athletes here who've done a lot of it, like Bobby Thompson, I read, and Nancy, of course, as well. We've got world-class competitors here. And you can always ask their advice, and that's one of the great things about doing these shows.
And that's what you utilize that. Bobby Thompson judging today, Nancy Johnson being our MC, hyping these athletes out, hyping this crowd up here in Westminster, Maryland. So we have the U80 Men coming up. I believe we are starting with Josh Fonner.
Yeah, Josh Fonner is on there. He's limbering up in front of us.
Getting set up, ready to go.
Yeah, he's behind him on the line, which, as you say, is a good way of doing this, I feel.
I mean, I personally just like it better.
Yeah, I mean, you don't overthink the grip. You just get in, grip it and rip it, and off you go. Oh. He's had a drop there, but he's not far from the end. He's just going to have to try and get over him one more go. Good work.
And we see that color scheme change over there, so we know he's past the line.
He dropped it, but he didn't lose a lot of time, which is good to see.
Again, we see that color scheme change once again.
If you look at his feet, he's going flat on it. They've changed the duck walk implement.
Yep, heavy duck walk implement. And it looks like our official time is 26.17. 26.17.
He's happy with that, look. He's very happy with that. It's Josh.
Yep. And again, we see that difference between the one by human and the one by laser. Was about 0.9 difference. So the official timer is the one that's going to be blinking across the screen that I'm saying to you, not the one you see on screen. Because again, that's just for the athletes and the audience to kind of keep a rough estimate of where they are. But we are using the laser timers. So if you see some discrepancy there, it's because I am reading the laser timer that's spinning through, and there is an unofficial clock.
And it's good, it's instant as well. You've got the time instantly in front of you. That's really impressive. As you say, they've changed the duck walk implement. I feel like this one's a little bit easier because it's not quite as wide.
Yes. There's an empty duck walk implement, but the handles are a little bit more narrow, so you're more risk of like hitting their bigger hands. Brian Den is next. Brian Den is up next.
Yeah, Brian coming back to the top level after injury is going to see what he's got on this one. Again, feet behind the line. He'll have probably liquid chalk in his hands. A lot of people choose liquid because it tends to last longer than powdered chalk.
I'm an old school classic, just brick chalk.
You don't need to cheat the system. Your grip is like a vice. We'll see what Brian's on here. The liquid chalk lasts longer. I then normally put a bit of powdered in my pockets just in case I drop it and need to go again.
I hopefully never drop a farmer's carrying competition. I've yet to do it, so hopefully that doesn't happen to me. So
you didn't do it at Chaos that year?
I did not do it in Chaos that year. The only time I dropped it when I had to turn around. I was one of 2 athletes to not drop
Didn't drop it. Right, let's see what Brian's got here. Strong pickup.
Yep.
See, solid steps.
Good leaning forward, solid steps. Feet barely stay on the ground.
Finish the run.
And looks like he has made it through. Again, we see that blinking light going through. He's running back now. He is setting up for that next part of the event.
And then you want to
duck walking back.
Pick up the duck walk slightly behind you to rock it like forwards as well.
Again, he's using his body as a pendulum. I like that. That's how I do it.
The duck walk being pendulum for sure.
Yeah.
That was fast.
That was fast. I can't see the official timer because looks like we have Tyler in the way. So I did not get that official time. I apologize about that.
But it was fast. We know that.
It was very fast.
No drops.
It was very close the other time. So
we'll have the full scores at the end, of course.
Of course, yeah, we will.
That's going to be a tough one to beat there from Brian. I mean,
it was definitely in that 25-26 range, as we saw.
Yeah.
We apologize for not having that time. We had some people in the way of our view of the board. So, but again, we'll see that shortly. Again, it's going to be very close, as farmers should be. As farmers, it's all these events that are milliseconds. But that's why these laser timers are so important. Because
they're getting in the middle. Because some people like it narrow pick up, some people like further away.
How do you like yours?
I like it narrow because I'm not a massive frame, and I find that if you pick it up wider, it just wants to slip earlier. So I normally have it plate to plate, if I'm honest.
Yeah, I like it close to my deadlift stance.
Yeah, that makes sense. Because you're deadlifting it up to start with it at the end of the day.
All right, Ken Brown is up now.
It looks focused, doesn't it?
If he wants to make it definitive, he's got to finish under 25 seconds. And he's come very fast out the gate. Good lean. I love that he had it tilted forward when he started.
Yeah, it kind of means the weight does the work.
Correct. That's the biggest thing you want. He trusts his grip.
He's done well, and he's jumped
wow, he jumped out of that. It was close, though. His body was close to hitting that one.
He's using a suicide grip on the duck, which is an interesting technique. He's very close to losing it.
He's got to keep it up there.
Wow.
And it worked for him on that one. That is amazing.
22.08. Yeah.
22.088. And again, we see that discrepancy between the human error, about a point.
What do you think about that duck? Well, the whole time it looked like it was going.
It was in his fingertips. It was in his fingertips, man. We've all had those questionable.
But it almost made him go faster because he had to catch the weight up as it was in front.
That's sometimes happened to me.
Yeah.
You know, when I say I've never dropped a farmers in a show, but I've definitely almost dropped a farmers in a show.
It almost makes you go quicker.
You have to be done. You're racing your hands at that point. You're not even racing the clock and racing the weight. You're racing your hands like no, and then you made it through. So
Jason's been dominant so far. But that's going to be a tough time.
21 seconds, man. That's tough. His jump out of the farmers.
That was elegant, wasn't it?
It was so tight to the plates though. Like millisecond difference, he would have tripped. But that's the kind of risk you take.
Yes, yeah.
If you want to win an event.
Space. You want that qualifying spot.
Yeah, Jason with a secure lead, but it's never out of reach with this many athletes. We have this level of athletes that we have here.
Obviously, Jason needs a good solid run here.
We'll see how he does. These have been fast times. Again, we haven't had an athlete finish in over 30 seconds.
How the kilt's working for this one over his hands.
It doesn't seem to be bothering him too much.
He's just quick.
But he was a little slower than Ken on that transition. He doesn't have the jump.
Running.
He is running. He's getting that duck walk.
Oh, he's up
He's got it
really
high. I'm not sure I like that idea.
It's certainly different. It's less.
I mean, I feel like it's just slowing him down. I feel like it's not helping.
It's making the weight harder, I feel.
And we have official time here, 26.11. That might be the slowest time, though.
Yeah, we're going to have a look. It was so tight, wasn't it?
It was very tight.
In the 26s.
We missed Brian's, I know that, but it was so tight. It's very close across the board.
Yeah, I mean, as you say, with that duck walk I am surprised by that position he had.
I did not like that. Personally, I think it's like, I get the idea of it. You want it over your hips, you can get your legs running free, but I feel like you can just...
The weight just becomes so much heavier.
You're carrying the weight then. Like, again, with implements like this, I would try to let the weight take me somewhere.
Well, that's it. The weight's manipulating you in that direction.
Yeah. I'm just guiding it, man. The weight's doing all the work. That's all I want to do. I'm just letting it flow. That's what I'm looking for in that one. So I think that was a decision error, and we're seeing that kind of happen with the way that's set up on that. But we'll see the official scores here in a little while. But what a great event.
Yeah.
No athlete finishing longer than 30 seconds. Every athlete finishing 27 seconds or less.
Really strong, the 80s today, aren't they?
That's where the 80s shine, right? When you let them run, that's where they go.
They are whippets.
All right, well, Jack Felag is going to start off here. He did not do the deadlift event.
Yeah, he was talking to us before about how his back probably wouldn't hold up for the deadlift, so sensible to skip it. So hopefully now he should be super fresh and ready for this one.
Yeah, he's ready to go on this. So he's setting up,
sadly, the Joshua Lancaster's dropped out of the under-90s, obviously not injury.
Well, that's the risk you take. Every time an athlete steps on the field, you never know what could happen, right? Unfortunately, I know Josh was feeling it after the deadlift. I'm not sure what happened. I know he had talked with Bobby for a while.
He didn't look comfortable, did he? Did not look comfortable.
He had to speak with Bobby after the lift. I'm not sure what the injury is, but we wish him a speedy recovery. But
we see them setting more weight up on the farmers. Yes, Alex is putting the collars on. She's also competed on 64 PSL.
Yep. So the U90 men have 270 pounds per hand farmers carry into a 280 pound duck walk. So 270 is like the line, I think, for the new line for the under 90 men. I believe it's just about 125.
Yeah, it's a start. It's a weight that starts to bring me out in the nerves.
It's that I gotta dial in, right?
Yes, it's around 120. It's heavy enough.
It's about 122, I believe,
really,
kilos.
Really tough to think of. You have to think about it. It's not just one of those you can grip and rip now. 123, 122.
I mean, you can't grip and rip, but some of us.
I mean, the best athletes in the class can.
But I mean, we'll see who can, right? That's what we're going to see a lot of today.
I'll be interested with Josh here because he's been really good so far. But I do know in the past, I'm just talking about Josh Douglas because He's
sorry.
done really well so far, but I know in the past his grip, because we've both struggled with the frame at PSL, so I'll be interested to see how Josh gets on here.
I mean, he's got a good start for the show. He got a good lead. 2 event wins will definitely set you up well to if something happens. But again, people are fighting, climbing, clawing at him. Because currently right now in the U90 men, Josh has a 3-point lead on Michael Epper, which again, that can be dwindled very fast.
I know that Dane's going to start to come into his own now that we're moving.
We're in Dane's territory now. We're in Dane's world right now. So this will be very good to see.
Bigger, tall, big hands, strong strider.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to seeing Jack here. He's looked quick in training. Just obviously if his back holds out for the farmers.
Well, we can only hope so. Hopefully
Yes.
puts on a great performance here. So Jack Felag is up now. All right, he took that sensible.
Solid.
So he was worried.
Shoot us as well. That is a brave move.
That is a brave move. My toes could never.
I'm nervous watching him.
Oh, he made it through. Got to that
Quick,
line.
that was quick, and the run back is excellent.
And there we go.
Oh, he's tiny skipping feet, which is really quite
Very.
effective.
Wow, that is.
I mean, that is a great tech. It's just a bit devastating for him there. He really wanted to send that, and he's just at the end there.
So we'll get that official timer going in shortly on that. Because of the trip, that kind of changed things up a little bit with that fall. So we're going to have the official timer here shortly. But right now, the unofficial timer is showing 25.62 with that one. So we'll see what the official time actually says.
Good time, but he's just going to be disappointed with that ending, isn't he? But he really sent it. Sometimes these things
He had
happen.
it such in a unique, like, tippy toe. Like,
It looked very, very secure, didn't it?
yeah. That was quite an interesting endeavor on that. So I've never seen someone be able to tiptoe through the tulips on his.
Fleet of foot. That it was. Yeah. I enjoyed watching him do that. It's just, I think he really, after not being able to do the deadlift, he really wanted to set a marker there.
Yeah.
Just came up.
I'm like Jack Fancy Feet Felag. I'm not sure what to go with that one. But
We'll ask him if he likes it.
yeah, I'm not sure, but it might be what locks into him. But that was again. I think it's a great technique.
Fancy in the name, I'd be a fan. We got Michael up now.
Yeah, Michael Eppert again battling for that spot here. So currently sitting only 3 points outside of first place.
Admiring that substantial back he's got on him. Let's see what he's got.
Strong guy. We knew that. We saw that from the pressing event. Again, wasn't the best deadlifter, so we'll see how this Farmers goes. But,
but he may move
doesn't
well with
bother
weight.
it at all. He kind of missed grip though a little bit, so we're seeing
you can
each
see
way
the
go
Farmers
each
in an
way.
awkward
So it's going to
position.
slow him down a little bit. Oh, he drops it right
That's the reason he
before.
drops it there. And another pick is a killer, really.
Yeah, it's going to cut his time off. But remember, he's got a little bit of time. He's hustling back.
He's recovered it. And yeah, he's hunched down low. He's trying to use the weight.
He's got to
as a
get his
pendulum.
chest up tall. He's got to get leaned back almost. This is one of those situations where I think, like, I know we bash on sumo and strongman, but it's being able to sumo
Yeah,
deadlift.
you want to overstride a little.
All right, looks like the official time is 33.18. 33.18 is the official time on that one. So this is where Dane can do some damage.
He will. The longer levers on Dane here will help with the duck walk. He kind of keeps it out of the way a little bit. Again, Masters age athlete now, Dane, but he's in no rush to
You
leave the
wouldn't
open
know by
classes.
looking at him.
Nah, he's a handsome man.
Doesn't look a day over 25. When I reach 40, I hope I look more like him and less like you.
Wow.
But
I'll think of a comeback to that later.
you'll remind me for 3 weeks from now. But great job from our previous athlete, Michael, for again, fighting through. It's
he fought through it.
It's
Didn't all go
hard
his
when
own
you
way, did
drop.
it? But,
It's
yeah.
hard when you drop on that one.
Some people completely, you just see them lose their head, but he came back and he did what he needed to do to finish the run.
Like I said, it's when mistakes happen, you got to roll with it.
Yeah.
At this level, anything can happen.
And I'm sure you haven't done a show where at least something hasn't gone quite exactly how you don't want it to go.
I mean, we can talk about my last show I just did, where it didn't go well. You know?
Let's see what Dane's got here. He's ready to go. Distinctive white trousers on him.
Looks like he's just warming up still. He got warm-up pants on.
Yeah.
All right, Dane is up. A nice little hop, skip, and a jump in.
Okay, solid pick by
Solid
Dane.
pick. Again, he got a little bit
just
farther to go
moves
down.
quite effortlessly.
Yeah, he glides. He's a glider. Again, we see his foot not stay on the ground very long on that.
Stretching out his fingers there, getting ready to prepare him again.
Prepping up, ready to go on this one, so working through. Big upper back, nice chest position, driving through, very strong, and a great time there from Dane. Yeah, just what you wanted. Yep, he's happy with it.
23.069.
23.069, very fast time.
And the strut back, that's worse.
Oh yeah, he had the swagger on him now. He's feeling himself.
That was a good run by. He did say, and he backed it up.
Yeah, I know he's like, I haven't touched a duck walk in months. It's the first time hitting that duck walk in a long time. So.
And you can see the difference when he goes past Josh, just in their stature, which will be interesting.
Yeah, two athletes, the same weight class, different builds.
Yeah. So far, Josh has come out on top, so we've got to see what this event is.
He's got a good lead. Like I said, he has a 3-point lead on Michael, and he's got a 6-point lead on Dane. So again, he doesn't need to win this event, but he wants to keep himself ahead, because this is event 3 of 5. So again, Josh trying to get his way back here to the Pro Strongman League Finals in Roanoke, Virginia.
The big thing about Strongman, Dane's instantly in to cheer on his competitor.
Yep. There we go, moving
Josh
well.
Here. He's going quickly, which is really good to see on the farmers. I'm
Yep,
very
nice,
impressed.
consistent. I wouldn't say he was fast, but he was consistent. That's
He'll
the
be
thing.
buzzing because he, like I say, grip wasn't always his favourite.
Yep.
He was quick.
Well, he's got a double grip first. Don't let him be buzzing yet.
It's just, again, because of his leverage.
Oh, he's going with the Jason technique, but he's got a little bit. I think it's a grip issue for him. I think the grip is why he's doing it this way, and he's just moving it through.
Sure, he's done what needs to be done.
He did what needed to be done on that one.
And Dane's
29.83. I heard him now. 29.83.
You know, I'm fine if you're not here.
I think he'll be pleased with that. And now he's just got that is the U90 class done. So now we will go for the biggest class, which currently is being won by Jesse Castens. So Nick Morris will be going first. Obviously the weight is now going to go up again for the next event. We can see with the helpers here how they get the weights back.
Yep, and that will conclude our U90 men on that one. So moving on to U105, our largest class right here. So going over the official scores that we have of the overalls, Jesse Castens right now the current leader with 20 points, but right behind him is Timothy Westner and Philip Smith with 16 and 15 points. So they're all battling for that one, and then Gabe Balasquio is 11.5, so not too far off podium. Again, 10-point swings can happen on this event.
Yeah, there's quite a, there's not a massive spread from second down to 8th there.
Oh, by no means. So no, it can be anybody's game at this point. So we'll get your official order here in 1 second.
That was a 3, right? I put down 30.
Yeah, that was a 3. That was 3. Thank
So
you.
we're going to start with Dietrich Cooper.
D-Trek's one are going to come back from the deadlift and show us what a mover he can be.
Yeah, great presser to start off with. Deadlift wasn't his favorite, so he's kind of meeting somewhere in the middle. He's currently sitting in 7th place with 9 points. So,
Yeah, no, you're good. I saw you doing the big ball. And then when they're
So just resetting the weights now, obviously, getting
Yes.
right for the next class.
so the
up.
weights for this one are 300 per hand and a 300-pound duck walk. 300 pounds is 300 pounds. I promise you that, and that's what they have to do.
It's
with
interesting,
3
this
implements.
class, it's the same weight for both.
Yeah, it's satisfying when things like that happen. You know, it's like how much you lifting 300 pounds for everything on that.
Anything
Again,
that weight with a duck is seriously hard work.
the duck walk in general. At your home gym, get any kind of pin that you can do that with. Put some 45-pound plates and try to walk with anything on there.
Yeah, you see how
and
difficult
it feels
it
on
is.
that one.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
So. We have a great athlete up here. You can't see him right now, but Dane very happy with how he did on the previous
we're
event.
battling back. Zero the log, man. It was rough. You guys saw it.
Yeah. Well, we're talking about you, but you're an athlete that fights to his big heart, and you're going to keep going the right way.
That's it.
So
We know you're a mover.
We're going to finish strong. We're going to put on a show on the Yoke and the Stones.
you put on a show there. Just keep it going.
Thank you, boys.
I'm looking forward to the next event. My favourite one out there. So shows how
Virginia, we're going to battle.
Oh, yeah.
We can.
We'll see you out there. So. All right, so Dietrich Cooper will be the one starting off, followed by Jake Arthur will be the 105s. They're setting 300 pounds per side, trying to make sure everything is set properly. Again, shout out to our loaders, our spotters, everyone making sure everything is set properly for these athletes to succeed today.
if you're an athlete in the sport or a fan of the sport, helping out is just essential. I mean, without the helpers, we don't have a show. You know.
So let's while they're setting this up, I'm gonna go over some of the U80 and U90 men official times that we have now in the document for us. The winner, as we pretty much saw beforehand, was Ken Brown with a 22.09 score. But following him up, we have three athletes, and this is why these timers are so important.
Yeah.
All in 26-second marks. Brian Dead did it in 26.11, Jason did it in 26.17, and Josh did in 26.99. This is why the timers matter, because these all came down to less than 1 second.
And one of them come down to hundredths of a second.
Yes.
So it really does need to be accurate.
And human error was gone for that one. So back to the action on the battlefield now. We have Dietrich Cooper up, looking to make up for his unfortunate performance on the deadlift.
He looks good on the farmers though, doesn't
Yes, he looks comfortable. 300 pounds, barely inconvenience. A little bit of a misgroove on the handle. Very confident on the run back.
Very powerful mover.
Again, he knows what he needs to do. He knows he's running through it.
It's really fast, this. He's really...
All the way through the line. All right, we'll get the official time. It's 20.83.
You cannot argue with that, can you? Is that the fastest time we've seen all day? But right up there.
Right up there. I can pull the official scores of other athletes here shortly, but yes, that is the fastest time of the day so far.
Wow. That's going to be...
That's gonna be hard to beat.
It's very cool when you've got 10 athletes and the first guy out sets a time like that.
Yeah. It's also hard to follow that.
Yeah, it puts pressure on the other athletes coming up. So even though going last can be an advantage, it can also put the pressure on. So going first sometimes, you set the time.
I'd rather go first or last, honestly, just because like the in-betweens you start thinking too much. Sometimes you just want to get it over with. Speaking of chaos, a few years ago, like I said, I came in second to last on the max distance carry, so I was the first group going in the farmer's carry, and I finished one of the fastest times there. I took second place overall with that one.
You just sense it.
But I made people think it was easier than it was, I think.
Yeah.
And they end up having drops and something like that. Sometimes you can change people's perception.
Someone else who was there and made it about 4 meters. It was difficult.
So that's something, he just made that look easy. Now the other athletes are like, oh, it should be fine. Well, maybe it's not, because he might be just that good. All right, Daryl's up now. Daryl Aldridge is up now. So again, wow, what a great grip on that one. Using the farmers to its advantage.
He looks so stable, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks comfy. Comfy is the term. 10-second run. He's got hustle a little bit back. Yeah, little saunter.
Yeah, let's
back, I'd say.
Yeah.
All right, so he's sitting the chest up tall. He's got to keep moving. He's got to keep those feet moving. Don't stop now. Don't stop now.
That's when it's all over, isn't it?
Yeah. I know it's slipping a little bit in his hands. He's got to fight through. He's got to pick up that pace a little bit right here. Come on, Daryl. You got it.
He's got it.
All the way through. And official time will be here in 1 second. It is a 30.73.
Solid work. His farmers are especially impressive.
His farmers was great. It was nice and consistent. Duck walk, again, a unique implement we don't see very often. And again, the first athletes going out here are the ones that did the worst on the deadlift. So that's hard to come into a duck walk, which is another pretty much deadlift.
Well, both of them require a deadlift, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're probably going to see, this is one of those events where it comes after deadlift. We'll most likely, unless grip becomes an issue, see a similar fold. But I could be wrong, as we saw Dietrich just smash the fastest time so far. So there's always factors that factor into this as well.
I think just the way Dietrich moved, it's just going to be difficult to beat. I mean, 20 seconds, you really have to make no mistakes to beat that.
None. He made zero mistakes. It was fluid, consistent. He hustled back.
As we say,
but again,
he's now set the marker for everyone else.
His back was against the wall. When you have an event like that, we saw this back-to-back with Dietrich now. We saw it with Dane, who just had two athletes that...
Obviously movers, you know?
Yeah, but I'm talking about with Dane, who zeroed the first event, comes back to get second on the second event, which is notoriously not a good event for him, and then wins the third event. It's one of those things that you have to have that fight in you, even if you mess up.
The mental capacities come back.
Because the easiest thing to do is let it just fall through, but none of these athletes have that. They have no quit in them.
So we've got Jake Arthur now looking focused.
Yeah, dialed in. One of the most humble athletes out there, just a fun guy to talk to.
The floor before we carry on.
Yep.
It's important there's no slip or trip hazards, as we said before.
Looks like we are set up. Again, starting behind the line, very unique, different thing.
Kind of practice your jump ins in your warm up, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I love that setup. I think more shows should have you make you jump in and make you do it on the fly.
Strongman is partly about being athletic, isn't it?
Partly.
Yeah. And that is part
Good
of it.
pick.
Nice
Good pick.
and solid
No
walking.
backward trajectory. Oh, he's got to fight through on that one. So,
Just the way you put that down there.
yeah, let's look. We're seeing
He's
some
gotta-
plates
he's gotta have
losing
these
that.
back on now.
So he's got to wait for those plates.
Yeah. He's got.
All right, moving on into the duck walk.
Might be time to double those up because yeah.
There's just so much weight on that.
Yeah,
on that.
so much weight on it now that it's almost
Yeah.
impossible.
That shows how heavy these implements are. It shows how challenging and how tough those implements are. All right, and we have an official time here of 41.3. 41.3 is the official time.
Struggle with his grip on the farmers there, and he looked better on the duck walk.
Yeah, he did look better on the duck walk.
Some people are different, isn't it?
What's the different position?
Bobby's just saying there that if the plates come off, you must wait for them to be put back on. In some competitions, you would have to put your own back on. That happened at the Arnold's a few years ago.
We saw that with multiple
If they're
athletes.
offering to put them back on for you, I think that's decent of them.
Yeah.
As Bobby says there, you've just got to, if they're off, you know, it's your mistake, you've got to wait.
The thing I say to that is don't drop them.
Yeah.
Not
If
till
you
you're
do,
done.
You've got to put them down. You can't just let them go.
Yeah. It's hard in the moment though. I never blame the athlete because they're trying to move fast as they can.
I do not blame the athlete. At the same time, it's your fault.
It is the athlete's responsibility as well too.
Yeah.
Like we're all human, we make those errors, but there's things when you're in those moments you have to really dial in. Again, there's so many plates on those
The
farmers.
thing is, they're right up to the top, aren't they?
Yeah. So any kind of
So it
drop
makes
is
it
impossible.
for the weights not to come off if they get dropped.
Nick Morris is coming up next. So again, not his best start. He's coming back from a bicep injury, but it looks like he had a great, for him, great finish on the deadlift. Middle of the pack, and now he gets to run his farmers.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see. Nick could be the mover again, couldn't he?
He has such a wide back. He's such
Solid.
You see that? He's
Yeah.
sturdy boy. Got that zone smelling salts before he starts his movement. You see that going into there.
And what flavour he likes.
I'm a menthol smelling salt guy. That's why I like to wake up that way. I like the little coolness of it.
I quite like something tropical.
You're a tropical guy. Yeah, I can see that. And here we go.
It's just a nice little step in it. And
He just hand slip off, so he's got to wait
He's
for the
gotta
plates to
wait
come
for the
back
plates
on.
to go back
That's the
on.
unfortunate part of this one.
yeah. The thing is, it's just difficult, really difficult.
His hand just slipped.
Yeah.
He had a good movement, and just like he didn't really sink in that left hand.
It's interesting, really, because when he got moving there, it didn't actually look like he was going to drop
No,
it again.
but sometimes it's not in the right part of your hand.
Yeah.
That's something I've noticed. Like I've only missed it with certain things. Like I feel it sliding.
Very, very wide stance here for Nick.
Yeah. Let his body move a little bit, drive it through.
Good work.
Still a good time with that mishap. 35.06. 35.06 looks like the time on that one.
Good work, man. Just see Jake Arthur there showing us his hands.
Jake
The
Arthur.
brutalness of the event.
It's a tough event.
Yeah.
Requires a lot of fight, a lot of
Now,
grip.
John wanted me to point out here, the live stream apparently says he's 30 when he's quite proud of being an old man at 40 as well. And again, with 17 comps a year, the man's like the miracle man.
He ages backwards, actually, is what it is. He has the Benjamin Button.
Yeah. Competing keeps you young, right?
Maybe you. My back is.
The knees don't feel that way.
My back's 33 going on 80.
So,
But
yeah,
John Doyle.
yeah, 40-year-old John. So such a experienced competitor. And I know he likes the movement, so we'll see how we get on here.
He's got a good build for moving, it looks like. He's
He's tall for a 105, isn't he?
I mean, taller, I'd say.
Going so fast, he's diarrhea after beans.
We won't repeat that on camera.
Yeah, we will not be repeating that one,
Yeah.
but
Let's just say Dietrich was impressing everybody.
yeah. Dietrich so far is a tough time to beat. 20 seconds,
I mean,
man.
he's kind of shown, like the rest of them, make it look difficult, don't they, compared to what
Well, that's what I mean.
Dietrich
It's a difficult event.
It is. I mean, these weights are not to be sniffed at. Very, very tough. And with a double medley, as you know, I mean, just picking up a second implement is just, you're not going to be 100%, are you? So you've got to have more in the tank.
Yes, 100%. So it's like with a strategy from the play. It's like how much do you sprint back?
Yeah.
Is that sprint gonna take a lot out of you? How did you train Those little things. And we know John Doyle is competing a lot, but how do you think that affects his training ability? Do you think he just goes show to show, or just?
Well, I mean, if speaking from experience, as someone who did like 13 comps last year, sometimes it's just nice to be prepared. So if you want to become a better all-round athlete, then sometimes it's great to do a load of shows. If you're focusing on doing really well at a certain show, it's probably detrimental. But
yeah,
comp experience is never a bad thing in my opinion, but obviously recovery is important. See what John's got here.
I definitely doubt he gets nervous anymore. It's another day at the office.
That never goes for me, but...
All right, John Doyle up now, very confident. Again, athlete doesn't get nervous, very confident, fast moving, great pick.
Yeah, very, very smooth this, isn't it?
Just about an 8 to 9 second run on that one.
And quick back.
Yep, hustled back, getting it high. Little misstep in the beginning there.
A little bit, but now he's moving very confidently. I hope
he's not going to break that 20-second mark, but he's going to be close to it.
Yeah, that's a really good
It looks like we have an
time.
official time of 22.59. 22.59.
He's going to be very pleased with that.
Yes.
Puts him in a very comfortable second so far.
Yeah, that's very comfortable second with how everything's going. Again, I don't think we're going to see anybody beat 20 seconds. I'm sorry. Getting sub 20 in this multiple medley. I don't. If someone does it, I'll be thoroughly surprised.
Well, we know Gabe was impressed with Dietrich's time. Let's see if he can. Let's see if he can match it. He loves to come with that summer hat, whatever the weather.
Gabe Balasquillo. Setting up these farmer sandals the way they want them.
Yeah. And again, Gabe's an experienced competitor. He knows how he wants them set up.
Watching intently.
Yeah.
Once again, thank you to these handlers and loaders to make sure in the right
ready
spot.
for the athletes.
Yep. Because I think it's more important to have them set where you want them when it's you're stepping in, right? Because you don't have time to play with it, get your hands on it. You don't want to waste any millisecond.
And of course, the farmers they were warming up on aren't quite the same as the comp farmers, so sometimes that can make a difference. But
It can.
It's so common. I mean, you're never going to have two sets normally of the same farmers. You just have to be ready.
And here we go. Gabe is up right now, getting set up on those farmers' hand. A little slow start, but making sure he has his plan.
I think he just really wanted to be locked in grip-wise.
Yeah, he definitely is locked in.
Well, he also knows that dropping these could cause disaster.
No backward swing, nothing going on.
And that's a very interesting run back.
A new saunter, as we see.
That was jaunty, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was. It was musical theater-esque.
This is really solid by Gabe, though. Really
I just feel like he could stride a little bit more, but he's getting a nice, strong
he's going to be under 30 seconds,
which is a good time. Good time. Solid across the board. 27.99. 27.99.
Of course, Gabe's fighting for those top three, so he needs to be, he wants to be right in the mix.
He is. He's currently sitting in 4th place, so. He is on the outside looking in, so he needs some of these athletes ahead of him to make mistakes. But anything can happen here at the Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifier.
He's got Philip Smith up next.
I think Timothy is actually up. No, Philip Smith is up, you're correct. They're going by overall score.
Yeah, it's quite good now. We see the athletes up close, you see the name on the back.
So the time to beat right now is just about 20 seconds. 20 seconds is time to beat on that
sometimes
one.
you have to even cheers, Dave. Sometimes you have to look at like even just the second place now because
second place is still 22 seconds.
Yeah.
That's still blistering fast.
Still very, very fast.
Like, I know you can't tell when you're moving. You can't like go faster. You're not paying for reps, but like, you know when you're done. You're like, did I get it or not? You know, you're just trying to be consistent. But it's like, do you go for broke or do you just like try to get that solid run? That's the question you have to ask yourself before you start.
He's in that kind of almost sprinting start position now.
Philip Smith, he's only holding a 1 point behind second place right now.
Yeah, he's got all to
And
play
10
for.
points are on the board right now, able to play each round.
And after this, we're over halfway through the competition. You kind of know where you're starting to step.
Yeah. He picked him a little bit forward, so a little bit.
But that was
It was consistent.
Solid. Yeah.
His hustle back's making up a lot of time, though. That big hustle back. Oh,
Yeah, he's
leaning back a little bit.
A little high there. You think?
Not sure.
He's got the hang of it now. I think to start
I think he needs to control that. Controlled chaos right
I'm a bit
now.
worried about his heel.
But it looks like he got it through. And
Nailed that in
again,
the
he
end.
was fighting for pace on that one. We can't see the
Around
official time.
26. Unfortunately, the official time is being covered at the moment. 20,
Yeah.
26 something. Another good time. Super.
Two athletes up to go. We have Timothy
Wessner.
Wessner. Tim Wessner is up now.
And after that, we've just got the man between the classes, Jesse Caston's going.
Jesse Castens. He is a man between classes, though. He typically walks around in that 220 to 225 range, where he's just not big enough yet for the 105 to be ultra competitive. But today he's showing a great. They might be ready for that next level. But he knows how to cut down to the 198s. Because I know he's been walking around 215 is what he's walking around at more recently.
And those who don't know, you get 24-hour weigh-ins, so a lot of people will cut a lot of water weight and then be heavier on the day.
I'm just really glad he didn't try to do it back-to-back weeks. That is a tough ask.
It's tough on the body. So anyway, we've got Tim up now. Looks like he's set up.
Tim Wessner currently sitting in second place, 4 points behind Jesse Castens, 1 point lead on Philip. So Philip put the pressure on him with that 26-second run.
Yeah.
So he needs to really, put the hammer down, step on the gas. So pressure is now on Tim from Philip. All right, looks like he's setting up, and here we go. And he is up. A little slow of a pick, but a solid one. Looks like grip is not his favorite thing. You can see by the way he's sauntering.
He's fighting it hard though, isn't he?
Yeah.
His grip is good. I just think maybe the core.
He's
really impressed he finished that.
Undoing the belt for this next part. So again, it's how he's trained on that one. So his back's going to feel this one a little bit more.
This is true, but it's half the weight overall, isn't it?
Yeah, so it looks like this is where he might lose a couple points to Philip. We're seeing that right now, but can he finish in a sub to that decent time?
Over 30, isn't it?
Yeah, it looks like it's going to be.
Also where he's put the farmers means he has to walk around it a little.
Yeah. All right, looks like the official time is 33.77. 33.77.
Solid.
It's good, but he left the door open. We're going to see a jump in that leaderboard here shortly. But it all depends about the man. We have a few men coming up still.
The main man so far, 2 event wins, and we got Corbena as well.
Yeah, Corbena, who is sitting in 5th place currently. So currently sitting in 5th place right now, had a great showing on the deadlift.
Yeah.
Had some trouble on the pressing. So we're seeing that right now. So let's see how he moves. He's got a long stride, obviously, one of our taller athletes by far. Again, we were talking about other athletes who are tall for the class. This is
a tall dude for the 105s, isn't it? He looks athletic, like he's going to be fast on this, so let's see what he's got.
It looks like he's about ready to dunk, is what he's trying to do here. Like, he's got the height for it, he's got the long arms.
But we know he's got the power from the deadlift performance.
Yes. Again, this is where how long is his foot going to stay on the ground? Now we talk about foot speeds we used to, but now we know that it's supposed how fast you can get the foot off the ground, rather than how fast you move your legs.
Just asking the spotters to.
Well, he's got a wider base. He's going to need that.
Yeah.
Which he deadlifted quite narrow though, so I'm not sure if that he should lean into that more too. But again, this athlete knows what he needs to do. There's some doors open there with Gabe and Tim not having the greatest of runs. Still good runs.
No, good runs, solid runs.
But those are the two that I think he definitely catch, and he definitely has opportunity to catch Philip. And he is coming out the gate. He is pushing for Dietrich's time right there. We were talking 7 seconds. He's got to hustle back. He's got to move.
Joe, I think he was quicker with the farmers.
Yeah, I think so too. Keep the farmers in your hands.
And he's quick with the
here we go. He's coming.
He's just got to keep that stability.
Keep that stability going down.
Oh, wow.
Are we going to see a better time? Are we going to see a sub 20? We have 19.61.
Wow.
We didn't think Dietrich was going to be with 20 seconds, and we have a 19.61 run
Joe,
there.
I don't want to say I called it, but I did say looked athletic, and that was an.
Oh, he showed it. He showed it. Wow.
I mean,
Jesse has to follow that one. Jesse has to follow that run.
Jesse's got some pressure on, even with his lead.
Yeah. But this shakes up the entire podium right now. The entire podium is just shaken up. With Dietrich was sitting in 7th place with 9 points.
Yeah.
Corbino is sitting up with 10.5 points in 5th place. They're going to get 10 and 9 points respectively if the current score, depending on what Jesse does.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's going to vault them into contention for podium with 2 events to go.
It's exciting.
This 105 class is
delivering today.
Yes, and that's why you can't count it out just the static events. Just static events don't make a difference there.
Well, that's what the beauty of Strongman, isn't it? You can't just be the strongest guy. You also have to be quick with weight.
Yeah, quick and strong.
Yeah. It's interesting. He almost wants it at an angle, almost like the pizza.
He wants the pizza, yeah. Do you pizza or French fry? You don't want a pizza, you want a French fry.
Some of our younger viewers may not remember that episode.
But we have a pizza man up here, Jesse Castens.
Yeah. So really, really impressive athlete.
Yeah, competed 1 week ago, like we talked about a few times. But if you've ever done back-to-back week shows, man, your body's just getting not beat up, and you're about to beat it up again. Grip, notoriously not one of his favorite events, though, I know that. But he's a great mover if he can hold on to it.
If he can hold on, he's going to be quick.
As you see his left hand starting to slip, but he's fighting through it.
Oh, wow.
Like I said, he's quick if it holds up.
He's got to be buzzing with that now.
He's got no time to be buzzing. He's got time to move.
That's true. He's got no chance.
If he gets under that 22 mark, just slips up a little bit.
He had to go for it.
I don't blame him at all.
Still a great time, that. Really.
Official time, 22.35. 22.35.
Yeah, may put him in third, which
it's either third or fourth. It's either third or fourth. We know there was another time of 22 seconds.
I mean, the 2 top times there were ridiculous. So to be only 3 seconds slower is really impressive.
Yeah. So we're going to see some times come in here. I don't remember what the other 22-second run was, but we know he's in third or fourth. That is very good because he had a very good lead beforehand, and
the guys right below him didn't have quite the same run.
Didn't have the same runs as him. So he's going to hold this spot. So we know going into the fourth event that Jesse Castens is going to extend his lead a little bit, but other guys are chasing him right on the mark. But I think if he's a great stone loader, so if he goes into stone with a good lead, I don't see him losing it.
Stones is just such an exciting event. It always is.
Well, we got one more event between that. But we also have
my favourite event before. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So we're gonna see Mark's excitement keep going up as we go on.
As the day goes on.
We have one more class to go here. Is the U125 Men, the brand new class here added to Pro Strongman League. It is 330 pounds per hand on that farmer's carry into a 350-pound duck walk.
Basically a 350-pound swinging pendulum below your legs.
Yeah. What's wrong with that? A lot of these athletes are a little bit taller, so they have a little more room to go.
So Nancy controlling troops there.
Yep. Jimmy Harris will be up first, followed by Anthony, followed by Kyle. There are 3 events here. And like I said, that leaderboard, only 3 athletes, so very tight. Anthony currently sitting in first right now with 5 points, but Kyle and Jimmy both have 3 points. Kyle, unfortunately, ended up zeroing the first event, but ended up winning the second event.
Yeah.
And again, he was milliseconds away from getting a rep on that one. So we'll see if that comes to bite him in the end, but again, it's all learning experience.
All 3 of these guys want to put in a good performance because they're going to PSL. It's going to be, but they want to show that they really are.
They want to show they belong. They want to show that it was the right call to add this class.
I'm telling you now, the British are coming. There's going to be a serious class there.
Yeah. So again, this is the newest class added, an unsupported class over the years. So it's great to see Pro Strongman League taking the reins and pushing for them to have the first professional show. Because I'm not sure they haven't had any professional shows anywhere.
No, they've had the 120 is getting bigger in the UK, but it's not yet pro show, but it's got a good level. So it's going to be an exciting class to watch.
It's for some of those athletes that aren't quite able to make it to that 300-pound level for opens. U125 kilos, that's roughly 275 pounds?
Yeah.
Yep, 275. So big boys.
Big boys by anybody's stretch of imagination.
Thickums, as you will.
7 feet. And,
yeah. So we're seeing some good stuff here from these gentlemen. They're doing a great job. And then we have our plate loaders, we have our handlers all helping out, getting everything set up on that. But I think the biggest takeaway again is that Vald technology.
Yeah, it's just been superb. I love watching when it finishes and getting the instant times of everybody.
Yeah. And again, we're seeing quite a discrepancy between the human timer and we saw
It's amazing how much it is.
We saw one that was over a second difference, and that could be, and again, no blame for whoever's doing the timer on that
and
one.
Also, the timer may not be doing quite because they know that that's not the official time. They may just be stopping it as and when.
And we saw one even come before the time was even done on a different athlete. Which, how much of that would have swung points?
Well, exactly that.
Setting up from the 125 kilo men, 275 pound athletes or under. If you're under 275, you still compete.
Yeah.
If you want to challenge these big boys, but you better be ready for those big boy weights.
Well, I mean, it's at some point Josh Douglas have to do the 125 because he likes to pride himself in doing every weight class.
He needs to do it. I'll meet you up there, bud. You and me will get beat up a little bit, but we'll fight it out with them. All right, Jimmy Harris is up first. Jimmy Harris up first on armrest carry. And here he goes, starting out like everyone else, getting a nice pickup. Love the tilt. Yeah. Right to the flat line.
As long as the rock doesn't mean he drops it, which he
well, the rock, you want it to rock forward.
Yeah, a little.
So you get that flat line at the end. 11 seconds down, so not a good time on that.
Yeah, really nice work.
Chest is up. I like his movement pattern. He's got to get his feet going a little bit quicker so he's not staying on the ground too much. Yep, that's where it's a little too heavy in your hands.
Lost the momentum a little there, didn't he?
Yeah. Still a sub 30-second run, it looks like it's going to be. Yeah. It looks like our official timer is...
Shoot, I missed that. Is it going to come back again?
I did not catch that one, unfortunately, on that. But that's 29.34. 29.34.
Definitely under 30 seconds.
Yeah. All right, our next athlete is up. It's going to be Anthony Vasile.
So just going back through the 105s, there were some really tight times there.
You need to...
Yeah, exciting to see, though. Exciting to see. We'll clean it up and we'll let you know.
Yeah, we'll go over all the scores here shortly. But we'll definitely can't wait to go over all those times that happened. So there's some blistering speeds.
To get under 20 seconds on that is unbelievable.
Unbelievable. I'm still in shock of that one.
We've got Anthony Vasile.
Anthony is up, cool, calm, collective, locking it in. You hear his coach yelling, feet, feet, feet. So it looks like
he wants him to go quickly with the feet, doesn't he?
Yeah, because it looks like grip might not be his strong suit. And we're seeing that slip out. Ooh. Oh, is he okay?
I don't know. He's holding his left arm, which has already got a collar on it or a cuff, which makes you think he was carrying something already.
Yeah, hopefully it's not anything major.
Well,
hopefully
it doesn't affect the rest of the show for him.
Yeah. Oh, you hate to see that.
Yeah.
He was moving well.
You know that he must have been carrying something because he had the cuff on one side, didn't he?
Yeah.
The sleeve.
Could be his pec or bicep or arm. It could be something.
Yeah, it looked like it was on the bicep, but I mean, we're only speculating without knowing.
Yeah, we don't know offhand.
Yeah.
But it looks like he walked off on his own accord, but he was holding his arm. So hopefully he's okay. He put on a great performance on the first event.
Yeah, let's just yeah.
And he had a good lead. So, yeah. But he moved it. The worst he can get is 1 point, and he got that 1 point. But this opens that door. So currently, if the scores stay the same, we're gonna have a two-way tie for first from somebody, and somebody will be 1 point behind as long as they pass that distance.
Yeah.
And I think Ruiz is ready. I saw him sprinting beforehand. He looked ready to go the whole time.
Another guy who looks like he could be pretty quick on his feet.
Definitely. You said that last time, and someone did a 19-second run. So.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can keep my.
The anti-commentary curse is that the British in you? Because when I say something nice about an athlete, they tend to mess up.
That's why you never say anything nice about me. Thanks.
That's what it is. If I say something nice about you, I'm gonna mess you up. So really, I'm doing you a favor.
Yeah, thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Kyle Ruiz is up now. He looks ready to go on this.
Yeah, he's had some zone swelling salts. Let's go.
Once again, this is 330 pounds per hand on those farmers, 350 pounds on that duck walk implement.
So he's waiting for Nance's call.
And here he goes. So he knows the time to beat.
Well, he's distant so far, isn't it?
Well, I think he wants first. Because if he gets first place in this event, he moves into first place, even with that mistake on the first event. He'll be tied for first place if he wins the event. Again, another athlete unclipping their belt. Maybe this is the 125 thing.
I think some people, because the weight.
Wow, he is fast. He is going. He's keep his head up. He's not looked down.
Wow.
Very good run there. That is the winning time.
Once again, I don't want to say I called it, but
yeah,
I did say he looked like he was going to be quick.
24.6. 24.6 looks like the official time.
Yeah,
So,
very, very fast with that weight.
100%. So, wow, what a great event we just had right there.
I really enjoy that kind of medley. There's more things that can, more variables. Yeah.
But I think literally the whole thing was Kobina and Derek absolutely smashing that event, finishing under 20 seconds or 20 seconds respectively on that one. We'll go over all the official scores when we get back here. Pro Strongman East Coast Qualifiers. and welcome back to Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifiers. CJ Kraus, Mark Cummins here. What a wild event we just saw. The farmers walk into the duck walk on there, and for some of these athletes, it wasn't much of a walk. It was definitely a sprint on that. But let's review everything we did today. Alicia continued her dominance, winning the U73 women. The 25.2
comfortable in that one,
yep.
And good effort by Kaylin there.
Great effort by Kaylin on that one. For the U80 men on this one, so we had first place was Josh Fauner with a 22.09 second, and then three athletes, we mentioned this before, finished in between 26 and 27 seconds. Every other athlete was between that window, and that's why these vault specific timers are so important, because we got it down to the millisecond. Jason Tannenbaum, who's your current leader, 26.11.
Just did enough to get second place there.
Brian Den, 26.17. And then Ken Brown, 26.99. So within a second, these three athletes finished, and that's why that official timer is so important to know the difference on that. Up next, creating his battle back, Dane Bonin is 23.07. Blistering time. Again, another athlete battling back, Jack Felag, 25.62. Joshua Dargis, happy to complete it, he said. His worst event is done. Yeah. He took a third place on that one.
I'd be happy with that one, to be fair.
29.84. And then we have Michael Eppert at 33.19.
Obviously, sadly, Joshua Lancaster pulled out.
Fortunately, yes. But going into the story of the last event, though, these two gentlemen, Hubina Drakes and Dietrich Cooper, finishing with a 19.62 for Hubina, and Dietrich with a 20.83. Just wow.
Yeah,
just wow.
Runs.
Then two athletes finishing within 0.2 seconds of each other. John Doyle with a 22.16, and Jesse Castage, your current leader, falling a little bit with 22.36. But the athletes that were most near him were a little bit farther down, followed by Philip Smith just behind him, Gabe Balaschio, Daryl Aldred, Timothy Westner, Nick Morris, and Jack Arthur coming there.
Finishing that one.
But I know he's very happy to finish that. And our U125 men, Kyle Ruiz taking the win on that one, 23.65, battling back from that zero on the first event. Jimmy Harris coming in second, 29.35. We checked with Anthony. He is okay. He got a distance for that event. He came in with a bicep injury, but it's only mild on there. And what happened on the event was cramps. So he was cramping up. So he's getting some sodium, he's getting some water in him, but he's going to continue the show. So it's not really that bad at all. Hopefully he gets what he needs in there and he holds off on that bicep injury. Mark, any takeaways from the last event?
Well, it just shows sometimes speed is the king, but also we did see, unfortunately, with Jack, that you just drop it before the line. Sometimes when it comes to your speed with the duck walk, you can really, you can overdo it and then drop it and then lose a few seconds, but that is the difference, especially when everything was that close.
Yep. So coming up next, we have the Yoke sandbag medley, one that we know very well. So where we have a yoke down, run back, pick up a sandbag, load the sandbag over, yoke back, and do it again.
There's so many variables in this event, isn't there?
So many things can go right, wrong, left, right, up, down. So we're going to see a lot of different variations here. So what are some things that we're going to be looking for on this event, Mark?
Well, there's, for me, crucially, is where they set the bar height. Those people with a very strong yoke pickup will set the bar quite low, because then they can just pick up the bag and it will go over, because obviously the higher you have the bar, the harder it is to load. And then you'll see the other technique, which I've used before, is that you'll put it in your yoke height, but you will have the sandbag to shoulder, so then it just goes straight over, which, although slightly slower, is a slightly more solid way of doing it, really. So it'll be interesting to see what technique people use.
I mean, I'm not sure if the sandbag to shoulder is slower. It's slower to get in position sometimes, but if you're able to be efficient,
it just costs us 1 or 2 seconds extra getting it up there than just going.
But you can get your feet moving faster. I found the shoulder to be quicker. Correct. We're only a 30-foot course, so a very short course on this one we have going on today.
Which is why, it's difficult to know which is for the best. If you're very quick to shoulder, it doesn't really lose you any time. Yeah. But it also depends. If you've got a very strong pick with the yoke, you can go with the lower yoke pick, and then you only have to get it that high. So
correct.
It's
I'd be
very interested to see what people do.
I like combining them both together. That's my favorite thing. Doing a low yoke pick and then a sandbag to shoulder to make sure it goes over. One thing these athletes have to consider as well is where the bag lands.
Yes,
because
that's true.
You're having another round of the yoke. So one thing that I try to implement on this event is I call it the spike. So my first run back when I get the yoke, I spin the ball off there. I don't make sure I don't throw it too far, because when I have to run back a second time and get that second one, it could be in a bad spot for me. But if I throw it over the bar and it kind of spikes down, it's the closest distance necessary for that repick on that. So I think it's very important for an upcoming event.
Yeah, no, you got to think about all the elements for this. I mean, if you throw the sandbag and you throw it miles over the yoke, you've got further to go, and it might not be in the right position to pick it up again.
Yeah, on the second run, you can chuck it from far away.
There's also the point when you turn around with the yoke, you don't want to be standing on the sandbag as you pick up, so you don't want it right by it either. So
it's a fun game.
This is why it's a fun event. It's a lot to think about. It's not the easiest event, and it tests a lot of the facets of strength.
And depending on weight, I do like the throw technique if you're a little bit farther out. If you know you can clear that yoke, that's why I like a lower yoke.
Then hands off, ready. You save yourself time at the end of the run, wouldn't you?
Yeah, 100. And again, we found that it all comes down to those milliseconds, and we're using those Vold specific timers as well. So it's going to be very important on this one, so we know how this all is going to go. And again, we saw it come into play. I saw a few from our official timer and the unofficial time, the human error aspect of it. There were 3 times that I saw that were actually quicker than the Vold timer throughout all of it.
Okay.
And there was one time that stood out to me. I can't tell you the athlete, but it was over a second, 1.2 seconds slower than the official timer. And that's how much human error can be.
Yeah, and it's like you say, it's no one's fault. It's just how it is.
Well, think how fast a second is, right? In just everyday life, in a movement pattern, when your thumb has to hit something, thumb can slip, things like that. We've eliminated that here at Pro Strongman League, so it's very important. Thank you, Vold, for that ability that we have now. And again, we'll see this at every show going forward, and I think it was a great showcase on that first event.
Yeah, no, I think it worked beautifully, and it gave us the time immediately as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
So while we have the time here, since we're having a little bit of the setup, because again, setting up these yokes does take a good amount of time, let's go over the overall leaderboard here. So in the U70 room, we know Alicia is having a great show, a total 6 points right now, 1 point for Kaylin. In the U80 Men, again, this is a top three. Top 3
all to play for.
Will be going to the finals of Pro Strongman League in July on that one. So Jason Teidenbaum is in first place, 11 points. Just behind him is Ken Brown with 7 points. Just behind them is a tie for third with Josh Fauner and Brian Den. So really, Jason's in a great spot. He's in I don't want to lose mode right now. The other 3 are we got to fight on this.
Yeah, there's 3 into 2 doesn't go, so someone's going to have to,
Someone's going to be the odd man out,
yeah.
But we'll see 2 great events. We have this event that we just talked about, and we have the Stones later on. On the U90 Men, Joshua Dargis, lead was cut into a little bit. He has 13 points in first place, though. A 2-way tie for second. Michael Eppert and Dane Bonin battling back from that 0 on the first event.
It does show that 0 doesn't count you out necessarily, because Dane's come back into it.
Again, but he had to overperform to his own abilities, he believes, on the deadlift, and then hit his mark on the moving event. So he's got to perform and overperform to make up for that. And he's doing just that so far.
He's doing what needs to be done.
Yep. Jack Felag not too far behind, 7 points. So it's anybody's game with that one. The U105 Men, Jesse Castins expanding his lead a little bit on that one, 27 points. And this is where it gets interesting after Jesse, because Jesse is in that same mode that Jason is the do not lose mode.
Yeah, 6 point, then it gets very tight after that, doesn't it?
Philip Smith, 21 points. Quabina, 20.5 points, so half a point between second and third. Fourth place, Timothy Westner, 19 points, so literally 1.5 points away from that invite to U105 finals with 2 great events coming away. Dietrich Cooper battling back to 18 points from the bottom to the middle pack here. Again, 2.5 points he made up so fast in this one. Tied with him is John Doyle, another fast event. So I expect this to shake up a little bit more, because Quabina, Dietrich, and John were on top 3 in the previous event.
And you think with a movement event, they'd also be strong again, wouldn't you?
I would think so, yes. Don't count Gabe Belaschio out. He's got 16.5 points.
No, experienced athlete, and he's still in the fight.
Yep. Again, we're talking 4-point difference. That can be made up so fast. Dale Aldridge sitting there with 10.5 points. Nick Moore, 6.5, and Jake Arthur, 6 points. And again, here comes the battle for U125. All these athletes are getting invited to the finals, but do you want to go with the title?
Yeah, and you want to go with the win.
Anthony and Kyle tied for first place with 6 points again. Kyle coming off a 0, still battling back with 2 event wins. Jimmy Harris 1 point behind with 5, so it all comes down to these last 2 events. I think we're going to begin shortly. They're finishing setting up, but we'll be back with you soon here at the Pro Strongman League East Coast Finals at the gym in Westminster, Maryland. And here we are back at Pro Strongman East Coast Qualifiers at the gym, Westminster, Maryland. Up next, we have, like we talked about already, the yoke to sandbag medley. 30 feet down, run back, grab the bag, 30 feet down, do it again, back to back. The addition to this event we are adding from Vald is the addition of the buzzer. So they have to complete the event and hit the button. Once again, taking out human error of when did the bag, when it hits the ground, when it goes over the bar, when this, when that. No. The athlete will be told they have completed the event and they have to hit the buzzer to get their official times. What do you think of that addition?
Oh, it's very cool. It adds to the experience, it adds to the entertainment factor as well. But it also adds to what they're going to have to do and how they're going to do it.
Yeah. So it's all very new to us on this one. I believe they introduced it at the Rogue Invitational. Is that when they?
Yeah, I saw it in Scotland at the Rogue Invitational.
Yes.
Yeah.
So I think it's a great addition that Pro Strongman League is adding to as well. And again, it puts it on the athletes. Again, it's their fault if they don't hit the buzzer.
Yeah.
If they forget, it's on them. They know it's there.
They've been told that's what the rules briefing is for at the end of the day.
Yes. So you can celebrate as much as you want after you get that second bag over. But if you don't hit that buzzer, the time does not stop. So I like that a lot because I know a lot of times with these bags, it's like, when do you stop the timer? When the bag hits the ground? When it crosses the crossbeam? It's really hard to tell with that human side of it. So again, Pro Strongman League is taking out that human side of it. So hashtag hit the buzzer is going to be hit the buzzer.
Yeah.
We'll see that all the shows going forward, these multiple medleys when it comes to loading as well. So at certain shows that we'll be doing throughout the year, the buzzer will be coming back around each time on that. So how many athletes forget to hit the buzzer, you think?
Oh, it's going to be at least 20%. I reckon they're going to have to, Nancy's going to have to yell at them.
Yeah, because it's such a moment when you finish an event. Right? You're like, yeah, and then, oh crap, I got to do this thing. it's going to be a learning curve. It's going to be 100% a learning curve going forward on this one. So I think it's going to be something interesting. But again, this Vald technology, adding the Pro Strongman League, making it so much better for the athletes to know where they stand and know where they finish. So.
No, I agree. I think it's another great addition.
All right, let's go over these weights that these athletes have to do. The U70 women have a 450-pound yoke and a 200-pound sandbag.
It's not light, is it?
Quite a challenge, especially the load.
Double load as well, double event. Wow.
Yeah. So it's one of those things I think that's going to be really necessary for them to really aim low with their yoke. Because that load's not light. Again, these athletes weighed in at about 160 pounds or less.
No, yeah.
And so that bag is significantly heavier than them. They have to carry down 30 feet and load twice.
Yeah.
Throughout down with just the 450 yoke in between.
And we've seen that often, haven't we? The second one sometimes is the killer.
That's why I think that
if you don't load it, then it's you only get the split time with the three implements. So
you get the distance now, but yes, but
you get the
yes, because the timer will not stop until that buzzer is hit. So there's no split time on these. U80 kilo men is a 600 pounds and a 240 pound bag. That's doable. The yoke's a little heavy. That's a nice heavy yoke for them on that one. U90 men 675 yoke, 260 pound bag. I think that's totally doable.
It's doable, but it's not easy again, is it? I mean, it's
not supposed to be easy.
Kilo bag, yeah, that's heavy. That is heavy. I like it.
I like the challenge on. Again, I think it's the second one that's really gonna get them. U105 750 pound yoke, 280 pound bag. This is where it's gonna be real spicy and real interesting on that one. That's a pretty decent jump. So I think it's gonna be a good one there for that one. And U125 kilo men, 850 pound yoke, 310 pound bag.
Yeah.
Two implements have worked with before, both those things. Neither are ever fun, I'll tell you that right now, to work with a yoke that heavy or a bag that heavy. But getting back to the women here, Kaylin is up first, 450 pound yoke, 200 pound sandbag. Got to run it down, run back, grab a new bag, load it, do it again. So, and here we
set it
go.
Up pretty low, as we were talking about earlier.
Yeah, so this will benefit athletes that have a better squat, I believe.
It's a solid run so far. Caitlin there. Good. She's crossed because the buzz has gone off.
Yes.
Interesting, she's taken the belt off, but...
she has to run past that belt next time.
I also wonder on the way back if she's going to come and fish it out.
Well, what does she got time to do that for?
Yeah. I guess she's only going for the one.
Trying to get the bag. I mean, she might be just trying to complete the bag.
Yeah.
I know sandbags aren't her favorite.
They are a tough one. You can see in front of her there that it's coming, pulling towards her. It's tough. And it's a heavy bag as well, that's the thing. It's a heavy bag.
She tried multiple techniques on that one.
Yeah,
hot dog, hamburger, any way they get it up there.
Yeah.
It's a tough challenge that she has ahead
It's a
of her.
very heavy bag.
Well, again, and she's not used to having this body weight. It's learning everything. Leverage is completely changed for her.
And well,
So-
some people do have the bag in front of their legs, but I like to have it between just for the pickup, you know. So she's
I do like having it in between, yeah. So it's just one of those things. It's,
some of the.
you got to learn what works for you, and you know.
Absolutely.
But she had a great yoke run.
Yeah, very solid yoke.
So the women of the hour is coming up next, though.
Alicia's gonna.
Alicia Moreno.
I wonder if she's just going to do it once now, or if she's going to put on a show.
I mean, she's done both for us today.
Yeah.
She's done the min. She's done
Yeah.
well. I know her coach is probably telling her just do the min, but it's really hard when you're in the moment. You're like, I just want to show out, you know. And she has the ability to.
Position, as we say before, when you're under comp conditions, it's a really good time to see exactly where you are. There's no do-overs when you're in comp.
Unfortunately, not. Not in this sport. There's not 3 attempts on anything. It's you get one. You get one shot.
There's a song in there somewhere.
You get one opportunity. Sees everything you ever wanted. When you capture it, you let it slip.
If you're going to go into rap, I think we're going to lose some of the last 3. So obviously they're putting the crossbar up for Alicia because she's a taller athlete. And
A little bit taller athlete.
She doesn't want the same level of pickup for the yoke.
It's also she might be able to make the decision to like make it the yoke easier for herself. All she has to do is move the bag.
Yeah, and she may decide she wants to shoulder it, of course.
Yeah, but also all she has to do is move the bag, get the points. She might want to make an easy yoke, saunter down, take a few steps, go on the stones. Because again, you gotta save yourself for stones. That's one big thing about this.
Yeah, everyone's waiting for the blockbuster event, of course.
I'm waiting for the buzzer beaters. There.
Yeah, I do want to see the buzzer being slammed.
Yeah.
Where is the buzzer?
It's actually behind Bobby Thompson right now. Big old Bobby Thompson is blocking the buzzer. That's a tongue twister for you. Big Bobby blocking buzzer.
Yeah. There he is. Now there's a back.
As you can see behind Bobby's ginormous back, we have the buzzer that we keep speaking highly of that sets the timer
There it
off
is.
to
There
going
it is.
through. So
Yeah, I'm excited to see someone give that a good whack.
all right, Lisa,
Got to do it hard to make sure it's done. Now again, she has got it set up pretty low. I think they just
For
put
her,
it up
yeah.
for the guy to bring it back.
that might have been why. That makes sense. Yep, she's running it down.
Solid work.
Solid.
She looks quick.
Yeah, she needs to keep her head up a little bit. She keeps dropping her chin, but I think she just knows the task at hand.
Absolutely that.
So a nice little tilt. 200-pound bag. That is no joke of a bag. She has to get low, get set up, ready to go.
That's lovely though. That's a lovely.
Yeah, almost
kick.
one motioning where she needs to be, but she knows she needs
wants
higher.
to be high because she wants
Yeah,
to.
there she
doesn't want to
goes.
do at the end.
Leaning back, holding tight. And you never want to double load.
There we go.
Yeah, there it is. Good. And we're calling it there.
Go again.
We're calling it there. She got what she wanted out of it. I think she would have been fine doing it again.
Yeah.
It might have been close to the buzzer, though, because they only have a minute time.
Yeah. Is it only a minute, not 75 on this?
I'm double checking that really fast. It is a 1 minute time cap.
Oh, yeah, that is going to be tricky to finish that. So hitting the buzzer is going to be a real treat.
Yeah. That's got to be satisfying, though, when you do it, just like, bam.
I think that's what she was discussing with her coach. I think she
I
wants
just
to
wanna
get
hit the
back to
buzzer.
go and hit the buzzer, yeah.
I want to earn the buzzer. Well, she'll have a chance to earn the buzzer at the U73 Pro Finals.
Because it will be back.
Yep, we will see the buzzer again. Holy no, Bobby
See,
Big
like
Back
I say,
blocking.
I think she had the capacity to do it again.
I think
The
it would
kick on
have
the
been.
sandbag was slow, but it was good enough. And
It was deliberate.
high.
It was
Yes.
deliberate. I think it would have been tight on time though.
Yes.
Because she had 30 seconds to go.
The other thing, of course, the sandbag is always a risk because I've bent my finger right back and still recovering from that. It can be quite a tricky implement to get in the hands.
And I've injured my forearm.
yes,
on that.
yeah, because of the bicep tension.
Yeah. So anything can happen. It's a calculated, smart move on her end. Us as fans want to see all the athletes do everything, but her as a smart athlete
Yeah.
was right to stop there.
Yeah, of course.
But she had to get the load for it to count. They're not doing distance on. They're doing what's
No.
completed.
Yeah, it's got to be completed.
Yeah.
Otherwise, she'd have just had the one run. So she knew she needed to load it.
Yep. Coming up next, the U80 Kilo Men, 600-pound yoke, 240-pound bag. So we'll see who will be shouldering this bag on that. Based on the last event, our first athlete should be Brian Den. Based on the last event, Brian Den.
Yeah, unfortunately for Brian, 27 seconds, so just under is
The
only
shortest
enough for
of the
last place.
26,
Yeah.
the slowest of the 26-second runs. That's I think that's honestly one of the worst feelings is when you're the slowest in the tier.
And you still put in a good
It's a great run. It's a great run, yeah.
And a second faster, and you'd be second, you know?
Yeah. I missed the finals of my previous show by 1.5 seconds. 1.5 seconds.
It's a killer.
Took me out of the finals for that. So that's on multiple events. 1.5 on either would have gotten me there. But that's the game we play. Yeah. So. But again, certain athletes can have different discrepancies that could have happened to them. We get none of that here at the Pro Strongman League because we have these Vald laser timers to help us out here. So I think I'm excited for this. Hopefully more companies will adopt this.
Yes. Yeah, I'd be surprised if they didn't now with how good it is.
How well it's running, for sure.
So again, changing the weights for you so you can see it on the screen.
This is the unveiling of those laser timers. I think it was a great showing in the first event.
Yeah, they ran pretty much flawlessly.
I've known they've been testing it since last year. I had to keep my mouth shut, which is hard to do. But it's great to see them in action today. But Brian Den will be up next. So again, he is sitting in a pretty decent spot still. Again, he is battling for that placement that we need right now. He is just outside as we're looking right now. So he needs to, just inside, sorry. So he's trying to fight his way to hold on to his spot.
Him and Josh are having a fight out for that third place at this moment.
Correct, yeah. So he has 1 point inside. So he needs Josh to not catch him. And he is the one that beat him just by a little bit last time by 0.82. So can we get a clap back on this one to see what he's got? And again, more variables this time. All right, Brian is off.
Well, they can't start in the yoke either, which is very interesting.
Well, I think their body has to be outside of it so to recognize them, right? So that starting point is working through.
Solid run by Brian here.
Consistent, just consistent on that.
Good run back.
All right, now he's got to figure out how he wants to pick up that bag, so he's going to go. I assume he's not going to shoulder it from here.
I would think not, but he wants it a little higher.
That's good.
He's just going to
back. That bar is a little high for him, though.
Well, do you know what, though? That's obviously because he likes it that way for the
carry, for sure.
Yeah, so he's obviously got to deal with that, which he's doing.
All right, here he goes. He's got to come back now.
Obviously, like you say, time is a factor.
You only got 60 seconds.
Time is a factor.
All right, so far his split time's 35.7 at the halfway mark. Again, these amazing timers are helping us out with that. And he's got to cross that line. I think he might run out of time in the 60-second timer.
It's one of those where you really got to pick. Yeah, it's good effort though. He didn't waste any energy. He got the 3 implements done. 3 done. That could be a good time. Yeah. Again, you're battling the clock and the weight. And 60 seconds is not a lot of time. Not a lot of time for this event.
Not a lot of time for that kind of weight to be moving around. That's just a little bit under 10 meters is what it ended up being. So,
is it what 30?
33, I believe, is 10 meters. So yeah. So 10 meters down, run back, do it again, and then do it twice.
It's not the distances; it's so much the amount of pickups in 60 seconds.
Correct. You got to be effective and fast. You can't.
These are heavy weights.
Yeah, they're not light by any means, especially these athletes. These athletes weigh 176.4 pounds or less. So that's. And they're carrying a 600-pound yoke. This is also event 4 of the day. These athletes have been working since 10 a.m. this morning. So up next we have Josh Fauner, who is, again, 1 point behind. So if he's able to complete this event and hit that buzzer, he will get a nice jump at least up on Brian and maybe pass him to get that podium spot that they're vying for to earn that finals qualifier.
It's nice to go into the final event knowing what you need as well.
Yeah.
Relying on
I think you're actually going to know what they need because I don't think it's going to shake up too much. But again, you never know. 4 points up for grabs per event. 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's see how this all ends out. He did a great run. Again, you're battling the clock and the weight, which is 2 hard things to battle.
So obviously for each athlete, they've got to get the height ready for what they want to do. Quite important with the yoke especially if the yoke is near your max, you really don't want the wrong pickup height.
100%. That's the biggest thing. Because you have it too low, and it becomes like an almost bottoms-up squat. And realistically,
if you have it too high, you hit the floor. So,
and most time you're yoking over your squat max. We see that all the time. So
some of it's double, isn't it? You know,
it depends on the person.
Yeah,
100%. So if you're in a bottoms-up squat position, which is one of the worst spots in the squat, now you don't want to have that happen to you.
No, definitely not.
So the main idea of this is you want to make sure it's set up the proper one where it's in a nice position, but it's not going to hit the ground and then you're set up. But again, starting out of the box is also a lot harder because you have to find your feet. So this is going to really benefit the athletes that trained getting in the yoke, knowing where their hands go, knowing where they want their feet.
That's where experience comes in.
Yeah. Again, I've only done one show where for farmers and or yoke, where we both in that show, we started outside of it.
Yeah. It's very rare. Normally you get to start in and you give them a nod, of course.
Yeah. I enjoyed that because I'm very quick at making decisions on that one. A lot of athletes hated it. How would you feel if you had to start outside of a yoke?
I wouldn't like it as much. I like to get myself in the middle because getting in the middle of that yoke can be tough. But at the same time, with this event, you've got to do that at least once, so you might as well do it twice. I mean, it's
that's fair.
We've obviously got Josh coming up here, and he's Masters age athlete at 45 years old, but still performing at a very good level.
Still fighting. I think he can punch his ticket to the Pro Strongman League finals here today.
That's it. And, he can
it's a very low yoke, though. See how low it is on him?
Yeah.
He's not very tall, but it's also like, we'll see how this goes for him. Because, again, it's that bottom. His loads will be pretty nice.
I'm going to assume he's a strong squatter.
I would hope so. But, all right, he's getting set up.
I remember, of course, when we did it, Mr. Donan had it very, very low. So certain people, if they're good squatters, can have it low. And it's a big advantage for the bag.
Playing to your strengths here.
Yeah.
Playing to your strengths here. And against that decision, like I said, I prefer to have it about my normal yoke height and I shoulder it because I think I could run faster with the shoulder. I'm also very efficient with my shouldering. It also depends how heavy the bag is. The bag is like, today we have for the U90 Men, I was competing at that, at 200, we'll talk about that in a second. He is off now.
He's off.
He's moving. Again, that low pick was tough, but he's getting going.
I'm just worried he's going to hit the...
No, I think he's in a straight line. He's got a good... But that drop is not helpful, and that's where that low pick...
And the low pick is going to
makes it so much... Now he's got 3 picks here now. Yeah, that pick is just draining his legs. So it's a calculated risk that he took, and it's not paying off right now.
He's thought about quitting it then, but Big Bobby told him, let's go, mate.
It's hard when the crowd's cheering you on. You're trying your best, but it's...
Like you say, it's probably set up a little low now, we've decided. But
yeah. That's unfortunate when that happens. The decision, again, you want to play your best abilities, and again, that's the risk you take when you yoke that low. When it works, his load would have been so simple, but you got to get to the load first.
You wonder if that was just a bad day at the office, or he hasn't quite done enough training on it. We don't know the answers.
Yeah, and I think it happens, as we know from being athletes that travel in our own country or internationally, weight cuts, different things happen. It's never easy. It never will be.
600-pound yoke is tough.
600 pounds is always going to be 600 pounds.
Yeah.
So, and you're basically running with a squat rack on your back for those who've never done a yoke before. So just think you're squatting, but then add the rack to it.
A lot of the weight is low down again.
Yeah.
An efficient way to get the yoke back to position.
Well, it takes 3 of these gentlemen to shove back what the athletes have to carry on that. So it shows what the athletes are doing. But again, thank you to all of our spotters and loaders. Not taking anything away from you, but it just shows how great these athletes are.
Today. A lot of work.
But that's good. That's good for Brian if he can hold those points.
Yeah, because of course Brian got 3 out of 4.
Yep. So we should have Ken Brown up. No, we should have Jason up next because he finished 3rd in the previous event with 26.11, the fastest of the 26. So Jason's up next. He's currently your leader right now in 1st place, but he only has a 1-point lead. So
another fairly low pickup here.
Well, he's not a tall athlete.
No.
So I'm not sure this is low for him. I think it's actually what his normal pick height is.
Yeah, often you'd have it around nipple height, wouldn't you? So it's not too far.
Upper chest, I think, is right around where you want to be.
Yeah.
All right, and here he goes. He got set up. Nice feet placement. Good fast feet. You notice, again, he's not keeping his feet on the ground very long.
So
he's
solid. You can see that
crossed that line. He knew exactly where to drop it, too. This is an experienced athlete that's working right now.
With that yoke. And he now wants to get it nice and high.
Yep, he's got the distance.
Waste any time. And he wants to get it over, as you said before.
Yep, 1 shot. There you go.
He's going to struggle slightly to pick it up because the bag,
No, the bag, it was optical illusion there, Mark.
Yeah,
he had a great place on the bag.
Yeah.
Yep. All right, can we get our first buzzer beater here?
This is how you complete it in 60 seconds.
He's 29 seconds in, though.
Yeah, but he's got loads of time to finish that bag.
He's got to move. Bag and buzzer left.
He's going to have to squat down again. And drive it up. There we go.
Hit the buzzer! There it is, our first buzzer beater on that one.
That was exciting.
That extra add-on right there.
Yeah, don't forget, you put it over, you got to smash that buzzer.
Yeah, you gotta turn and find that buzzer. And it's again, 49.24. It looks like that's the time, 49.24.
Very impressive. And great for the loaders and spotters because he's kind of left him in the right place.
There.
Yeah,
it's right there.
Very nice of him.
Puts the pressure on Ken Brown now. Your winner of the previous event, he's able to go last, but again, in moving events, is that really an advantage?
He knows he needs to be fast.
I feel like you always need to be fast, though, is the problem, no matter where you end up. But he wants to get this win. That would put him in a tie with Jason going into the final event, which if you go by final event and last event, he would go last. So if Ken can win this event, this is big for him because he would go last on the stones.
Looks like Ken's having a more traditional yoke height, which will make the load tougher.
Load a little more challenging on that one. But again, we'll see what he decides to do. Is he going to be a shoulder? Is he going to be a carrier?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a little bit high on that one too. You see, it's right in his collarbone almost.
Standard yoke height pick for me, and that is quite high. So it's going to be a tough load.
We'll see how good he is loading. We'll find out. This is kind of a preview of the stones as well, how they load the bags, right? Very good pick. Wow, very smooth, consistent, concise movements.
Yeah, looks really
good drop. All right, here's Coach yelling at him, Cody Abel, another great U80 athlete. Oh, what a great pick.
Got that nice and high, hasn't he?
He is consistent. He needs to get that over in one shot.
That's
barely an inconvenience that extra yoke. He's got to move, though.
He has got to move.
Here we go.
Maybe as he gets tired, he doesn't want that yoke to scrape the floor.
No, it does not. He needs to get that through the line. He's got to finish this. Here he goes. He's got 17 seconds so far to make up.
That's a lovely pick again. Get it nice and high.
He's got 11 seconds.
He'll need to adjust that when he gets to the end, though.
Final 7. And that's where the height mattered.
Yeah.
Looks like he's gonna run out of time, unfortunately. He was the faster of them through the implements, but that yoke height mattered. It came down to that.
Yeah, exactly.
Again, we saw everything that could happen on that event so far. We saw an athlete pick too low, where
what you said.
Couldn't move it.
Yeah.
We saw an athlete pick the perfect. I think Jason perfectly decided his movements there. And we saw an athlete pick a yoke height that he's more comfortable with, but that load made it so much more challenging.
As we said before, if you've got to pick that more comfortable height, you want to be shouldering it.
I agree.
Second one is you've just lost all power by
You're just done. Your legs are fried. That's the thing. I'm thinking. Yeah, so we really wanted to see a little. I think his shouldering would have been very beneficial for him. But that's the game we play.
Yes.
You live by that decision. It's split-second decisions. It's decisions in the beginning that you have to live with in this. So Michael Eppard should be up now. We're moving on to the U90 kilo men. U90 kilo men should be up next, which means that yoke is getting heavier and those bags are getting bigger. So we have a 675-pound yoke coming our way, and then we have a 260-pound bag. And I feel like 260 is about that limit where I always want to shoulder it, personally. I think that line of like...
I say with one run, I'd be back myself, but a second run, it's going to be really tough to get it high enough.
With the carriers, standard carriers, you mean? Yeah. Yes, I agree. It's that second run. I think and again, we learned the second run mattered more than the first one because we saw Jason.
More frustrating than the last event where you get it to the end and you can't get over that bar. Doesn't matter how fast if you don't get it over.
And Jason was faster on the second run than the first run. He finished the first run in roughly 30 seconds. The second run about 20 seconds.
So we're interested to see Michael up first.
Yep, Michael's going up first. He's got some ground to make up right now. So kind of let things go a little bit on the farmer's walk. So moving is not especially, at least in the carries. Could be grip. It could be many things on this one.
That's it.
But he's currently sitting in second place with 9 points. Only 4 points outside the leader, and that's how many points are up for grabs pretty much. So it's going to be a nice battle here as we come through with this one.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this. We've got some really good movers in this class.
I think every class they're showing the standard here. This is the standard for a qualifier. So make sure you tune back in for all the finals here in the next couple months.
With even more dedicated graphics and screens and everything for everyone.
Always getting better every single show. That's the thing we're going to see this year.
So again, Michael is picking what I would call reasonably high pick, considering It's a reasonably high pick for him here, but it's going to be a very interesting. Right, Michael is ready now. He's going to get in that yoke. That's a really strong start there by Michael. Keeping his body really, really stable. Now we'll see what pickup Michael decides to use. He's going lengthways. Are we going to see our first shoulder? We are. Oh, he's decided against it now. He may struggle now to get it over the bar though. Oh, he's done really well to recover that. You could see that he wanted to shoulder it, but it didn't quite work. He didn't panic, and he did a really good job with that. He's coming back now. You can see those legs starting to scream at him with 675 pounds on the yoke. He's going to be running out of time here. He really needs to get moving. You can see he's slightly hobbling as well. If he can get this to shoulder, I back him to finish it here. It's just run out of time. You can see there he's hobbling as well. Hopefully he's okay. Really solid run of 3 implements. Again, there we saw he just run out of time. Really, I feel with 75 seconds he could have finished that. So we've really got the one sandbag to get back. And then we're going to go for, it'll be Josh next. Josh being one of the shorter athletes in the field. But again, with this event, that doesn't really matter because you'll set the yoke height that works for you. And that's one of the beauties of this event. But if he keeps it this high, it's going to be quite a high load for Josh. See him looking focused there. He's on the line. This is obviously where he wants his yoke to be. Very strong is Josh. Yeah, excellent work there. Really, really fast on the yoke as I expected. We're now going to see how he loads that sandbag. I think there's a good chance he'll go shoulder. Yeah, really nice. I mean, he's showing the technique perfectly for the shouldering here. It means he can keep the yoke height higher, which is better for his pick, but he's still very, very quick to pick it up. Really could do with him hitting the buzzer here. Yeah, really nice here. He's going to run back quick. Doesn't want to run out of time here. He has got plenty of time to complete this, but he's going to want to get that nicely to shoulder. Big drive now. Big drive, Josh. Well done. That's excellent work. Now just a case of getting it over and then remembering the buzzer. Straight onto the buzzer, Josh. Well done, well done. Absolutely showing that shoulder technique to a T there. Really, really impressive run. So he's put the pressure on the guys going now as well. Got Jack and then Dane still left to go. Just let them reset up the implements. Josh looks happy with that, talking to Nancy about the technique. He is a strong bag to shoulderer and he's used his strength there to his advantage. See how Jack wants it here, that looks quite low at the moment. Looks more like it there. They've done their yoke height beforehand, so they know exactly what height they want the bar at. But as we've seen today, some people have got it right, some people have got it wrong. Gives himself a nice big slap. Wake himself up. Probably use some zone swelling salts as well. There we go, Nancy's giving him a go. It's a solid pick there. Once again, he's going no shoes. Makes me nervous, but there you go. No actual issues with it. Perfect. He's as well pushed it forward into the upright position. I think he's going to drive it onto that shoulder as well. But again, a bit like we saw before, he didn't quite make the shoulder first time up, so he's decided just to go with it. Oh, he's struggling now. He needs to drive it up again. Yes, he's done well there to finish that. He needs to at least get this one back to to tie 3 implements here. See, that's taken a lot out of him, but he's driving hard. There's a lot of support for him there. Let's go, Jack. Nearly there, nearly there, nearly there. And he's done. He is going back for it, but I suspect he's going to run out of time. We'll call that going out on your sword. That was a great effort there by Jack. And 3 implements doesn't really matter on the time. It was really quite a gutsy performance that by Jack.
Oh, I know his back's hurting him already, so that's one big thing is that like it's
you saw the
so
did you see
hard.
the Josh masterclass in the
Oh, I
stand back
did.
to
The stand by the shoulder, and
Yeah.
it was a beauty. It was
But
poetry.
interestingly, both Jack and Mike, they both missed the shoulder.
Yeah.
And that made it harder, obviously, to go over. While
It's-
Josh made sure he just absolutely nailed that shoulder.
Again, that's the game.
Yeah.
That's the game plan. It's like, let's go. And this is the man of the hour in these moving events, man. This
Big
is
Dane now.
Big Dane Bonin is up here.
Prides
So-
himself on how fast he can move.
Oh, he's better live up to it now.
Yeah. Yeah, really, really good event, this one to watch. Really enjoyable.
And again, we're going to see that bar go up, most likely.
Yeah, you
That's-
think so for the man of his stature.
Now, the question is he going to shoulder? Is he going to load it high? Usually a loading event favors taller athletes, more often than not. But this one, it's based on your yoke height. This is what I like about these moving events that have multiple factors
It
to
just
it.
adds something else, doesn't it?
Yeah, it doesn't give that benefit of loading over a set height. So that's one big thing we have here.
He looks prepared.
All right, here we go.
Slightly slow pick, but he's made it. He's now going very quickly.
his length of legs is helping him out here. He's not staying long on the ground.
But again, he's very, very light on his feet, as you said before,
Yeah.
with the farmers.
Yes.
And he's using wild power, but he's now going to have to lift it as he gets over the yoke.
Yep. He's got to get that. Oh, he's caught at the yoke.
It's going to cost him a bit of time here.
Yep, there it is. He's
Right.
got to recover
Yeah, he's got
now.
to recover that quick, because to finish this event, you can't spend too long staring at it.
Nope. But that double pick, that makes it the hard part.
Yeah.
He's got about
gonna-
25 seconds to complete the event. He's got to move. He's got to move. He's fumbling with his belt a little bit.
I think he's starting to struggle here.
Yeah, this is where the gas tank matters right now. And like, we have done this event in competition before. We did this a few years ago in the UK. He
tried to
attempted the
shoulder
shoulder,
that,
but now he's
yeah.
trying to get some kind
I
of
think he
distance.
knows it just wasn't going to go.
Yeah. So it's a little bit of distance on that one, so it's sort of helpful to get him some points.
Okay, so yeah, they distanced the bag.
Correct.
which
They
is
just
handy.
yes.
So he's crucially got a bit further.
All right, that concludes your U10.
U90s, that one.
So U90, sorry, the U105s are about to begin. So we'll see a weight change, but let's give a quick recap of what we've seen so far. So we saw Alicia win, getting 60 feet with those implements. We have Jason, the only athlete to complete it in the U80 so far, with a 49.84 seconds on that one. Ken got so close. The max distance possible
max distance
without
without
loading
loading,
it.
yeah.
Yes. Then Brian, then Josh. And when the U90 scores are coming in right now as we talk about it. But again, another shakeup in the U90s. We're going to see the U105s come into play next. U105 men are going to have a 750-pound yoke, 280-pound sandbag to load on that one. And again, this is,
As the
Not
bags
easy.
get bigger, they also get more awkward, of course.
yeah, they get taller, they get more awkward, harder to pick up, harder to get your arms wide if you're doing that carry up above the lap. That's, again, if you have the ability to shoulder, I think it's one of those things that's super helpful on this
Yeah,
event.
for sure.
But again, the room for error is so small. As we've seen with other athletes on other shows, it can slip off the back of your shoulder. It can fall behind you. It's safer to bring it in the front, but you might have to double pump it like we saw with Dane, and that took so much of his energy.
Yeah. Yeah, I think with Dane, it just cost him when he couldn't quite get it over that first time. It
Yeah.
cost him a lot of energy there. And they're changing the weights for your viewing.
Yep. First athlete to go will be Jake Arthur, followed by Nick Morris, and then Timothy Wessner will be after that. Those are our first 3 athletes to go on this one. All athletes last for the 105s completed the course of both the farmer's walk and the duck walk. And again, now they are working on the yoke run into a sandbag load. They got to do it twice, and if they finish that second bag load, they get to hit the buzzer on that one. So far, not too many athletes have been able to hit that buzzer.
Oh, well, it's a privilege to hit.
Yeah. So when you hit it hard. So, But again, you earn everything here at the Pro Strongman League on every level. This is athletes fighting for that ticket to the finals, where big money up for grabs.
Yeah.
Big money up for grabs.
You know,
150 per event win.
You get the invite. You're not paying them. It's just once you get to the highest level, you're taken care of.
That's why an athlete like a previous Joshua Darga is trying to get back there.
And once again, that's why the sponsors we have for this are so important to us.
Yep.
Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Steel Fitness, Pioneer, Notorious Lift, and Lockjaw Collars.
And Jake Arthur is up now. Very high with his arms on this.
It's a very high pick as well, because you can see he's got very little clearance.
There's almost nothing there. It's as close to skin as possible.
I think he's decided it's going to be a heavy yoke for him.
It's what it's going to end up being. I mean, it's not a light yoke. 750 pounds is 750 pounds.
It's a serious yoke.
Yeah.
You can tell it's taking a lot out of his spine.
He's got to get through that line. There we go.
It's flashing. Is that not in? Yeah.
He had one side that wasn't all the way through.
Right.
All right, he's still got time. He's got 25 seconds, and every foot matters.
It's a lovely pick, to be fair.
He does it. That was a great pick. So maybe we'll see him do some well in stones, but that bar is so high.
He also seems to have his hands taped. I'm not sure that's great for the grip on the bag, if I'm honest.
It's slidey a little bit on that
Well,
one.
I think as well, because he set that yoke up to complete the yoke run, he's going to really struggle to get this over.
Yeah, that's just so high.
Yeah.
That's almost at his collarbone, almost at his neck.
I think for him, I think the bag was probably easier than the yoke.
Oh, for sure. But again, this is where those great equalizers, where you need to be good at two things at once.
Yeah. Now we have to move both implements, of course, back to the start.
And back to sideline.
Yeah.
I just saw Phil walk by, the owner of the gym. He just kind of strolled across the camera right there. So thank you so much for that venue you allowed us to be at today so we can have this show for these athletes. So closed down his gym for the day. So very nice of him to give us ability. 100%.
The gym.
The gym, in case you're ever wondering. So if you're ever in Westminster, Maryland, or in the area, this is a great gym to stop by. It's got
lovely gym, and it's got a separate strongman area.
Everything strongman-wise, everything bodybuilder, everything, pretty much everything you'd want in a gym. That's why it's the gym on there. So, all right, we believe we have Nick Morris coming up next. We're setting him up right now. 750 pounds on the yoke, 270 pounds on the bag. So, the athletes, we're giving a little gift today that's lighter than what they've been training for. It looks sometimes the bags you get what you get, and we had 270 here today, so they get a little bit extra love.
Yes, they get a little extra. What, 5 pounds off?
Oh, 10 pounds off.
Oh, 10 pounds.
That's what a lovely gift after 3 grueling events to go a little bit lighter, a smidge.
In the UK, we call that supermarket deal, of course.
Going with a very low yoke for him. You can see it's like it's a sternum, it's diaphragm area.
Again, I'm assuming he's got a good squat, and he's more concerned about getting the bag over the yoke.
Got some thick legs and thick back. I think he's got a good squat, so hopefully he can get it down. So we saw one athlete, unfortunately, go too low where he couldn't move it, so this is where the challenge begins.
People might wonder, but the main risk of going too low isn't just the pickup, but then the weight is swinging more, because as you pick it up, there's a lot further to go, a lot more chance of it moving as you pick, of course. You really want the yoke to be stable when you're moving it, and the higher the weight is, the harder that can be. Yeah, he's got it very, very low here. He must be confident.
Well, we'll find out if that pays off for him. It's a bold strategy there, Cotton.
It's primed, ready.
Yeah.
On the start line now, just waiting for Nancy's command.
One thing I would like to say, for being a qualifier, the amount of spectators we have here is just amazing.
Yeah, the local communities come out, and you can see there are people here who maybe not seen Strongman before, and they're just quite interested in what they're seeing.
They saw that yoke height is just, I think he went too far in that direction. That is a heavy squat, man. We're seeing that swing.
Yeah, he's taking a lot out of his CNS.
I can see that. And again, we're in the 4th event of the show. I saw him start to move, and it's swinging around on him.
Say it's the 4th event, and your bread and butter is to finish the yoke run, because you're not going to get a chance to load the sandbag if you don't finish the yoke run.
Yeah. And again, this is all learning experience.
That's it. He'll come back strong.
Oh, his
experience, but
he is a strong man right now. That's all I'm saying. He is. Because you are feeling every pound of that. We talk about how you don't have to squat that up if you have the right height. This man is squatting that weight right now.
He's really not giving up, which is good to see.
Every inch matters.
Unfortunately, I don't think he's got anything left to go for the
I think it's
bag.
over, yeah. His body is shut down.
But that's a great effort to finish that.
He was very close to hitting that Volda, but he was nice enough to place it around it.
Yes, yeah, he didn't break our nice new expensive equipment, which is good of him. Now, good luck to anyone bringing that back.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to do the push and drag technique. Still, I can never smile.
You're never really happy, Mark.
Yeah. Apologies to viewers who've watched me apparently never smile, according to the photos, but I am smiling and I'm enjoying watching this today. Absolute privilege to be here and watch these strong guys and girls go at it.
Yeah, it's been a battle today. There's been no easy wins on any of these things, whether it be on an
Anyone
event.
who does these events has my ultimate respect, because I know how difficult it is, whatever level you're at.
Step out there.
Yeah, to step out there. To do these shows, which are not light, deliberately not light.
Well,
You've gotta earn
you
it.
got to set up for the next level.
Yeah.
If the qualifiers were light and you get to the finals and that's where you don't look like you belong, everyone here that makes the top 3 will look like they belong at the Pro Strongman League finals.
For sure. Yeah.
All right, Tim Wessner looks like he is up and ready to go.
The more standard in yoke heights.
Yeah, it might be one lower than normal for him, it looks like, but it's pretty standard.
Yeah.
He's got a good clearance.
Yeah, I'd
nothing
say for
crazy.
me that'd be one lower. Some people like that because it means they can move it more without hitting the ground.
That's
how stable your yoke
That's
is.
where I like my yoke, is around this distance from the ground.
See, I actually like it closer. I like to, but then, yeah.
But I also tilt the front forward so the back can skid sometimes if I go too high. So it's just dependent on, it's preference on that one,
No,
right?
it's definitely preference because you and I are very similar yoke standards. So it just depends on what you like to do.
Yeah. And this, again, the bags almost look easier than the yoke themselves, but
So now he could do with a little dip before.
he's gonna have to dip and load.
Yeah, good effort. That's
good,
exactly
smart movement there.
He didn't try and just lift it straight in one go there as an extension.
No, he knew it was a little high for him on that one, but
I think
again,
he also knows he's going for 3 here just because of the time.
yeah, he's gonna have to run out of time and he's gonna have to move. He's almost going side to side though. That's when you don't want it from a yoke. Is moving left foot, right foot, leaning into it where it starts carrying. That's a lot of weight.
Yes.
These athletes are,
It's a good effort there by Tim.
yeah.
It's a really nice bag over the yoke there.
We're looking at just about 3 times body weight they have to carry.
Yeah.
So
And you've got to do that 4 times with the picks.
Yeah.
It's tough. It's really tough.
it's a toughie. Daryl Aldridge will be up next. Can we get our first
So-
finish on the U105 Men yoke?
This is
Sandbag medley.
yeah, so far they've been struggling to complete it.
I mean, you got 60 seconds, man. It's not a lot of time for these events.
If those top 2 guys are as quick as they were, it's going to be some show.
That's going to be the show. I think, not taking with any athletes I've gone so far, but we see a teardrop.
A little, especially with the movement style things. I just wonder, because the yoke is such a heavier piece of equipment when core power comes in, if maybe a couple of the guys who are really athletic may struggle with the yoke.
Potentially,
But we'll find out.
but it takes a lot of core power to walk with those farmers. But
Yeah,
again,
that's true.
those farmers were 300 pounds each, so that's 600 pounds they had to move with
Yeah.
to the side of them. We're adding another 150 pounds that your
And
core
it's
has to take
It's
over.
a big lot of extra weight, and if your grip is solid, then
Yeah, sometimes you can let it sit different
Yeah.
and let it carry you. This yoke, you kind of feel barreling down on you if it's heavy for you.
This is an event that is known to make you a shorter person, which I can't really afford.
I think it's already done it to me, man.
You were 6'1" when I met you.
Gentleman's 5'8". If you throw gentlemen's in front of it, it makes you feel better.
As long as I can still reach the top shelf of the supermarket, I'll keep yoking.
See, I have long arms, so I'll be fine.
Yeah, Mr. Tickle.
All right, Daryl's
Right.
dialed in,
All
focused
looks
on
ready.
this one.
All looks ready.
Yeah.
What do you think about before you start yoke? What's your thought process?
Well, normally it's very different because I'm starting in the yoke, so I want to get that tension. I want to check I've got the right thing. Often I'm paranoid about my height because I still second guess what I'm doing. But this is just such a solid, fast.
He's moving.
He literally just dropped that off his back.
I think he's faster with the yoke on his back.
Yeah, some people just are, but he's obviously not so keen on the sandbag.
Yeah, well, I know he's had a couple bicep injuries in the
so
past.
he's having to pick it up in a different way, maybe.
So him and his bag are not friends.
No,
for multiple
and that
reasons.
way he's just not. It's an interesting way, but
he's finding a way. It is a way.
The sideways pickup maybe a lot on his bicep, maybe.
That's the thing, yeah. Because I know he's had bicep injuries in the past. It looks fine.
Lovely pick.
And again, this might be one of those confidence things. You have to trust the body.
Yeah, he might be.
I know he's fully healed from those. I know that, but it's still mental.
Big drive. Sticking in the bottom is going to be tough.
You do not want to sit in that bottom for too long, and that's hard. It's like holding a pause squat.
It's a shame for him because the yoke was absolutely
Yoke is lovely. The yoke is lovely.
With it. We're going to see Gabe next, and one of the best things about Gabe is he's got the high quality Pioneer belt on we've been raving about so much.
So his belt's definitely going to be ready for the show.
Yeah, that's it. And when you're a heavy yoke, you need that stability.
100%. Like I said, I've got my donut lever Pioneer belt that I utilize on this one.
You always make me hungry wearing that.
Well, I'm always hungry, it's the thing.
So weight class life.
But definitely one of those things you want to utilize. So I prefer a lever belt more so than a... he does his own tape measure out to see that too. Then it comes to the prong belt. Do you have a preference that you like to use?
I prefer a lever belt. I've used one for so long. But I like it to be adjustable, so now that Pioneer have an adjustable buckle, that makes a big difference.
That makes a huge difference.
Because
in that
sometimes I like an underbelt, sometimes I don't. And also with movement events, you often have the belt lighter than you would do for, say, a deadlift, I find.
Potentially.
Yeah.
I think it's just
it's horses for courses, but...
Yeah. It's I think it's relative. Like when someone asks me like, "What's your technique on this?" I'm like, "That depends. Is this heavy for you?" Right? Because I have different techniques on what belt I use, how I pick something. I was like, it's relative, right?
He's got the Pioneer prong belt on, and he's,
which is a very sturdy belt. A lot of options to go with that one.
So it's high quality. Let's see what Gabe's got.
Oh, with
interesting
the underpick. So a lot of swings.
He's doing the squat pick, but he's so stable with it.
Yeah, he's not letting his feet move too fast.
No,
because he can't.
I think that shot.
Oh, it looks like he's not past the line there yet. Now he made it. Bobby Thompson, high-level judge, making sure he crosses the line.
So it's not just about the flashing, then it also has to be.
Not
Bobby's
on this
call.
one, no, because it's
a nice high pick. He just needs to readjust as he goes.
There we go.
Gabe, that's lovely. Now he's going to go straight into number 2.
Now he's got to worry about that bag getting caught a little bit.
Maybe.
Nope, we're good. We're fine.
Although it's made him move slightly to one side.
Yeah, it's definitely spun him a little bit.
Moving a little bit inebriated there, isn't he?
It looks like he crossed that line. He's got to get back. He's got to move. You can see his legs tiring. You can see
he's gassing a bit now, but
those wobbles happening.
He's got a great chance if he can get back, though.
One of our youngest athletes, 24 years old.
Oh, it's a shame.
The best he's got.
It's a good effort, though.
Yeah,
really good effort.
Dude, your quads are just on fire, man, to this one. Like, you don't want to move. You get the Bambi legs, or what I call it. You're just trying to get through it.
The worst event I ever did was similar to this, but it was a Zercher yoke into this.
I remember that. Yeah, I remember watching that.
Absolutely brutal.
I think it's why I just was like, nah,
Only 2 of us finished it, and I finished it because I took all the time available.
Took the whole time frame.
I literally stared at every implement. Yeah.
Hard pass.
Yeah.
Me and Zercher carries aren't friends.
Yeah. But this is, like you say, it tests so much because the yoke is heavy.
It's heavier,
it puts a lot of taxing on you, and then the sandbag is a lot of skill, but it's also a lot of pop. If you don't get that pop, especially if you're not going to shoulder
it's how much you have left in your tank.
Yeah, for sure.
Your legs are just shot with how heavy that yoke is.
Yeah, it's just such an interesting event to watch. Somebody might be very good at sandbag, they might be very good at yoke, but to be good at both, not always the case.
Well, this man has a target on his back right now. Philip Smith sitting in second place right now, only half a point lead from third, but 3 points outside of falling to sixth.
Yeah, there's such a, as we were saying before, so tight between second and seventh, really.
Yeah.
Every inch is going to make a difference here.
So he needs to have a good run here, and he has some fast guys finishing after him on that one. He finished last event in 25.69 seconds, which is a great time, but it was still over 3 seconds slower than the previous. But we've seen just now, the yoke and the bag are different than the farmers. and the duck walk. So see how that core strength is? See how he's moving? Confident pick. He's got maybe pick his head up a little bit, but
He's only using what I would call the triple ply belt, not really a hard belt, which is interesting.
I would use this technique because I like it better for bag carries. So again, it depends how heavy it is for you. I love the idea
It's an
of...
interesting pick there.
Oh, he's doing the spin technique.
Yeah.
So he's going to spin it around and carry it
Got
back.
it reasonably high, but he's going to have to readjust.
He's got to
get it
lean
over.
back, pop and lean back. So again, he's
It's
sit.
a lot of effort, that.
Yeah, but he's got it high enough. Now he's got to push it over. And it's in a good spot. Yep. So
I think he wants. This is it. He wants to get the yoke back now.
yeah, this shows how taxing this event is. Every inch matters, Philip. You got fast guys behind you, so
Well, that's it. The next three, I'm expecting. Well, next four.
yeah.
He's giving it a good go there.
Well, coming up, another fantastic mover, Jesse Castens. Again, I've raced this man head to head in a down and back race, and I beat him by 0.1 seconds. 0.1 seconds on a Hustafel carry down and back.
We didn't have the laser timer then, so who knows if you actually won.
Well, at least it was head. At least it was head to head.
Oh, it was head to head. So
He
you
was-
saw him
he-
go over
he
the
was
line.
the lane next to
Yeah,
me,
and
so
you,
that's-
you went over the line just in front of
Correct,
him.
yeah, so-
the video would show that.
Yeah, but I guess if it was running one at a time like this, yes, who would know if it was actually yes. But
As it was, you just pipped him.
I can sleep at night knowing that I did win that event. But how tight it was! I've never ran a faster
and he's
Hustafel carry in my life.
He's
That
coming-
was
he's
that was
coming for
a
you.
that was a one-off for me. That was a normal day for him. I had my best day. Run that event 10 times, he probably beats me 8 out of them.
We'll see what he's got on this.
So I believe he's gonna do very well on this. So that day was my day, but more days than often I'd give it to him, if I'm being honest. So,
Thankfully for us, he's trying to qualify for the 105.
well, I know he wants the 90s as well, so I think he's showing why he deserves both, in my opinion. So I think he's one of those hybrid athletes that can be competitive at both.
This hybrid, more freaky.
Yeah. Those Jake Allens of the world as well. Those larger gentlemen that can
That's
make
just the
those
man
cuts.
who shrinks himself into 90.
The Tyler Davises, the new 105s consistently.
yeah, he's
But
just
again-
all round strong again.
So I think. All right, Jesse is up now. Good strong yoke. Again, a little bit slow on the pick. Again, he's
Solid feet though.
he is not one that's done a lot of
He's
competitions.
got quite a wide stance, hasn't
Yes.
he?
He is definitely someone that is newer to the scene of the high levels.
Yeah,
So
you,
you kind of.
can tell the power's there. Maybe he just doesn't have the practice,
Confidence
but
yet, yes.
He's going to drive this to shoulder.
There it is. Yep. And I know he has the ability to do that, so very good on that one.
And he didn't take too long about it.
Nope. Nice little pop. He's got to turn around and go.
Perfect. Look at how that's.
That's how you want it. That's all, he almost spiked it. He's just like a little bit off on the pick, so he's got to work a little bit harder, but he's a strong enough guy.
Has he got time to come back for the bag?
We are looking at him. He has time. He's got 20
Come on.
seconds.
He's giving it the large. He's got rid of the belt.
He's got to stop thinking. He's got to move.
So I like the belt for this, but he's obviously decided he.
He's got
prefers
12
it off.
seconds. Oh, he didn't get it high enough. It's going to be hard to get it there, but
Yeah,
every
I
inch
think
matters.
Yeah, like I think he's realised.
But he's your current leader.
Well, that's clever because he didn't quite get it where he wanted it, but he's got it as
He
far
didn't
as
waste.
he can possibly
yeah,
get.
He didn't waste time.
without loading it.
He didn't waste time without loading it.
He's played the game and he's done it well.
Like I said, he's newer to this scene, but he's already competed at, I believe, the Arnold, America's Strongest Man. He's done high-level shows, just hasn't done a lot of them yet. So he's done high-level amateur shows. He's trying to break out into the pro scene now.
Yeah,
So,
it looks like he's ready.
oh, he was ready when I met him. He just didn't know it yet.
John, another good mover of the sport.
So,
It's over by my bags.
Big man, small dog.
it's a good life. That is Taco the dog, in case you're wondering.
Taco.
Taco is the dog, yes.
Beauty.
Yes. He's a good boy. He's the goodest boy. He's stronger than you as well.
Oh, wow.
Stronger than me as well. He's actually the strongest one in the room.
Pound for pound, at least.
Oh, by far.
So John's ready now.
All right, John Doyle.
He's got a lot of chalk on his front. That's for when he.
He's ready for the bag, yeah. So I don't think he's going to shoulder it, based on where he's got the chalk line.
I think he's going to hamburger it.
Do you call the up and down hamburger, or do you call it on the side hamburger?
I'd say side is the.
I say side is
Hot dog is the up.
So where it's sitting right now is hot dog to you. See, I call that hamburger. I'm the inverse.
Answer on a postcard, people. Who's right?
Yeah, if you're listening to this right now, is where the bag is right now, is that a hot dog or a hamburger? He says hot dog, I say hamburger. This is a hot dog to me. Because you put the dog in the bun.
Yeah. Depends which way around you're looking at the hot dog, doesn't it?
Yeah. I'm just. Oh, that is unfortunate. And he's even mad at himself. He looks like he's like, crap.
He's cross.
You can't catch it. It's going all the way down.
Yeah, I mean, you just can't catch it that kind of weight.
Yeah. He cleaned that one.
Beautiful. The problem is, it's the clean, isn't it?
It was literally a clean and press.
He needs to focus now on getting his back.
That was just him being mad. He was just upset with his ability, but that took everything out of him now, and he's just tired.
See, his motivation is slightly struggling with that one.
He just knew he was not going to not complete that bag. He's got to get some movements here. He's got to get some pace. Got about maybe an inch.
For John there. He's just because of the first pick.
Yeah. And again, it's that. I think he panicked a little bit. He didn't recompose himself after that.
You can see the disappointment in his face, of course.
He's not happy. I mean, it's hard.
Perfectly understandable.
These athletes are battling for a lot of things, and he was the bottom man right now. He's the bottom man in that totem pole.
Yeah, of the
currently
really
sitting
tight race,
in sixth place, tied for fifth, but
literally like a point and a half off, 2.5 points off the podium.
So again,
we've got stones to go. He's just got to get his head back in.
And we don't know what's going to happen. Again, every round is 10 points up for grabs.
The nice thing about having 10 competitors is the field can shake up in every single event.
Yep,
so
we've seen that happen.
To play for. Especially in the level, there's no weak athletes in the class. They're all strong.
Well, we have the speed demons coming up now. Dietrich Cooper, who
can carry on what they did before.
20.83 seconds to finish the medley last round. The farmer's walk into the duck walk, and calling it a walk is just like disrespectful at this point.
Disrespectful to the duck.
Yeah, it's a very quick duck. It's a sonic duck.
There's no waddle, was it?
Yeah. So he looks ready. He knows the assignment. He climbed up that leaderboard on that last event. So again, he was tied with John Doyle going to last event. He went from having 9 points to 18 points. I think he was in 8th place, tied for 5th now, 2.5 points off podium. So a great run here.
Him and Quabeno, they both pulled themselves right into contention last time out.
Yeah, if he can finish, just finish, he would be in first place currently. That's all he has to do.
Not had a finish in 105s as of yet?
I don't believe so. I haven't seen anybody.
No, I think you're right.
Jesse was the closest. He got the bag down.
He did everything he could but the end,
If he would have gotten to his shoulder, I think he would have finished.
Yeah.
But I think he also had the wherewithal. Again, this is what the athletes need to do to know getting it down is bigger points than getting it to my shoulder.
Yeah.
Because he didn't have enough pop in his hip when he popped it up. He could have sat back down and tried again, but would he have been able to carry it down after that? So I think he made a split decision. I think it was the right decision.
No, I think he made the right decision. He got as much meter as he could get without knowing he was going to load it.
Correct. All right, Dietrich, you're up. This rear core on the play. He's good.
Fast.
Yeah, he didn't know how to get stable yet. It took him a second to figure out where he wanted to put his stable. It didn't matter because he is such a good athlete and he is running back. In my version, that's hot dog. In his version, it's hamburger. But no matter what, that is just strong. That is just strong right there, to above the shoulder.
I've not really seen anyone bully a sandbag quite like that today.
Yeah, he did. That is not a light sandbag by any means. 270 pounds. That is a full-grown athlete in the next class. Oh, he's got time now. We're going to see our first finish here from Dietrich Cooper.
If he can keep up the power of last time, then absolutely.
He's got 20 seconds.
He's going to drive it up now. He's losing a little power, but
he's got it on the shoulder. He's got it on his shoulder, and this is why the shouldering helps. He's got to toss it over and hit that buzzer.
Now
hit the buzzer!
Hit the buzzer!
Yeah.
Getting at it from here, you forgot the buzzer.
But that's the hard part of this one.
Yeah.
It's up to that buzzer, and we see our first buzzer hit for 53.28. Again, it's on the athlete for that
momentary thing where he forgot about the buzzer there.
Well, it's hard. It's new. It's new.
And it hasn't been hit for a while.
It has not been hit for a while. We haven't seen a hit in a long time. The buzzer needs some love, and Dietrich gave it the love.
He absolutely did.
Vaults himself in the first place now on this event.
Just one man that could take it away. Just the tall figure
the man that took it away last time too.
of Cabana.
I didn't think anybody could beat Dietrich's time, and
And Cabana showed good. Oh, he's having that quite low, isn't he?
Cabana trusts his ability to squat this.
He doesn't even look like.
I don't think he has knee sleeves on. Does he have knee sleeves on? Does he have a belt? Is he just
Is he trying?
beltless, knee sleeveless?
Does he still have shin guards? Not sure
Yeah.
how much they would help on this event.
Maybe he doesn't like the sandbag rubbing him, but like,
It
let's see.
might be this.
You know what? Let's see it happen.
Yes.
I love it. That's a low yoke for him.
That's a low yoke.
That's a low yoke for this
Might be a
gentleman.
low yoke for me and you, let alone him.
I don't know. He's like 8 feet tall, so. Oh, with the squat technique. Oh, it's fine. He's good.
Wow. So fast and powerful.
Jeez. All right. And every step's like 8 steps, so he's got a lot of stride to help him out with. Now
He's
let's see
got so much spring,
how's
hasn't
his
he?
bag? Yeah.
Bag's
Okay, so his bag's not his strength, but that's why he went low.
Yeah, now he's got a squat and
But that's why he went low. He knows his ability.
super extension though, wasn't it?
Yeah. He knows I can squat. He knows loading's not my thing, but you know what?
So powerful.
Play the game.
Such a strong core.
Plays the game here. He's got to run back. He's got to get that load.
Let's go. Now's not that grimace.
He's got 20
after
seconds.
you're done. Cabana.
You can be tired tomorrow, bud.
Yeah. And that's fine. He can carry it like that because we know he's got the spring at the end.
Yep. He could probably jump with that bag.
Oh, he's getting close to that timer now.
We got 7 seconds.
Oh. I'll put him in joint second.
That's a big deal. Splitting a point there's a big deal.
Yeah.
Wow.
Really great effort.
Well,
there.
our 2 most athletic athletes we've seen so far did not
No,
disappoint.
they did not at all. That is incredible pickup height he really adds there.
I don't think he wore a belt. I don't think he wore
No.
knee sleeves. My knees and back are feeling
For him.
for him on that. My God, that
Must be
man.
new to the sport.
Well, welcome.
Yes, yeah.
Welcome, sir.
Yes.
Well, I think he signed up late, too. He has a red shirt on, which means he signed up probably this weekend.
Wow.
So they didn't have enough shirts for him. So I think he was a last-minute call-in on this one.
You wonder if he's been a high-level athlete in a different sport with the way
Yeah,
he
I
moves.
want to talk to this
Yeah.
man, especially when he qualifies. I can't wait to
So
talk to him
big,
more.
tall, basketball, volleyball, something.
Yeah, something explosive. He's
Yeah.
definitely explosive. Maybe a track,
Yeah.
maybe those things. He's got some ability there.
High jump, anything.
Yeah. Okay, we can recompose. Those last 2 runs were definitely like
Exciting.
wow, we're worth the price of
When you
admission.
get that, that lull later on in the day, those guys have really entertained us. back up again.
We're live now, everybody. U125 men are up next. 850 pounds going on that yoke. A 310-pound sandbag.
Brutal.
Oh, ghastly even. These gentlemen, all qualified now for the finals.
They still want to put on a good show.
But
don't
they want to be the guys in the finals, walking into the next event. Anthony Vasile, come with a bicep injury.
I'm hoping it doesn't affect him on his sandbag.
I was talking with his coach. It seems like he strained the muscle belly a few weeks ago. Just a strain. So he's coming with that. So it's going to affect the bag more than the yoke. He is currently tied for first place with Kyle Ruiz. So again, he wants to hold his place going in the stones. Again, 2 bicep heavy events to an extent. More if things go wrong, they're bicep heavy. So, 850-pound yoke. That's the type of weight that can shorten your strongman career just by doing it. You know?
Doing strongman shortens his strongman career, ironically.
Yeah. It's not a long career. But like
down in
our
days of
medleys,
glory.
they're short, but they're fast.
Yeah.
310-pound bag. That bag is almost as tall as Nancy. You see Nancy Johnson sitting next to you? Look at her. That bag is up to her waist.
It's a big bag, isn't it? And when it becomes such a wide bag, I find the sideways pick up so much.
I'm not sure you can. It's like these aren't.
Some people can.
Well,
but,
I think Anthony would be tougher for him. He's not a tall athlete, right?
No, he's-
I think Kyle will have the ability to. It's kind of like you see all 3 style of athletes in this show, the U25. Like, we have Anthony, who's kind of that short, stockier type, and then we have Kyle, who's that tall, athletic build, and Jimmy's somewhere in between.
Just a big,
Yeah,
big
they're
guy.
both. They're somewhere in between. And by saying he's short, doesn't mean he's short. He's taller than me.
Yeah, I mean, we're talking relatively, not.
Yeah. I was talking to Bobby Thompson. In the opens, if you're not 6'5", you're 5'6". Bobby is 6'1", and he is dwarfed by everyone there.
That's a quote from Bobby.
That's a Bobby Thompson quote. BT original, as you will. All right, setting up for Anthony, getting everything going for him. 850-pound yoke, never a joke. 310-pound bag.
Such a poet, and you didn't know.
You know, sometimes you got it.
So he's got, I quite like the headbands. Looks like something out of a manga, and he's just ready to go.
Yeah. It's the Stronger Together handband. So,
oh, nice.
Shout out to those guys.
Yeah,
multiple athletes here.
Yeah. Yeah, doing good things.
Both athletes doing well, doing great for the sport. And here he goes. Looks a little off center, but it's not affecting him. But there it is. Yep, maybe it did.
Maybe a little. I mean, he's just so fast in the feet that he.
Yeah, that off-centerness kind of cost him a little bit.
Yeah.
Because he's very quick. He doesn't.
Yes.
Yeah. And here comes that 310 bag. He is going the long ways.
Yeah. I did think he would. Come on.
But look how long he reaches his arms around. He's got a high pick. He's got to hold it up. He's got to lean back, look to the ceiling, hope he knows where he's going. Oh, and clipped on the rim. So he's got to sit low.
Yes.
Compose yourself, Anthony. Compose yourself.
Your heart goes out.
There we go. And now he's going to be able to move it with the bag stuck there.
The longer the bag, the harder this becomes.
Yeah. Oh, there he goes. There he goes. Yep. Feet moving significantly slower, but still moving.
Hopefully he gets this one back. I mean, it was that tough on that sandbag where it just, like I say, clipped the rim as such.
Every meter matters.
Yeah. He's giving it a good go there, isn't he? Cool.
We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Oh.
The shakeup in the 105s. When we review this event and the overall scores, there's some interesting endeavors going on. I'll tell you that right now. We just saw the scores update.
Yeah.
But still, we have, I believe, Jimmy Harris will be next. Yep, Jimmy Harris is next.
So we got Jimmy, ready to show us how it's done.
And if he can bring the yoke back, that's big points. He is currently sitting in last, also known as third place, also known as 1 point out of first. So, literally anything can happen right now here at Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifiers. And remember next week, everybody. Next week is the West Coast Qualifiers. We will not have a live stream for that one. Pay attention to those. People are still going to be punching their tickets to the finals. 1 week from today, we have the West Coast Qualifiers. What an exciting time to be an athlete.
I'd still look to, so if somebody wants to get to PSL, there's still an ideal opportunity in the West Coast Qualifier.
So West Coast, show out a little bit.
Slightly disappointing numbers so far, considering the prize on offer.
Yeah.
But I am going to be keeping an eye out for the numbers to see who's there and who's coming to PSL.
And who we can scout.
Yeah.
You know, Jimmy Harris right here. Ooh, a little trouble with that yoke, get himself set.
Yeah, he just kind of didn't feel like he got tight straight away.
And that's the hard part. You're not starting out. You're starting outside the yoke. Like versus like bracing into it, letting yourself get tight. You got to do it fast. You got to make a decision. You've got to get super strong, super tight, super quick.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So one thing we need to take note for us as athletes, we are not going to be starting inside of our farmer's carry for our event in September.
I mean, with my grip, that really doesn't matter. Hopefully by then I can make some improvements. I mean, Josh Douglas showed some good improvements today.
Oh,
disappointing for him.
Jimmy just burnt out there. He's gassed out.
The yoke took a lot out of him.
Yeah, you can see in his legs, his head, and everything just. All right.
The big man now.
Kyle Ruiz. From 0 in the first event to tied for first place.
And a big opportunity to take the lead here.
Very big opportunity, especially going to stones. He's a very tall athlete. I would assume he's good at stones then. But you never know.
Normally tall people are better at stones, but they still have to have that power of extension.
Correct.
And off the floor. You see a lot of the tall guys really struggle with the first
I don't think he has any problem off the floor. Did you see his deadlift? I don't think he has any problem with that.
I'm expecting big things from his stone run.
Yeah. Got the tape measure out, make sure it's the right height that he wants.
Yeah, I do like that. It just shows another level of dedication, doesn't it? That you're measuring your own height.
Yeah.
I'm far too much in a panic and bluster at this point. I'm fairly hazed out. But, yeah.
You're like, what's the step 4? Cool,
Yeah,
got it.
Let's go. Let's just someone say go. Yeah.
He's calm, cool. He's that zone smelling salts right now to wake himself up. A big fan of salts before I go into a yoke, especially. Wake that
zone
CNS
smelling
up.
salts. And the nice thing about zone is having different flavors, different things you can really get pumped up on.
I believe their espresso flavor is the newest one. So if you're a coffee lover.
I'm a big coffee fan, and then you get that caffeine whiff.
Yeah. All right, nice and steady. I expected a different run than this.
Yeah.
Not that I'm upset, but it's like definitely like he's very explosive. Maybe his core is the weaker point
But
of
his
everything.
core is looking very solid there. It just wasn't. It was solid. It just wasn't as quick as
It wasn't
you expected.
fast. Yeah.
And now he's going for the lengthways pick. That's so quick.
He's so explosive. That's what I mean. It's off the floor. It's
Oh.
just fine.
That's one of the best sandbags to shoulders I've seen in a long time.
Yeah, that was epic. Now he's got to get some distance with that
Coming round
yoke.
as well. I think
I just duck underneath it. But again, he
if
knows
this event was bag to shoulder, he would just be launching it all over.
Yeah, he knows the task at hand though. He doesn't. He's seen the other athletes go. So again, this is one of the few times where a moving event, the benefit to go last is actually helpful because he knows, if he finishes it down, he's done. Yeah.
So he doesn't need to rush. He just needs to get it done. I think he's done enough.
I think he's done enough. I think that's what he needed to do. Definitely. I think that's very good. Again, just steady. Did his job. Did what he needed to do. That'll put him in first place going into stones.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yep. Wow. What an amazing set of events. What an amazing run.
With all the tight scores now, if any points the same, is it countback or tiebreak? Do we know?
We'll find that out here.
Yes.
I can get that answer while we're gone.
Yeah.
But right now, I think we're going to go to a quick break so these scores can update. We'll update you with everything that happened so far here at the
Looking tight in some of the classes to come back soon.
Yes, definitely. Here at the Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifier at the gym, Westminster, Maryland. We'll be back shortly. And welcome back to Pro Strongman League East Coast Qualifiers here at the gym in Westminster, Maryland. CJ Krause, Mark Cummins, and we've seen a great show so far. Let's go over the last event, the yoke into sandbag, load, carry, medley, insanity that we just saw. In the women's, Alicia continues to dominance, finishing first place, getting the yoke in the bag, all she needed to do. Kaylin's doing a great job today as well. Going over the U80 men, our only athlete to finish it was Jason in a time of 49.84 seconds. He got to hit that buzzer. Ken Brown coming in second place, getting all the way down. Everything just could not load the last bag. Brian third place, Josh in fourth place. Moving on to the U90 men on this one, we have Joshua Dargis finishing in 52.21 seconds on that. And then we have some split times on things. We'll just go over what happened. Dane coming in second on that one, Michael in third, and Jake in fourth. Jack and Jake. This was Jack Felog in fourth. All right, and now we've got a fun battle over here. We at first place was the speed demon himself, Dietrich Cooper. Another great run, back-to-back speed runs on that one. We have a tie for second place. The only man to finish in the U105 class. Jesse Castins and Corbina Drakes coming in tied second, joint second, because they both finished the bag down to the implement, but were not able to load it.
Actually, I think they only finished the yokes. That's why it's 90, not 120 feet. They both did 3.
Yes. So coming up next is going to be Gabe.
He was close, very close to finishing that.
Yes.
Yoke
Then Philip, Timothy, John, Jake, Daryl, and Nick. From there, going on to U125 men, Kyle Ruiz with that steady run that he needed to do. Not able to complete the whole thing, but it's good enough on that one.
He knew what he had to do.
Yeah, 100%.
3 implements.
And then Anthony and Jimmy Harris coming down. So leaderboards have shaken up a little bit, so we'll go over that total score because going to the last event, it's important to know what stories we have. Foregone conclusion to U73 women, we have a first and second place. Alicia's going to be first, Kaylin's going to be second, but we'll see how they do on stones. I know Kaylin wants to come out with a great finish here.
Yeah.
In the U80 men, it looks like Jason and Ken have punched their tickets to the finals. They are first and second place. Jason has 15 points, Ken has 13 points, but I know Ken is vying for that win today. We all know he wants to go home with that gold today. Brian and Josh are fighting for that third place spot, 7 and 5 points respectively, so anything can happen, 4 points up for grabs on this event. In the U90 men, we have Joshua Dargis, 18 points, a steady lead on this one. It doesn't look like he is going to need to even do this event. He doesn't want to, but I'm pretty sure he'll do it.
Yeah, he's gonna want to go out strong.
He didn't come this far to come this far. Dane battling back from that first event, 0, to be in second place going into the final event. Michael in third place. They are 13 points for Dane, 12 points for Michael. Jack Felag, 9 points, still not outside a podium fight, so he has to do some work.
He has to win and hope for other results to go as well.
He's got to win and have a shake. Sometimes it shakes your way, and it can happen with that. Dominant performance so far today from Jesse Castins. Again, a man that was planning to do U90s. He did a competition last week, realized another cut wasn't happening, bumped up to 105s, and has performed amazingly today. 35.5 points. Can still lose his lead, though, but he's a great stone loader. Corbina is going to be up next on this one, 29 points. So the moving events definitely propelled him up. He wasn't great at the static events, but the movements. Another, again, speed demon himself, Dietrich, 28 points. Philip, 27 points. So your second, third, and fourth are separated by 2 points or less. And remember, top 3 get to go to the finals, the 105 show for the 2-day show in Virginia Beach. Then we have Timothy Wessner is 24 points out, so still not out the realm for him. He's got to do very well in this event and needs some things to fall his way, but he can still sneak his way back into that podium picture. Same thing with Gabe with 23.5 points, John Doyle at 22 points, Daryl, Jake, and Nick to round out the bottom over there. And again, the battle of the U125s, Kyle Ruiz battling back from that 0 on event number 1 when he didn't wait for that down command into winning 3 straight events. To come in now with 9 points. Anthony just behind him with 8 points, so it comes down to the stones, as it normally does here in Strongman. And then Jimmy Harris has 6 points in third place here. So that's a lot to digest and a lot of things to change up here. What's your biggest takeaway so far in the show?
Consistency is key. If the people who are good at static and good at movements are the ones who are near the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, 100. We've seen that from Jesse himself. But I think Dietrich is a great example of.
Well, he's come back as well. I mean, he's
Speed
shown
kills.
movement.
That's the
Yeah,
thing.
absolute dominating the movement.
Yeah, so
and Quebec as well.
Yeah, so like the consistency kings so far have been Jesse
Leader.
and Joshua Dargis. Jesse Cass and Joshua Dargis.
Yeah, they're the all-rounds. They've just nailed the events, you know.
And they haven't done anything ultra spectacular. I mean, Jesse had a great move. He only won by 1 rep on the first event. Did what we need to do. It's almost, I wouldn't say boring
Josh
to watch.
in the 80s as well.
Yeah, things like that. But it's definitely something like, it doesn't look like they're doing as well as they could because they're so consistent in every event. But they definitely are having
Not dropping
amazing
any
shows.
points.
Oh, they're not making any mistakes. Coming up next to finish off, stone over bar for reps. There are 2 stones available to you. There is a light stone and a heavy stone. Same thing, it runs the same way as the log. As many reps as the heavy stone, it gets you points. If you get a couple reps of the light stone, it can get you more points. We saw that shake-up happen. What's your opinion on the stone as we're doing this one?
I always enjoy stone to finish off a comp. I just think it's the ultimate strongman event, and I do like again having a trump stone. I think it adds that double jeopardy to it as well. It's just you go for the heavy and you miss it. Are you going to get reps on the light stone?
Yeah, 44-inch load for the women, 50 inches for the men. The U73 women have to do a choice of a 240-pound stone or 260-pound stone. That's a heavier choice.
Yeah, heavier or heavier.
There's not really a light.
Yeah.
There's not a light and heavy stone here at Pro Strongman League.
That's a serious stone, loading over 100 keys for the.
Yes.
Yeah.
The U80 kilo men have a 260-pound stone or 280-pound stone. Again, very close together on those two. But again, with stones, the diameter matters.
Yeah.
How it feels, how tired you are by the end of the day.
I would expect in these classes for people to be going for the heavier stone.
I would.
There isn't a great deal of difference, as you say.
Yeah. Well, we see a decent difference in this one, though. 280
It's a 30-pound difference.
Yeah, 30-pound difference. 280 pounds for the U90 men is the lighter stone. The heavier stone is a 310-pound stone.
So you may see a fit split there. Yeah.
Yep. U105's 310-pound stone or 330-pound stone are the choices there. And the U125's 330 pounds or the big 360-pound stone.
And let's just say, for a few of the men's classes, 50 inches is quite high. It's not mental. I mean, the world record height is 48, but for some of the shorter guys, there's going to be some serious extension there.
Yeah, that's where it's going to come into play, like Anthony, right, for example, in the U125.
Well, I was thinking of Josh in 90s as well.
Yeah.
There's some guys there who are going to need to extend.
Yeah, well, Josh doesn't even do the event. If I was Josh, I'd be like, you know what, I'm good.
I think I'd do it, but maybe just the rep, you know.
Do the light stone for a rep. Put on a show, wave to the camera, say bye, have a great day.
But you want to get shirtless as well, let's be honest.
Josh competes next week too, you brought up to me. He's competing against you next week.
Yeah. He's getting another heavy showing because the man's a lunatic, turns out.
Yeah, one of your kind on that one.
Yeah.
But it'll definitely shake up here. I believe we're going to start very soon here. As we can see, Kaylin is attacking up, so I don't think we're going to be going to a break. I think we're just going to go right into it on this one because once tacky's on, it does not come off very well.
No,
so
you don't want it to solidify, so you need to keep moving.
So we're letting the athletes go right into this one. So yeah, really good setup
looks
so far.
like she's ready to go.
All right. The hard part is knowing which stone is which.
And obviously people have different. Some people use protection on their forearm. Some people go raw on the forearm.
We know you're the type.
I like the raw forearms, but then again, I also know some people like to, if you've got tattoos to protect, etc. It's also not hygienic as such, I guess, but it just for me offers the best grip.
As much things I can put on my skin to not let my body touch a stone, to not let my body touch tacky is the better. I am not a fan of tacky by any means. I think it's very apparent. Everyone knows that about me.
It is icky.
I'm not a fan of being sticky, but it's necessary for this event. For those who don't know what tacky is, you're watching this event for the first time, it is basically a sticky substance to help you grab those stones and stay on them
and
to be able to grab them.
It's as sticky as arm hair wax remover. It's that sticky. It really requires WD-40, white spirit or specialist remover to actually get it off. And anything it gets on, clothes, other equipment, it's never coming off.
We don't recommend WD-40 on the skin though, but that's on your clothing. But typically baby oil is what used
Not
primarily.
recommended, but I've done it many times.
But for those of you watching home, yes, if you ever been golfing and use a tacky towel or things like that, it's like that times 1,000. So if you ever touch one of those, that's how you kind of compare it to.
As I said, if you've ever been waxed, very similar.
Have you been waxed before, Mark?
I've waxed, yeah. I've waxed my hairy chest before. It's unpleasant, but it's very like tacky. It is very much like tacky.
You could just do what Nick Myers is doing, another Maryland native, wax it on the stones. Nick Myers is roaming about. Hopefully you heard me for that one.
Yeah.
All right, Kaylin is up right now.
Nick Myers, ex-world champ, is about. Yeah.
Yep.
So she's giving it a real good go here, but it's a heavy stone. She's got a heavy stone on her. Struggling with it here, of course, but the extension is the hardest bit for this. I mean, you're not in a strong position when you lift a stone. You really have to get over it, and the problem with getting over it is that you can't get your legs around it, and it really is a stiff leg deadlift. You can see she's given everything there, but the stone is just beyond what she can do at this moment in time. She's cuddling it though. I think they're still friends. It's a good effort. Unfortunately, she won't get a rep on that one today. As you can see, they have both stones available to them. That means that obviously if they get the heavy one out and it doesn't work, they can roll that away and get the lighter one out, so they've got an opportunity. Of course, the issue with that is if you've gone for the heavy stone, you take out a lot of energy, and if you miss it, then you ain't going to be repping the light stone. But for a lot of these guys, there isn't a great deal of difference in the weights for them, but we'll have to see what Alicia decides to do here, if she decides to go for it. She's already won the competition, but I feel like she'll... Yeah, there she is. She's tacked it up. She's going to give us a show, I hope. The heavy stone's out. They normally like it. Most stones have a base, so it's on its base now. That'll just stop it rolling around, just a small flat area at the bottom, because these stones are all made in a mould, all made out of concrete, and as I was talking with CJ earlier, some people like to protect the arms because otherwise you just rip the skin off. So Alicia, even though she doesn't need to do it, it's tacked it up now, so she's obviously going to give it a go.
I mean, it's good training for her, right? That's
Yeah.
the biggest thing. And these athletes do...
You don't always get a chance to do stones. Not all gyms like them, especially with the tacky.
Yeah, 100%. So it's again, no matter what, it's still a training day for her, and she's setting herself up for that U73 show that's coming up here in only a couple months.
Yeah. Yeah,
So-
she'll be taking on athletes, the best athletes from America and around the world. The ones that can get out for this show, they do. I mean, they come over from Australia, they come over from the UK, come over from Europe. We had the under-90s, we had Stefan Schuster, the German come out last year.
And
We had Ben Donen before, we had French come out, we had obviously Canadians come down.
All right, and here she goes.
So she's going to get herself right round it there. You almost rock it onto those fingers, and then you don't want the stone to slip forward or back in the load. And now load from the hips. You drive from the hips, especially when it's high for her.
That's a high bar.
Oh,
my God.
That is a technique I've never seen work before.
Wow.
I remember reading her bio, and she says she only sprinkles strongman, and that was some technique.
That was a sprinkle. That was a...
that was a special technique by Alicia. She literally took one hand off early.
If it's not in
and
the
bumped
rules,
it
you
over.
can't grab the yoke. I'm not. I assume that wasn't. They didn't say you couldn't.
Normally you're allowed to touch a yoke. What I would say is normally that just wouldn't got loaded. She's got the strength there that technique was not the way forward, and she still managed to make it work.
That was impressive.
I want to watch that back if I'm
That was-
honest.
yeah,
I have
I'm gonna
no
replay
idea
this
how
one.
she loaded that when she had one hand over it and one hand on the bar.
Well, luckily it's on YouTube, and you'll be able to watch it anytime you want.
Yeah, well,
And if you're not subscribed, it's a great time to subscribe to Pro Strongman League. We'll be doing it on this YouTube channel all season long.
and the more views it gets, the more sponsorship, and the more the athletes will get paid.
Yep.
Simple as that. And once again, we've got our sponsors we're very grateful to with the Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Steel Fitness, Pioneer, Notorious Lift with the shoes, and the Lockjaw collars. And these guys are really helping us to grow the show.
What an event that was. That's wild. All right.
I'm looking forward to seeing what these boys do. There's quite a lot to play for now as we go into the male
Yep.
classes.
Again, the third place up for grabs. Josh needs a great
That's it.
stone
Josh
run.
here will want to just nail it and put the pressure on those
Yeah.
above him.
He's gonna put the pressure on. It's again.
Nothing to
He's
lose
only
here for
he's
Josh.
only 2 points out.
Yeah.
If he can win this event, he can hold it down and get his invite.
Yeah, for sure.
And it all depends on Brian, because anything can happen in this sport. Brian could... I've had a situation at a show before, on a U80 show, where there was no possibility I could have made podium unless another athlete... Something had to happen. They had to zero an event, and it was a stone medley. Unfortunately, the athlete cramped on the first stone.
Yeah.
And it propelled me from fourth to third.
And that's the point, isn't it? I mean, you go to the end even when there's nothing to play for, because it's pride at the end of the day as well. You're here, you've got the show to be done, and you want to finish on a high. You know, you can have a bad show, you can finish on a high, and you still feel good about your day.
Looks like he's going for the heavier of the two stones.
I think he's making the option that he really needs it.
280 pounds to be the heavier of the two stones.
It's interesting they're moving it the other way.
I think they're moving for the camera views.
That's good for us, actually. I do
Yeah,
like
that's
to
much
see
better.
the old arch back as they get going.
Yes. I brought it up to a second ago when I stepped away for a second, let Mark hold down the fort, that one of our spotters loaders was in the way of our camera shot, and now they're trying to find a way to make it a little more viewing pleasure for you guys at home.
Well, so the other day we need to make strongman a spectator sport, so we get the eyes on it.
I mean, what a spectacle it is, though.
Yes, it's an incredible sport to watch. I mean,
And again, the
biggest sports in the world are entertainments first, and we need to get to that level.
A lot of people here walked into the gym today, not knowing what strongman was. I know a lot of them are just like, oh, I'm friends of so-and-so, and they're doing it, and they're trying it out. So hopefully they came by, and hopefully you watching at home, if you've never watched strongman before, you come back and check out the rest of the season that we have here at Pro Strongman League.
Yeah, one of my favourite things about doing strongman is someone comes to watch it and their eyes light up with what people are doing, and it's not just a normal gym lift, is it? I mean, this is a giant concrete ball being lifted over a bar. It's a cool.
Wow, this man knows how to load a stone. I'll tell you that right now.
He's so quick that the spotter had to basketball back to him.
Yeah, this is why it's important we have the setup. He's fighting for something. He's fighting for it, whether it's pride.
A lovely extension which shows great quad power. It's almost off the floor. He's struggling a little more, but he's getting it in there, and he's just pushing it straight up. This is lovely lifting.
Yeah, nice and consistent.
He's only just getting it onto that lap, and then he's just absolutely extending it.
Yeah, I mean, he's very smooth without he's doing everything.
He's doing for what I would do as well, which is quick two motions. A lot of people like a one motion. If you're good at one motion, that's great. But for me, it takes too much out of you for
reps, though. I mean, I like one motions in a series.
Yeah, if you're going light to heavy, it can be advantageous. But for this, I really think he's doing the right thing, using his time, making.
Oh, he just missed that one.
Yeah. He's happy.
I'd be happy with that. That's a great run.
He's just a bit unlucky that he didn't just let that extension finish on that last one. He tried to get under it just too early there.
This is the 5th event of the day. These athletes are competing for roughly 4 hours now, 4.5 hours.
You know, it's pretty full on. It's a full on day. It's the way I like strongman to be, if I'm honest. Quick, fun. You don't warm down, but at the same time, it's heavy.
Yeah.
There's 5 events to do in one day, and we only started kind of 10:30. So yeah. There's a lot been going on, and even without head-to-head, the show's run smoothly. Right, here we go again. It's a nice lift.
There we go, nice. The pressure's on him now.
Yeah, Brian's got to get a few reps on the board.
He got the first one done.
Yeah.
Yep. Quick lapping on that one we see from Brian.
Reminds me a bit of the Jim Mitchell look when he's got the long trousers on, the long pants.
He's spending the minimal time in that lap position. He's going
he's obviously working to his strengths here, isn't he?
Yeah.
And again, coming back from injury, he's putting a good performance today.
He has. And if he keeps holding this up and it's nice and consistent.
And again, that's what I mean about the extension. He doesn't let it go until it's definitely going to go over. Slightly less explosive than Josh, but at the same time, very consistent. Stay nice and close to that bar as well, because you want to be close. You don't want to be close yet on the way up, but you do not want to be far away from it either.
I mean, it looks like he'll be ready for the stone event they have at the U80 Kilo show coming up too. Because at this point, it looks like he is going to be punching his ticket with how consistent.
I think he's pulled cramping.
Yeah.
At this stage of the day, as some of the guys are looking for salts, I mean, you are cramping, you are losing those electrolytes in your body. Dehydration kicks
100%, yeah. Again, I think he did enough to hold off Josh behind him. So
we've got Ken with the excellent tash, and also shirtless, and no sleeves.
Ken's fighting for it right now. Jason's after him. He knows he can take this win.
I actually find a belt gets in the way when I drive from the hips, but some people really like to use a belt with stones, so it depends on the individual.
For heavy stones, I like sitting on the belt, kind of like what you do it with your cleans.
Yeah, I struggle with that with heavy stones because I need to drive from the hips, but again, a lot of people do it the way you're doing it. There is no right or wrong. I mean, Tom Stoltman's probably the greatest stone lifter we've ever seen, and he uses nothing, but then the man is built for stones. So.
He was built, yeah.
But Ken here is putting in a really solid performance. You can see the
just
grip's
consistent.
Good.
It looks like he's almost losing tacky though. He's like
possibly. I mean,
on his picks.
A lot of people have on the back of their hand a bit of extra tacky, so for when they lose the tacky, they've got more to
that was a good grip. Maybe he just wasn't squeezing enough. It just didn't look like he had a nice grip.
Sometimes it is the squeeze rather than the loss of tacky that gets people.
Yeah, so for those of you who have never seen stones before, they want to round their back to make it the same shape as the stone, but hugging with the arms as tight as they can, and they want your chest onto that stone, make it a part of you.
You want to drive from the hips, and you want to drive it up and up and up, and you don't want to get onto your tiptoes till the last second for that tiny little bit of extra.
Yeah.
You can see, like you say, he's arching his back to put it on his chest. He's happy with that. Some really solid rep work there by Ken.
Well, if you see someone in the gym doing stones like that, don't stop them. They're doing it correctly. I know people are worried about the back. But that's
I mean,
exactly
you've
your
seen some
spine
you've
is
seen some of
designed.
our colleagues deadlift. I mean,
Yeah.
they've still got spines that work, and they deadlift with an arched back. I mean,
Yeah.
you know.
Your thoracic spine is designed to go forward and back. It's designed to be malleable.
Right, and here we go now. We've got Jason.
Jason's got to have a good run still. He needs to have a good run.
The kilt has finally come off.
He decided no, kiltless for the stones at least. He's really close.
He is very close.
I'd be worried of hitting my fingers. That's why I'm not a huge fan of over bar. I'm always terrified of clipping my fingers.
Well, I think though with over bar it's less of an issue because obviously a platform doesn't move, so at least the bar will move out the way of your fingers. Because I've seen some really nasty injuries on platforms before.
I just feel like my depth perception's better. Like he's about to like clip his head almost.
It's working well for him though.
Oh, no complaints. He's moving great. This might be
He's very up and down, which is exactly the way to make it efficient.
This looks like the show stealer for him. He's going to steal the show with this one. He
was going to seal it anyway. He's been consistent all day, as we say. But at the same time, he wants to go out strong. He wants to show that.
Ooh.
Just again, didn't finish the extension there, did he?
Sometimes you gotta let that drop. The worry of the catch.
It's hard. It's hard.
Oh, I know. It's a reflex.
Yeah. That's it.
Very big extension. In the nick of time on that one, and that should steal the show for him. So we shouldn't see much of a shakeup in the U80 kilo men. Not much of a shakeup in the U73 women. So it looks like it's gonna be the same situation we had before. But we're moving on to the U90 men is next. Their stone choices are 280 pounds or 310 pounds. Now we have a big decision to make.
Yeah, so between about 130 and 140 kilos there. It's I would expect most of these boys to be able to do the 310.
Most of I believe you need to be able to do that. But it's, again, end of the day, it's hard to do.
Getting ready here, Jack. You can see he's got the tacky because he's still stuck to the stone. It's always clever as well, I think, to touch the stones, get a bit of tacky on them before you start there.
And he's not dead in the
I
water
assume
yet.
he's going for the heavier stone now. That looked very easy.
If he's got a good run in him, he can still sneak his way back to the podium.
Yeah, nothing to lose here for Jack. And this is a man who couldn't do the deadlift, of course. Lovely technique though. He's really got a good extension. Oh, that was tight. He managed to just get it over there. Just the pick up there. He's just, that one was, the one before was just over and that one just didn't. He just didn't commit to it enough there. His pickup's still so strong. He just needs to make sure he commits to getting it over there. He's got another one in there. That pickup's strong. He's just got to concentrate on the extension. Big effort now, Jack. Big effort. That's better. Learn from his error. He's done well. He's done well there. Good effort from Jack.
Yeah, no complaints at all. I think he's going to be very happy with that run.
Well, that's it. And like I say, he's obviously got an injury, couldn't deadlift, so he's come back well there. So up next we got Michael. It will fit there. Right, so here we goes with Michael now. Big drive up. Oh, again, the bar is so unforgiving because it's round on a round stone. If you don't get it over it, it wants to come back, and that is where a platform is maybe a little bit more forgiving. That's better. He's gone for the full extension there, but so many people, unless you stay with the stone, it's going to come back on you. It's a good effort to get it back over there. He's going again. Oh, and again, he's just not quite got it high enough. It's really hard from there to make the rep. You see he's gone light-headed there as well from all the effort he's put in. It's just a shame because he was so close on a couple of those picks. He's going to have another crack at it here. No, I think that's enough for him today. He's just been unlucky, as we say, with that pick and getting over bar is just so unforgiving if you don't quite get it over. The round on round just doesn't want it to go over at all. And of course the yoke moves slightly as well, which doesn't help the scenario. Out next is Dane in a very, very orange top. He obviously doesn't like that top because anything you wear with tacky, you will wear for nothing else. It is no longer a gym top, it's a tacky top. Here he goes. Dane's a tall man, which does help with stone lifting. Yes, he's got it over. He followed that over, so when it was falling back for some of the other guys, it wasn't falling back for him then. He's going to go again here, Dane. He needs to keep that passion and extension. Big drive, Dane. That's it. Perfect. He's happy with that. He's happy with that.
He wants his invite. That's all he's looking for. He's looking for that invite.
He did what he needed to do. The ultimate showman. Yeah, he did what he had to do there.
Yep. And Josh, again, does not need to do this event.
No, but knowing Josh, he'll want to put on a show. And I want him to do 10 or 11 reps.
So he's tired for next week?
Yeah, so he's tired for next week. So let's all give Josh a really big hand here to go for a huge number of reps.
Looking for all the reps from Josh is what we want. Everyone cheer Josh on in the comments.
He looks shocked by the other stone coming towards him.
He's like, oh.
Man after my own heart, though. He's doing it pretty much kitless except for his knee sleeves.
Knee sleeves on that one.
I'm doing it in some jazzy shorts that don't leave much to the imagination. But for a short man, he's got a powerful lift. It's just that bit at the end. He's done well there because often that would come back on you. Oh, he's done one on that, and he's got the other one ready to go, like a Formula 1 pit crew. She was ready.
Yep, he knew what he wanted from it. He's really far away, though.
Is this the heavier one now? Yeah.
He felt something not happy in there.
He's done enough. He just wanted a rep so he didn't zero the
He's
event,
done more than enough. Yeah, I think he did one of the light and
and then he gave the heavier crack, but still not Josh's favourite event. But he's done enough. He has done enough. Yep, again, 50-inch is for the guys, which is tough.
Oof. Keep calm down.
Yeah.
Don't mention anything.
So we're going up again now. We're going up to our
105
biggest
came in.
class. And the 105s, they're all going to want to really push themselves here. There is some really, really tight scoring in the 105 class. And obviously, as they get taller, the 50-inch becomes less of an issue. So as we go up the classes, I'm expecting to see more and more reps, even though they're getting heavier. You have Nick Morris, 35 years of age. Again, shirtless. And again, just the knee sleeves. People do on stones go for different ways of doing it. Some people, I would be the same, but some people go with a lot of elbow sleeves. They'll go with all the belts, grip tops, etc. But for me, skin is probably the most grippy thing you can use, even with tacky. Here he goes now. Nick is ready. Hands on. Shuffle it into those hands. That's a perfect pick. He didn't go forward or back. I know he's driving from the hips. Perfect rep that. Absolutely perfect. See the same again. He's getting those fingers spread round the stone. There's also an argument on how high you want the stone, your hands on the stone when you extend. The old money was put your hands quite high over it to drive from the hips, but actually I think you can get less extension that way. And the way Nick's doing it, with the hands just above the centre line, is almost ideal to get the best load. Obviously a good stone lifter here. Taking a little breather. He's seen enough people now just hit that bar and come back. He doesn't want to be another one of those people. And he won't be. It looks like that might be enough for him. Yeah, perfect run. He watched the other guys before him and he's seen people slip on the yoke and that he was like, no, that's enough for me. Really good run by Nick Morris there.
Great finish to his show.
Yeah.
That's one of the biggest thing there. I think he's not had his favorite show. He's coming back from injury, but I think it's a really good finish to his performance.
He's happy
his arms are up. He's happy. He's smiling. It's always good to end on a great note.
Obviously enjoys the stones because everything about his technique looks spot on there.
Yeah. Again, that big back we talked about.
Yeah.
Jake Arthur is up next.
Always smiling, Jake. We like this.
Just the happiest man.
Yeah.
Has his hands taped once again. Not sure.
Yeah, I reckon he's probably got some tears in the calluses or something like that.
He might have got on the farmers. I think he showed his hand on camera. Yeah, that might be it. Mm-hmm.
Where that and duck walk, I think, destroyed his hands, which obviously affected his picking up of the bags.
Yeah.
And they will affect it a bit here, but I would hope the tacky.
He needs
to extend more before getting his hands under.
A little
but
early.
I was hoping the tacky would. He's gripping the stone well enough. It's just.
Yeah. He had it. There it is. Way to correct your mistake.
Jake, well done. Didn't let that misrep get to him, and he's come back with a nice rep there.
Yeah. Sometimes
it will affect him having tape on his hands.
Sticking
even though
to the
tacky
stone
will help. It's still going to affect
the
him.
tape will slide.
He's done well.
Ooh, and I don't think he's got much more though. He's using a lot of extension. Still a taller athlete, but definitely not. Again, I think his hands are slipping. It's not very helpful when your hands are taped up.
Struggling now just to get that extent, but I do like the fact he's committed. Problem is,
the stone spun.
He did that typical thing, which is your human body does, which is go away from the stone
versus leaning into it.
Yeah, because it's a big stone, you don't want to drop on you. So it's self-preservation.
100%.
Unfortunately, it just means that it's going to
spin backwards. It's not going to spin
and as I was
towards
saying
you.
before, the bar is so unforgiving because it's round. It's just going to come back unless it's over the top.
Unless or a big old push,
which is different to a platform, which is normally a square.
Yes, and that's very helpful for that one. You can get on the lip and kind of shove
and push it up. But with the yoke moving slightly and it being round, it just slips and slips like a wheel spin, comes back. And here we go. This is the other thing I said, where grip top, which is another way to go.
Grip top's allowed.
Daryl. Yeah. Some people, I was saying earlier, some people prefer them, some don't. But it's normally allowed, and it's just tough because no one can touch the yoke, and he's not one of the taller athletes, is he?
Oh, they're not allowing you to touch the yoke anymore.
No, well, the spotters just aren't touching the yoke.
Correct. Yeah. I was like,
I think he can touch the yoke. It's just that they can't stabilise it.
Yeah.
So
that's a lot.
For him
You're pressing. That's again
a shorter athlete. He's really got to extend.
He's got to get it high on the chest. Yeah.
He's got to drive from those hips. Oh yes.
There it is.
He used the yoke to his
He got
advantage.
one.
He
Yes.
was brave.
That's what you have to do.
He grabbed it. He was brave.
But he pulled it into himself.
Off the stone is something that your body is like. Your head is like absolutely not.
Yeah, but I think wider athletes that we have in these larger classes, you get away with it more because your chest is so wide. You have all that ability. The stone will stay there versus smaller athletes don't have a lot of space.
I don't think I've seen a jazzier fanny pack than what Nancy is wearing.
It's a bold statement. Sit next to me. Wait till I see.
I'm just waiting for you to up the game again.
Oh, you'll see it at Chaos. Just wait for it.
He's Big John now. He's a good stone lifter.
Yeah, he's got some points to make up though. So now is where it gets interesting.
Yep, he's got the 22 points.
The first three realistically could not have done anything to make podium. From here on out, they all have a chance. John has 22 total points. He needs to get higher.
6-point swing he needs, doesn't he, to third
Yes,
place.
so he needs a lot of things to fall his way. And other athletes have loaded stones, but doesn't mean he's out of the water. And that's not a way to start, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, he just finished the extension too early.
Very early. For a taller athlete, and a seasoned athlete, he should know that, honestly. Yeah.
Well done, John. Well done.
Way to get composure.
He's made the adjustment, and sometimes with different stones, you get different things that happen. And to be fair to him, he's adjusted well, and he's got a good rep there.
I think the biggest takeaway for me, he regained his composure.
Yes.
Because he was trying to come out the gate so hot.
It's a struggle again, though. He's just not quite getting that extension.
Yeah, he's not patient enough. He's got a lot of body.
I just don't feel like he had a lot more to give the extension now. I just think he needs to try and get his arms maybe a little bit lower and a bit round it. But
yeah, maybe
tough.
Maybe reset his hands would help out.
It's a reasonably high bar.
Yeah, it's an extra 2 inches we talked about. We're used to a lot of athletes used to load into 48.
Oh, that's a good.
And this
good
is
heart
50
there by John. Great heart.
He's gonna be calling it 2, I think.
Yeah.
He's very happy with that, I think. Gabe Balasquillo is up right now.
There he is, the hat.
You know, every event he's won the hat, he's done better than the event he didn't. So.
Well, I think it's just with overheads he doesn't want to wear the hat.
Maybe you should try it.
So I have to see. I mean, like you say, that although the 3 guys that went first haven't really got the podium chance. They could mix it up for other people. So the fact that Nick was strong on the stones, it could mix it up.
Yeah.
It could mix up the points.
100%. Again,
Game extended a little early there, but he got away with it.
He had a lot of force though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that's the other way, isn't it? You just brute force it over.
Yeah, he didn't have a vertical angle, he had a side angle. But his body's definitely getting beat up right now from all the show. Remember, this is the 5th event they've done.
Yeah.
So they
Fifth
are
heavy event.
just about 5 hours into the show. Oh, he is just beat up right now. I think you can see his hamstrings are just tired.
They're cramping. I've had it on a stone event.
Oh, if you've done strongman long enough, you've had it.
He's giving it a raw though. He's giving it a raw. He's going to go out on his sword again.
And that's the only way to expect from Gabe. A little early on the extension because he was at his angle before.
Got out on the shield. Yeah.
Yep.
He's giving it a good go there, Gabe. He's just
good fight.
He's shaking his head, but he's just got nothing left to give.
Yeah.
Another one where he just couldn't quite load it high enough, and he's there gesturing that he didn't really know what happened. But good effort by Gabe. So now we got Tim.
Tim Wessner.
Looking serious.
Again, this is someone that is 4 points outside of punching his ticket to the U105 finals. 4 points with 10 points up for grabs. And there hasn't been a ton of reps.
No, it's not been a rep fest.
As it shouldn't with these weights.
No, and that does mean there's an opportunity here for somebody to really come up the table.
I'm assuming everyone's using the 325-pound stone. I'm assuming that.
Yeah, I'm assuming that as well.
And here we go.
So over 150 kilos.
Great pop there. A little early on it.
He got away with that one a little, didn't he?
He did. But
again, he used the brute strength, a bit like Gabe with his first rep, just to get it over. And now again, a lot of them are struggling with that second rep.
Yeah, well, again, it's a long day, man.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Yeah. That's actually a better extension than
that was lovely.
Rep.
That was lovely. Exactly what he needs to do.
He needs to repeat that again. So 3 reps is going to be crucial.
Good points.
Lovely. You see it when you look over there and just the stone's right at face height.
There we go.
Another pick in him.
Yeah. He's going a little bicep heavy on the lat, but I think he has to at this point. His back is so tired.
I think his back, he's overcompensated. Oh, that's well muscled over.
Yeah.
He got underneath that and he didn't go away from the stone.
He's just strong. That was just strength.
Yeah. But he didn't go away from it, did he? He didn't try and load and go back. He pushed into it, and that's where he got underneath it.
That's what you can do sometimes.
Yeah. Bravery there, really.
Sometimes being strong helps strongman.
But that's going to put him in a reasonable position now. I mean, people above him now are really going to have to work for this.
The pressure's on.
Yeah.
The pressure's on.
In the most competitive class of the day, with 10 people, I would expect that. All fighting hard. So now we've got Philip Smith. Gonna have to get those bags back on the yoke. I think they've decided to move it slightly, just maybe because the floor's getting too sticky.
Yeah, the worst thing that happens is like the stone can stick to the floor at this point when there's too many athletes.
And the stone sticking to the floor does cause such a problem.
I had that happen at a nationals recently. I could not pick it up off the ground because they're so stuck to the floor.
Often before you start an event, especially if it's a run, you'd rock those stones, don't you, to just try and...
Well, there's just so many athletes going in a row.
There's just so much tacky on
so much tacky on there.
And that's why some promoters think the stones isn't the best event, because of that reason.
Yeah, but at least they're making
it's just a cool thing to watch.
It's definitely entertaining. I like this end than doing it myself.
Yeah, so Philip Smith now.
Ooh.
Again, just hit that bar.
He is 1 point outside of podium right now, people. So he needs every one of these reps, and he knows it.
3 minimum here.
He's been sliding down from his second place start every
good.
event.
He's done well because he didn't finish the extension early, which is what we watched other people do. He committed and he carried on and he got it higher. And now he's sensibly taking some time, so he can try and do that again. You see all the support he's got around him, people cheering him on. And again,
that was his best one. That was his best one. He was
that.
as calm as could be. He needs every single rep right now. He needs to put the pressure on Dietrich and Kubina to help him out.
It's lovely, isn't it? And he's just, if he can do the same again, this is big points.
He's just smooth right now. Oh, just not enough. Just not enough. We'll see if that costs him, though.
Yeah.
Because, again, he is 1 point away from punching his ticket to the finals in Virginia Beach to compete 2 days to earn a good chunk of money.
He's relying on Dietrich and Qualifier to maybe not get 3 reps, but we'll see. We will see.
All right, Dietrich, tale of a few events here for this man. Not too great on the static events.
See you guys, good job again.
He did great on the log. Deadlift was his problem. He actually zeroed the deadlift, so we'll see how stones go for him. Pretty good.
Yeah, I mean,
pretty good.
He's got some good power off the floor and in the extension there, Dietrich. He's just got to take his time. He needs minimum 2. 3, I think, to be safe, really.
He's only 1 point ahead of Philip. He's got to tie or beat Philip.
So he needs at least 1 more then.
Yes.
That one was slightly, the extension finished a little early, a bit harder, but he looked good. Oh, yes, he's done enough. That was a really, really good rep there.
Yeah. For someone that zeroed the deadlift to still make podium, this will be an insane
Yeah,
comeback.
it'd be an insane achievement, and it just shows he knows what he's got to work on.
He's a great presser.
And he didn't, again, maybe a suit would have got him a rep, who knows.
Yeah.
But he's good stones. I mean, these are really, really impressive.
Looks
And
like
he's got a good gas tank, because he doesn't seem to be slowing down.
he's consistent. Well, you finished the 2 events before in less than 40 seconds each.
Don't need a good gas tank with that fast. Good effort, though.
He moved
4
too-
reps there is going to
He
be
moved
good
too
points.
quick to be tired.
Yeah.
And this was the inverse, right? Qualifier, who started off very poorly on the press, getting 1 rep on the lighter, and then coming back on the deadlift in all the moving events to set himself up in the 2nd place start. But he only has a 1 point lead on Dietrich and a 2 point lead on Philip.
That's what his stones like. He's built well for it. He's tall.
Yeah.
He's got long levers.
Again, I'm not.
Oh,
I think I think he's relatively new. He has to be. These are all technique flaws.
Yeah.
He-
You can see he's got the power.
He is strong enough, but his arms are in an interesting spot. He's not
Just needs
sitting
to-
low enough.
He's just, the problem is he's trying
my
to
God.
extend it rather than really muscle it up.
He's got to sit. He's got to extend. He's got to hug it better.
Because off the floor he's very powerful.
Oh
with
my!
his deadlift.
Yes.
He's just not sitting into it and then driving from the hips enough because he's just.
He needs this rep though. He could fall off the podium with this one event.
With the way how tight it is, he needs to get a rep for sure. He's now going for the lighter one.
He needs yes, but even then I don't think it'd be enough to hold off Philip. And now with Jesse coming after him,
The extension is just not there for him.
I think it's just he does not know how to do it
Yeah,
yet.
I just don't think he's done enough stone lifting.
Yeah, and you see Nancy Johnson, one of the best stone loaders in the world, trying to give him advice.
He's such a
'Cause
talent.
He is so strong enough.
Yeah.
I expect him to be back next year at another qualifier, and I expect him to qualify next year.
Yeah, I'd 100% agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So everything he's done today was very impressive across the board.
Yeah.
He just has raw talent.
Yeah, raw talent.
And
is
a
there.
lot of but things to work on. Man, that is heartbreaking.
It is. It's tough work.
But that's why with these athletes that were on the cusp needed to do their job.
The man has been solid all day long.
All right, this is Jesse's turn. Jesse loves a good stone. I've seen this man load a 400-pound stone.
And the man has got a good lead.
Yes, this is his favorite event.
Oh, just his extension again is just
It's a thing of beauty.
really strong. Because he doesn't commit too early. He makes sure it's over before he gets, and he follows the stone over the bar. And that is the sign of a really good stone lifter.
Yep.
Follows the stone. He knows exactly where he wants
He
it
just
to go.
grabs and goes.
And he's manipulating it. Not even looking like he's using loads of effort. And then when he does use some effort, he gets it over.
Yeah. Jesse, I knew, like I said before, he's one to watch.
He is definitely one to watch.
I mean, one of those hybrid athletes who would be a small 105 and a big 90, and he can make both weight classes.
But he's strong enough for both. He is strong enough for both.
Putting on a clinic here with these stones.
Talented, it almost makes you sick. Look at him.
Lee-
Oh, that's a great rep.
Yep.
That's exactly how you... Yeah, look at him.
There he is. He decided to be it. Earned every one of those reps. Earned his win today.
He's absolutely put on a masterclass, a clinic today.
And it all
And
comes
a man
down.
who can, decided to go up a weight class, he's put on an absolute clinic.
Yep. I bet every one of the 90s boys are very happy he didn't make weight.
We're all
This
starting a petition to make sure he doesn't get to 90s.
he can do it, and I'd love to go against him again. Like I said, I've had one competition versus him, and he pushed me on every single event, and you can see why.
Yeah, you definitely can.
Like I said, Gummy Bear Strength, I believe, is his Instagram handle.
Gummy Bear Strength.
Gummy Bear Strength.
Here we go now with the big boy stones.
Yep.
It's Jimmy.
So 325, 350, so our assuming 350 stone. Jimmy Harris.
It's a strong.
Oh, just again that jump away.
Yeah, it's a jump away, and it's finishing the extension just that little bit early. I get why you're running out of breath. It's heavy on your chest, but you've just got to finish that so it just goes to the right side of the bar. Yeah, he struggled with that one.
Unfortunate, but luckily enough for him, he's got time to work on it.
Yeah.
U125 shows coming up in a few months.
Yeah, the up and coming class. But obviously now Anstey wants that victory, so he needs to outlift Carl.
All right, here he goes. He is up. Again, not the shortest athlete of these three. He's got the most load extension he has to do. Very stocky fellow by comparison to the other athletes. But that's exactly what you got to do. That's exactly
how you do it. He literally got underneath it, committed hard to it. And Nancy there giving him real encouragement.
And we got one of the best stone loaders in the world cheering you on.
And also, like Nancy does it despite not being the tallest again.
Yeah.
She uses her raw power to do it again. So she knows exactly what he's doing. Yes. It's a big stone for him.
Yes.
He's done well with it.
All right, so Kyle Ruiz has to hit 2 reps.
To nail this.
Yeah.
Looking forward to watching Carl lift, although he only needs 2 for the win. And here he starts. It's a good lift, he just needs to keep it in the lap because he's letting it get ahead of him a little there.
Yeah, but he's got the height so he can get away with it almost.
That's it.
Yeah. So with that, he won the show.
Yeah.
Because he had a 1-point lead going into this event.
Yeah.
So, but he can.
I think he's still going to have another crack though.
I think he can solidify it. Might as well.
Yeah.
A lot of tacky on that floor. You see that tacky line. Underneath. So
you can see the line. No, Carl, can't do that.
Now, that's a scary situation to be in.
Yeah.
Your hands are off the stone and you're trying to figure it out.
Yeah, and it's like it's a lot of weight just resting on you. As you say, won the show anyway, but really wants that second rep. You've got to enjoy that commitment.
That'll do it.
And he did
That's
do
what
the
he
way.
wanted right there. Yes.
Pulled
Great
himself up.
job there. Great job.
Good way to finish the show.
Yes, 100%. Wow. What a great show.
Yeah.
Well, the scores are in. Thanks to our live scoring going on. So let's go over the situation we have coming in. Alicia won the U73 women. Kaylin taking second place in that one. I'm going to bury the lead a little bit on this part. We're going to jump right to the U90 men. We have Joshua Dargis with 20 points taking first place. Dane Bonin with 17 points taking second place. Michael Eppard edging out Jack Felix. So Michael, congratulations. 1 point victory for third place there. U105 men, Jesse Castens running away with it with 45.5 points. Dietrich Cooper coming back from that beginning to 36.5 points. Philip Smith over here getting a little bit of love from the world on this one. Staying in it, fighting through, 34 points, takes third place.
Snatching it on the final event.
To close out, we had Kyle Ruiz, Anthony Basile, and Jimmy Harris for the U125s. Now here's the fun part. The U80 men. Fourth place, Josh Fauner. Third place, Brian Den. Because the way the stone event ended, there was a 3-way tie for second place in the stones. Thus, each one of the athletes split 2 points. There was a 1 person for first place, 4 points rewarded to him. We have a tie on the final over here between Ken Brown and Jason Tidenbaum. So we'll be going to a tiebreaker event. We're going to be announcing that shortly. We're going to take a short break to set that up. But it'll be Ken versus Jason for a tiebreaker here shortly to see who the winner of the East Coast qualifier for Pro Strongman League.
Extra treat for the viewers.
Little extra stuff.
Yeah.
We'll be back shortly to go over that with you guys. Welcome back, everyone. CJ Krause, Mark Cummins, and it all comes down to this for these U80 men. They punched their ticket to the finals.
They just both want to win.
They both want them. They want to walk away going into the finals with a W, knowing they are the best at this East Coast qualifier. Ken Brown, Jason Teidenbaum. It is a one-arm farmer's hold. 240 pounds for max time. You get to look at your opponent,
Stare him out.
stare him down, and see which man wants him more. What is your opinion on this tiebreaker?
I don't like it. I'm glad I'm not doing it. I think it's going to be fun to watch, though. I do like the head-to-head kind of stare-out thing. I think that's going to add something cool to the show.
I mean, it's a classic one. I mean, one of the biggest things here. I think Ken might have a little bit of advantage because he was the winner of the Farmer's Walk on this one. So when it comes to that, but I think it's just a classic. It's not going to tax them too much, but it's heavy in the hands, you know? It's one of those things. And this is a true test of grit for these athletes. So they just get to look at each other in the eye and just stare. Like, that's the hardest part. But this is how I want to go out, right? I want to be staring down them, and I want nothing to be like, which man can hold it longer? So we'll be starting that shortly. They got everything loaded on that. But before we start, let's give one more shout out to our sponsors for today's great show.
Absolutely.
So we had Zone Smelling Salts, Serious Still Fitness, Pioneer, best belts in the business for you guys, Notorious Lift, the official shoe of Pro Strongman League, and Lockjaw Collars, which we're using Lockjaw Collars on this. They're not moving with them, but it's good to keep them in place for that. So, how long do you think you could hold 240 pounds in one hand?
Do you know what? I don't even want to think about it. It's just something you wouldn't practice.
Yeah.
So it's really hard to know. I mean, if I was going against you, I probably just wouldn't pick it up because it just wouldn't be the way forward. But I don't know is the answer. I'm stronger in my right hand than my left, so I assume you just get to choose whichever hand.
Yeah, they get to choose whichever hand they prefer.
It's going to be weird to pick up as well, because obviously it's going to be out in front of you, and you're going to be holding it like that on you, and it's going to be almost like a rolling thunder, but with yeah.
One of those big challenges here, and again, it's event.
I think it's a good event for someone who loves their grip, their rolling thunder.
Yeah.
For me, it's my idea of hell, standing there with weight.
Obviously, no straps allowed on this event.
Then it would just be a shoulder separation event, wouldn't it? But yeah, so they've got no straps
allowed. It looks
so.
like they're loading up. They're getting help.
So they're going to get help up.
They're getting help picked up. It's going to fall into them. And now they've released. And now they just get to stare at each other.
Yeah. Oh, and you can just see that Josh's one was moving a little more there, and Ken just looks a little more stable at this moment.
Yeah, Ken might have grabbed a better middle placement because you see that in the way they're shifted, where Jason's kind of tilted forward, and Jason's talking to him. He is chatting it up.
I'm a bit nervous of Jason's foot, to be honest.
Oh yeah, that is a very precarious spot for that foot.
But I think Ken's just trying to zone out, and maybe just trying to give it.
We are passing the 30-second mark here already. Oh, Ken's face is showing a little bit of fatigue here. Jason stopped talking, so we know he's feeling that one.
And you can see he's nodding now. He's nodding at him.
But I feel like Jason's feet are in a better spot.
Yeah, maybe they're a bit more stable.
A little more stable on that one. Yeah, this is again one of those tests of grit.
This is just such a tough event.
Jason's shoulder's starting to fall. We're at 49 seconds.
I'm impressed with both of these athletes.
Oh, and Jason is your winner. He's taking the winner on that one.
Yeah.
Again, a tough battle. Ken Brown taking second place. Jason Teidenbaum taking first place. Brian Den, all punching their tickets to the U80 show. And Ken,
again at the end there, they had a nice little hug it out. Oh, that's what you want to see.
Ken's going to get a nice chance back at him here at the U80 finals in this one. Any final words, Mark, before we check out of here?
I quite enjoyed that little caveat to the show, to be honest. And you could see they both wanted to win there, which is a great way to go into the pro show, going, I've won the qualifier. Especially in a tough field like that. It was good to see. And I was really impressed with everyone. I thought the weights were perfectly picked for this event, and I enjoyed the events as well. Well run, as always with PSL.
It's a great momentum for Jason going in this one. It's a great show that was ran. Thank you to everyone that watched. Thank you to all the athletes. Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to the loaders. And thank you everyone for watching.
Thank you Tyler as well.
Thank you Tyler. And of course Dante over here.
Dante as well.
Doing all the productions over there. So make sure you pop in here. The man behind the camera. You can't ever forget about the guy doing all the shots for you guys.
Yeah.
But thank you so much. Oh, ran perfect. Thank you so much for tuning in. We'll be back for the next pro finals on this one. So we'll see you soon. This was a Pro Strongman East Coast Qualifier.
Thanks for watching.